Cultivating as an earthly immortal in the world of mages. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, Moving the Mountains and Moving the Veins. After Lu Feng's teaching, these wizard apprentices mastered some basic knowledge of the Earth School. Survey and mapping. Through some measurement methods, the veins of the Earth were drawn on paper. It took another half a month for Lu Feng to personally lead them to map the trend of the Earth veins within a radius of 100 miles below the Red Leaf Tower. Looking at the awkward position of the Red Leaf Tower not built on the Earth veins on the Earth vein trend chart, Lu Feng sighed. I was just a wizard apprentice at the time, and my vision was still too poor. However, since Lu Feng discovered this problem, he had already thought of a solution in his mind. He didn't have the ability to uproot the Red Leaf Tower and move it to another place. But Lu Feng could still change the trend of the Earth vein slightly and make the place where the Red Leaf Tower was located a node where the Earth veins converged. The Wu Earth Refining Mountain Treasure Seal technique recorded a magic skill that could artificially transform the Earth veins and create a spiritual land. It is called the Mountain Driving Method. The cultivators who practiced the Wu Earth Refining Mountain Treasure Seal could only temporarily live in a mountain before the spiritual realm was formed. By using the Mountain Driving Method, they can slowly adjust the earth veins around the temporary mountain and make the mountain top they have refined stronger. Even after the Wu Earth spiritual realm is cultivated, the Mountain Driving Method can be used to transform the earth veins, accelerate the absorption of the earth's power, and strengthen their own Wu Earth spiritual realm. During the month of teaching wizard apprentices, Lu Feng was busy in also comprehending the Mountain Driving Method. In front of a streamside village not far from the Red Leaf Tower, Lu Feng sat cross-legged on the boulder in front of the village. Master, the villagers near the earth veins here have been relocated, and compensation has been arranged. After taking care of the villagers, the wizard mate Ayu came to the boulder and looked up at Lu Feng to report. Hearing the voice of the wizard mate Ayu, Lu Feng opened his eyes. His breath was a little more heavy than before. Because in the process of comprehending the Mountain Driving Method, Lu Feng's Wu Earth Refining Mountain Treasure Seal technique was further improved. In his perception this time, Lu Feng pushed the prototype of the restriction of the Earth Spirit vein forward by half, reaching 30%. However, this strange perception is similar to epiphany. Suddenly, he figured out many problems and found the best solution. However, this kind of perception is not common, and the influence of the Mountain Driving Method ends here. The remaining progress of the prototype of the Earth Spirit vein restriction requires Lu Feng to refine a large amount of earth power and continuously improve and comprehend in the accumulation of energy. Although Lu Feng did not make much progress this time, the aura he occasionally exuded still made the nearby wizard Matayu feel like he had seen a formal wizard of the Earth School. But the tower owner is obviously a member of the Botanical Garden of the Natural School. The Botanical Garden only accepts students who are friendly to nature. This strange thing puzzled the wizard Matayu. But he also knew that this was the secret of the tower owner. He immediately forgot all his wild thoughts. He was an old second-class wizard apprentice, very sensible. But he had no intention of exploring the secrets of the tower owner. After coming back to his senses from the meditation of the Mountain Driving Method, Lu Feng glanced at the respectful wizard Matayu in front of him, and said with a smile, "Since you are ready, let's start notifying them. The construction of the ground vein transformation is about to begin. Let others pay attention to safety." After receiving Lu Feng's instructions, the wizard Matayu took out the wizard's secret treasure for communication and notified his companions one by one. There are two different methods for the ground vein transformation of the Mountain Driving Method, gentle and violent. The gentle Mountain Driving Method is mostly used by mortals and those with weak strength. It is to change the terrain through various secret methods and affect the underground earth veins. It often takes years of accumulation to migrate a ground vein, and it may even take generations to move forward. The legend of Yugong moving the mountains is a typical example. Using this gentle method to transform the ground veins near the Red Leaf Tower, Lu Feng probably won't see any results until the wizard Matayu dies of old age. The speed is too slow, Lu Feng can't wait, so he can only use the violent Mountain Driving Method. The violent Mountain Driving Method is to forcibly migrate the ground veins through magic power. Yugong tried to move the mountain for generations but failed. His sincerity moved the heaven. The Emperor of Heaven was moved by his sincerity and sent two gods to move the mountain away. The next day, there was no mountain in front of the gate. Although Lu Feng's magic power could not drive away the gods and mountains, it was no problem to move some small earth veins to improve the environment of the Red Leaf Tower. However, using violent means would often stimulate the earth veins and cause the earth to shake. Rivers would be diverted, mountains would be torn apart, and the ground would sink into a big pit. Such geological disasters would not be a problem for wizards like Lu Feng, but ordinary residents of the Red Leaf Principality within the scope of the relocated earth veins could not withstand such disasters. Therefore, Lu Feng notified the officials of Red Leaf Town in advance to evacuate and relocate the residents within the scope of the relocated earth veins. With the reputation of the Red Leaf Tower, the nearby residents cooperated very well. At the same time, Lu Feng also sent wizard apprentices who participated in the operation to arrange along the earth veins, observe the changes in the earth veins, and prevent casualties. After receiving the notice from wizard mate Tayu, the wizard apprentices cheered up and made preparations. They were also looking forward to the tower master showing his power. In his previous wizard organization, they had only heard some powerful people mention the migration of the earth vein, but it was the first time to observe it with their own eyes. Half an hour later, everything was ready. Lu Feng took off his shoes and socks, closed his eyes, and walked barefoot on a piece of land with lush vegetation. The stone turtle shrank to the size of a palm, clinging to his shoulders, and looked around curiously with its round little eyes. The wizard world full of spiritual energy and vitality made the stone turtle extremely curious. The smooth soles of the feet were in close contact with the earth. Through this contact, Lu Feng turned the mountain driving method on the Wu Tuol Yan Shan Bao Yin far away, and merged into the earth through flesh and blood. Under Lu Feng's powerful mental power exploration, a tiny earth vein appeared in front of him. Even though this earth vein was tiny, Lu Feng's body was still a behemoth in comparison. At least it was tens of meters wide and several miles long, affecting a radiation area of several miles. Lu Feng had already explored this earth vein several times and knew it well. He had a plan in mind on how to use the mountain driving method to change the direction of this earth vein. Landmine shock, earth shock, and move the earth vein. The Wu earth power gathered and poured into the ground. Under Lu Feng's control, it was driven into the fragile nodes of the earth vein. With a low shout from Lu Feng, thunderous sounds rang out from the ground under his feet. Lu Feng used the landmine shocking earth curse and the mountain driving method to stimulate the nodes of the earth vein with landmines, making the earth vein move on its own. The earth vein that was startled by Lu Feng's mountain driving method twisted its body like a soil snake whose skin and flesh were burned by fire. When the earth vein moved, the surrounding earth trembled constantly. The villagers who had already evacuated and stood in the safe area heard the changes in the earth vein and were shocked. The strength of the master of the Red Leaf Tower was so terrifying. The earth trembled quickly. It came and went quickly. In less than 10 minutes, it had stopped. The remaining slight aftermath had little impact, which was already extremely elegant. After trying the spell, Lu Feng observed the ground veins under the earth again. Under his spell, the position of the ground veins shifted slightly, and the other end was one step closer to the Red Leaf Tower. One spell only moved a distance of more than 10 meters. If you want to connect the other end of this ground vein to the Red Leaf Tower, you will probably have to cast the spell dozens of times. Lu Feng calculated the amount of work, and his heart was not shaken. Before starting the construction, he had already calculated the amount of work. The effect of this time's use of the mountain driving method is much better than he expected. If this effect can be maintained, the workload will be reduced by 1/10 of what he planned. Master is mighty. Master is really amazing. The stone turtle lying on Lu Feng's shoulder was shocked when he saw Lu Feng's ability to drive the mountain method, and flattered him. Hearing the voice of the stone turtle, Lu Feng reached out and knocked on the turtle shell, smiling and said, "Don't think you can get away by praising me a few times. You should watch me cast the spell and learn more. This job will still be handed over to you in the future." Hearing this, the stone turtle was stunned and immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say anything more. Lu Feng let the stone turtle go out of the spiritual realm to get some fresh air, and he had long been thinking of letting it work. The stone turtle has been trained by him into a lifelong magic weapon of the Wu Tuol Yan Shan Bao Yin Faju. It has been closely connected with him in his Qingmuling realm life, and it can never be separated. Lu Feng was able to fully control the stone turtle, so he boldly released it. However, Lu Feng could not always do the hard work of moving the earth veins, and the wizard apprentice he summoned did not have the ability to move the earth veins violently. After thinking about it, the smart stone turtle with spiritual intelligence was put to use. After exchanging a few words with the stone turtle decisively accepted its fate and carefully watched Lu Feng perform the mountain driving method. The stone turtle was originally a land spirit born and raised by the earth. It had a very high talent in the way of earth. Under Lu Feng's careful teaching, the stone turtle studied seriously. After more than 10 days of hard work, it had initially mastered the method of driving away the mountains. While teaching, he also moved the earth veins. Amidst the roar of thunder and the shaking of the earth, this earth vein that had no connection with the red leaf tower was moved little by Lu Feng. "Master, how effective is my spell this time?" Another roar of the earth sounded, and the earth shook. The stone turtle emerged from the ground with a smile on his face, and asked Lu Feng for a reward triumphantly. "Papa. Well done, the migration project of this earth vein has been completed. We can take a break for a while. Come on, Master, I will take you to see the changes in the red leaf tower." Lu Feng observed the earth vein and applauded the stone turtle. In a spell he and the stone turtle cast, they finally connected the other end of the earth vein to the bottom of the red leaf tower. "Okay, Master." Upon hearing this, the stone turtle smiled even more, flew into the air, and floated to Lu Feng's shoulder. Lu Feng notified the nearby wizard Mattiu, announcing that the earth vein migration project had been successfully completed. He asked them to arrange for the villagers affected by the project to resume their lives. After receiving Lu Feng's notification, the wizard Mattiu showed a trace of fatigue on his face and turned away. "The project is finally over, and I, an old man, am exhausted." Although he said so, the wizard Mattiu moved very quickly and arranged all the finishing work. The wizard Mattiu followed Lu Feng all the way to make a fortune, and he thought he knew the Tower Master better. Knowing that the Tower Master was a great wizard who loved the people like his own children, he naturally wanted to help the Tower Master improve this image. Under his propaganda, other wizard apprentices also knew the Tower Master's will and were determined to implement the Tower Master's will to the end. Lu Feng didn't know the many labels that the wizard Mattiu had given him in private. He took the stone turtle and flew up in the wind. Not long after, he returned to the wizard tower. "I haven't been back to the Red Leaf Tower for more than half a month, and the Red Leaf Tower has not changed at all. The ground veins have moved, and the tail end has moved to the foot of the Red Leaf Tower." The ground shook, affecting some ordinary buildings nearby, but the Red Leaf Tower itself and the nearby supernatural materials market are all places where wizards are stationed, so the small vibration did not affect them. Especially since the Red Leaf Tower itself is a medium-grade magic weapon, and there is also a ghost realm to suppress it. A small change in the ground vein is not enough to shake the Red Leaf Tower. Back at the Red Leaf Tower, Lu Feng began to adjust the Red Leaf Tower to connect the Red Leaf Tower with the tail end of the ground vein. With a boom. After Lu Feng's operation, only a slight sound was heard, and the red leaves shook slightly, and then returned to calm. But in this calm, they have been connected to the ground veins. The Entubeoji curse, which was refined in the Red Leaf Tower, has the effect of communicating with the power of the earth and protecting itself. After the Red Leaf Tower was refined into a medium-grade magic weapon, this ability is several times more powerful. At this moment, as soon as the Red Leaf Tower was connected to the earth vein, the power of the earth poured into the tower. As the Red Leaf Tower itself turned far away, it refined the black rock material of the tower body, circulated it, and finally returned to the core restriction of the magic weapon in the Yin Ghost Spirit Realm. In the Yin Ghost Spirit Realm space, the shadow of the Wizard Tower, under the supply of the earth vein, a shadow of the earth vein appeared on the tower body, which was exactly the same as the earth vein in the earth, showing the situation of the earth vein in detail. Part of the earth power that flowed into the shadow of the Wizard Tower was used to strengthen the restriction of the magic weapon, and the remaining part dissipated in the Yin Ghost Spirit Realm, the white bone earth under the heavy tower. The Yin Ghost Spirit Realm also flowed out some spiritual realm power to nourish the shadow of the Wizard Tower and refine the Red Leaf Tower. Under the reciprocating cycle, the Yin Ghost Spirit Realm and the Red Leaf Tower made progress together. This kind of joint progress seems to be a win-win situation for the Yin Ghost Realm and the Red Leaf Tower, but if it goes on like this migrated earth vein will not last long. One day it will be sucked dry by the Yin Ghost Realm and the Red Leaf Tower. Lu Feng observed the earth vein pattern on the shadow of the Red Leaf Tower in the Spirit Realm, feeling a little worried. Not to mention the large amount of work required to migrate the earth vein. If it goes on for a long time, The yin ghost realm and the red leaf tower will become stronger, and the land under his feet may be exhausted and become a desert with no grass. This is not a path to sustainable development. Considering this, Lu Feng looked through the Wu Tuol Yan Shan Bao Yin Faju to find a solution. Fortunately, the creator of this Faju must have considered the influence of the earth vein on the world. There is also a method of artificially maintaining the earth vein after the mountain driving method. This method is called the human mind sacrifice vein method. It is also very simple to perform, as long as you continue to infuse the earth vein with incense and wish power, and use the incense and wish power to nourish the earth vein. The earth vein nourishes people, and people nourish the earth vein. Build a path of sustainable development. This method is very good. I have the most of incense and vows. Except for the extra energy consumed in the spiritual realm, it will dissipate between heaven and earth over time. Using it on the earth veins can also be regarded as speeding up the process of giving back to heaven and earth. After reading the method, Lu Feng was overjoyed. Chapter 152 3 Earth Veins, Refining the Earth Crown. Lu Feng had no shortage of incense and willpower. As the master of the Red Leaf Tower, the first power in the Trendy subcontinent, Lu Feng's reputation had spread throughout the continent with the help of his wizard apprentices. The Adventurers Guild, which was slowly developing from big cities to small towns, brought Lu Feng's existence to the group of ordinary people. The Adventurers Guild spread the popularization of the basic night-breathing method that Lu Feng piloted in Red Leaf Town to the countryside. In the hall of each Adventurers Guild, there is a wall engraved with a catalog of the basic night-breathing method, which is free for people to watch and learn. And these spread basic night methods are all signed by Lu Feng. There are also various other measures, of various types, to make ordinary people on the subcontinent remember Lu Feng's name. Incense and willpower, hence. As long as Lu Feng spreads his spirit on weekdays, he can sense the incense and willpower floating around him, like a vast ocean. The King Mu spirit realm in his hand constantly digests the incense and willpower, but it cannot shake the vast ocean of incense and willpower. Incense and wish power continued to gather, but Lu Feng did not have the ability to digest it all. Some of the incense and wish power would slowly dissipate in the world after a long time. Wasted in vain. Now that he has learned this method that can consume incense and wish power from the Wu Tuol Yan Shan Bao Yin method, the excess incense and wish power finally has a new way out for Lu Feng. The human mind sacrifice vein method is very simple. Lu Feng stayed in front of the Yin Jiu Eiling realm and studied it with all his heart. At noon on the first day, he had completely learned the human mind sacrifice vein method. The sun shone into the 6th floor through the window of the wizard tower. Lu Feng stood in front of the stone platform where the Yin Jiu Eiling realm was placed, and his eyes fell into it. Everything in the Yin Jiu Eiling realm was normal. With the support of the Red Leaf Tower's phantom and the ground veins, it became more and more stable, and Yin Han said, "The incense and wish power is gathered in my name. The Yin Jiu Eiling realm is not in my body. If you want to activate the incense and wish power, you need to use a medium to transfer the incense and wish power." Before starting to cast the spell, Lu Feng recalled the essence of the human mind sacrifice vein method and hummed. The medium of incense and wish power is naturally the statue of God and the tablet. After some calculation, Lu Feng communicated with the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, and in half a day, a statue of Lu Feng grew on a thick branch of the energy-absorbing ancient tree. The statue is the image of Lu Feng wearing a wizard robe, standing with his hands behind his back, his eyes slightly lowered, and his kind eyebrows and eyes have 5 or 6 points of the majesty of being a god. The wooden statue is lifelike, almost carved from the same mold as Lu Feng. Looking at the performance of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, Lu Feng is very satisfied. Taking the statue from the branch of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, Lu Feng used his spiritual power to sacrifice the statue. Under the special method of the human mind sacrifice pulse method, after a day and a night, the wooden statue of Lu Feng has a little more magic, and has a little more connection with Lu Feng. Send the statue into the ghost spirit realm, standing on the land of bones. Lu Feng used his spirit to guide the incense and wish power around him, which was like an ocean, to follow the connection between him and the statue and pour into the wooden statue. Wow! The vast incense and wish power seemed to have found an outlet, surging down and merging into the statue of Lu Feng in the ghost realm. Kaka! A large amount of incense and wish power poured in, and there was a faint sound of something breaking in Lu Feng's wooden statue. But it was not the statue that broke, but the magic power restriction that Lu Feng had refined in the statue that was taking effect. Under the nourishment of the incense and wish power, the restriction in Lu Feng's stature grew wildly, and between the changes, a palm-sized illusory space was formed at the center of the statue's eyebrows. From its appearance, it was a small pool, and a magic weapon restriction on the pool wall was shining. This was the incense pool that Lu Feng had refined according to the method, which had the effect of collecting and storing incense. The incense and wish power poured in from Lu Feng's side hung above the incense pool to form a cloud of smoke. The incense pool was effective, and the smoke formed by the incense and wish power condensed, and drops of colorful incense and wish power liquid fell from the air and fell into the incense pool. The amount of incense and willpower that Lu Feng had attracted was so huge that for a moment, the incense and willpower liquid that condensed and fell from the sky above the incense pool was like rain. According to my amount, the incense and willpower will fill up this incense pool in just 10 minutes. This won't work. Lu Feng looked at the water level in the incense pool rising rapidly and smiled dumbly. He quickly controlled the ghost spirit realm and sent down a force to connect to the incense pool. A part of the incense and willpower condensed in the incense pool was immediately moved away by the ghost spirit realm and digested and absorbed during the operation of the spirit realm. Lu Feng then controlled the core restriction of the red leaf tower, connected to the incense pool, and also took away a part of the incense and willpower. With the help of two large energy consumers, the speed of the water level in the incense pool finally slowed down, so Lu Feng didn't have to worry about the incense and willpower bursting the pool for the time being. Then Lu Feng operated the human mind sacrifice vein method to connect the incense pool with the ground vein at the foot of the red leaf tower. A large amount of incense and willpower was infused, and the ground vein under the tower trembled slightly, and some subtle changes occurred that Lu Feng could not see. This ground vein is not small in size. It is not possible to see the results of the incense and willpower infusion for a while. After a long time, the effect of the human mind sacrifice method will slowly appear. Lu Feng finished the human mind sacrifice method and smiled faintly. Lu Feng had expected the effect of the human mind sacrifice method and was not anxious. He was not ambitious, but just wanted the ground vein under the red leaf tower to exist longer. With the support of the ground vein, both the development of the red leaf tower and the cultivation of the earth spirit vein that he was going to carry out next would be much easier. If this method works well and can make this ground vein grow slowly, it would be even better. Lu Feng planned to gather 3 ground veins under the red leaf tower to form a simple 3-talent formation, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to maintain the daily consumption of the red leaf tower. If the 3 ground veins can continue to grow under the nourishment of incense and willpower. According to Lu Feng's estimation, one day, the concentration of spiritual energy near his red leaf tower will continue to rise, and it will become a treasure land for cultivation. If the resources are enough for him to cultivate, Lu Feng estimates that he would be willing to stay here for the rest of his life. However, Lu Feng knew that this should be just his fantasy. The process of transforming the world is too long after all. With his cultivation speed, the resources of the Trendy subcontinent are probably not enough for him to cultivate. At that time, Lu Feng estimates that he should return to the Trudeau continent and go to the botanical garden. People go to higher places, and the same is true for cultivation. Without sufficient resources, even if he wants to stay, it will not work. However, I don't need to think about the future. For now, I'll move the other 2 veins first. Lu Feng smiled indifferently, and then began the long project of moving the veins. With the first experience, Lu Feng and his wizard apprentices gradually became proficient in cooperation. With the strong support of the stone turtle, the tool turtle, Lu Feng's speed of moving the veins was greatly improved. After a month and a half, the vein migration project was completed. Lu Feng once again stood in front of the stone platform where the Yin Gui Lingjing was placed. The Yin Gui Lingjing was even more gloomy at this time. The shadows of 2 earth veins appeared on the prohibition of the red leaf tower in the spiritual space. The 3 earth veins worked together to make the red leaf tower more powerful than before. The wizard apprentices living in the red leaf tower clearly felt the changes that had taken place in the past few days. The concentration of energy particles in the red leaf tower had increased significantly. This change made the wizard apprentice dormitory in the red leaf tower a hot commodity for a while. Compared with their own large villas with a large area and complete facilities outside the tower, the wizard apprentice dormitory was very small. They were all single rooms, with only 5 square meters and a dormitory, a bed, a table, and a bookshelf, which was all the dormitory had. Usually, in the dormitory of the wizard tower, Only some wizard apprentices who needed to be delayed at night because of something would reluctantly put themselves in the dormitory. But the increase in the concentration of energy particles suddenly increased the value of these dormitory rooms. In their large villas, they did not have the ability to arrange a large spirit gathering array. The sensation caused Annie a headache. She had to improve the accommodation conditions of the wizard apprentice dormitory and collect rent to barely curb the momentum of the wizard apprentices arguing for a dormitory. Lu Feng smiled faintly when he heard these little things. He got a ground vein for his own practice, and even let Annie get involved in real estate. What a pleasant surprise. After getting 3 ground veins, it was enough for the daily use of the Red Leaf Tower. Lu Feng stopped the ground vein migration project. However, he did not stop the wizard apprentices who accepted the task. Instead, he asked them to walk outward with the Red Leaf Tower as the center and continue to explore and map the ground veins. The 3 ground veins are just the first step of Lu Feng's plan. When he has time in the future, he plans to continue to expand the scope of the transformation of the environment. Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3. Keep expanding outward until the entire secondary continent is transformed. Lu Feng's idea is to temporarily live in the secondary continent and spend some time to make the surroundings better. Even if it fails, he will leave some of his marks on this continent. With the support of various resources from heaven and earth, Lu Feng believes that he can go further on his path to becoming an earthly immortal. After settling on the environment and place for cultivation, Lu Feng continued to cultivate the prototype of the Earth Spirit Vein restriction. Taking out the Earth Crown from the Qingmu Spirit Realm and stroking it, Lu Feng sighed and then smiled. You have helped me a lot along the way. It's a pity that the function overlaps too much with the Wuta Mountain Seal, and my family can't accommodate you. The stone turtle lying on Lu Feng's shoulder heard Lu Feng's low murmur and pulled a corner of his mouth. The master is so ruthless. Pull up your pants and you won't admit it. Trash. Little turtle, get ready, I will refine this earth crown into your body and give you a boost. Lu Feng glanced at the stone turtle and reminded him. Okay, master, the little turtle is always ready. As soon as Lu Feng finished speaking, the stone turtle immediately responded. Feeling the strong earth breath in the earth crown, the stone turtle couldn't help but shed tears of pity at the corners of his mouth. The earth crown is so miserable. The master is such a good man. The stone turtle thought to himself and acted very actively. As for his slander against Master Lu Feng just now, he forgot it completely in the blink of an eye. He's the little turtle that the master loves the most. How could he say bad things about the master? The stone turtle carried the earth crown into the Qingmu Spirit Realm. Qingmu Spirit Realm is Lu Feng's home court, and the use of mana and spirit is more comfortable. With the help of the Spirit Realm, the process of refining the earth crown by the stone turtle will only be easier. Buzz! Under Lu Feng's urging, the earth crown made a mournful cry. If the earth crown had a spirit, it would definitely cry for Lu Feng's cruelty. But in fact, this kind of wizard's secret treasure has no intelligence at all. This sound is just the sound of Lu Feng destroying the witchcraft runes in the earth crown. As Lu Feng moved, waves of heavy earth power scattered from the earth crown and fell into the body of the stone turtle under the earth crown. Woo! So comfortable. The stone turtle cooperated with Lu Feng's magic power to activate the Wu Earth Spirit Realm on its back shell, absorbing and digesting the earth energy from the earth crown. These high-quality earth energy, compared to the Wu Earth Spirit Realm, is a nourishing product. Each earth energy can improve the Wu Earth Spirit Realm a little. The Wu Earth Spirit Realm and the stone turtle are originally one thing. When the Wu Earth Spirit Realm is improved, the stone turtle will naturally improve. The changes brought about by the stone turtle made the stone turtle unable to help itself. Hearing the strange call of the stone turtle, Lu Feng pulled the corner of his mouth and secretly controlled the stone turtle to close its mouth. Angxin activated the earth energy in the earth crown and sacrificed the stone turtle. The Wu Earth Mountain Seal formed by the stone turtle is a special thing after all, with a spiritual intelligence different from that of ordinary magic tools. With the help of the instrument Spirit Stone Turtle, Lu Feng felt that refining the prototype of the Wu Earth Spirit Realm was much easier than refining the spirit veins in the past. With a close cooperation between Lu Feng and the stone turtle, time passed day by day. 5 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the Qingmu Spirit Realm, the stone turtle lay on the small hill that belonged to him, closing his eyes and concentrating. On his back shell, the earth crown had lost its luster, and cracks like spider webs were all over the body of the earth crown. It seemed that as long as a breeze blew, the miserable earth crown would break. This was indeed the case. After 5 months, the Earth Crown had reached its limit. The Earth energy inside had been emptied by Lu Feng and the Stone Turtle, and all of it was refined into the body of the Stone Turtle to nourish the Wu Earth Spirit Realm. With the support of the Earth Crown, the refining progress of the Wu Earth Spirit Realm restriction was also pushed forward to 80%. What a pity, this Earth Crown is quite old. After the baptism of time and countless times of training, it is no longer a brand new product. Lu Feng, who has used it for many years, is naturally the most clear about the foundation of the Earth Crown. When he took over from the Lawrence family, the Earth Crown was already a piece of rags that had been worn by countless hands. It was damaged by several percent. Usually, the Lawrence family only dared to keep the Earth Crown in the potion for repairing secret treasures, and they were always worried every time they used it, so they followed Lu Feng later. Lu Feng has both the spiritual realm and the strength of a first-level formal wizard, so he can slightly repair and warm up the Earth Crown. But this is just to repair the broken house, and the Earth Crown still has its limits after all. Earth Crown, your will be inherited by me, the Stone Turtle, and I will continue to protect the Master. At some point, the Stone Turtle opened his eyes and whispered in a low voice. The Earth Crown on his back shell shattered in response to his whisper. There are only 300 words left. I will post it right away to make up for it. I was late today because of something else. Please forgive me. Chapter 153 The Plan of Day Temple. The Earth Crown, which was originally a secret treasure of a first-level wizard, finally died in Lu Feng's hands after countless years. The broken Earth Crown, fragments fell from the shell of the Stone Turtle and fell into the small hill under the Stone Turtle. The Earth Crown was made from a first-level Earth element core that was carefully refined by a wizard. Even now, after Lu Feng and the Stone Turtle absorbed the original power of the Earth, the broken fragments are still some good Earth-related materials. If a wizard apprentice gets them, they can also refine a good wizard's secret treasure, which is enough for them to use. Lu Feng and the Stone Turtle are not prodigals who waste materials recklessly. They put the fragments of the Earth Crown into the small hill. These fragments are buried in the rocks and play some of their own functions, which will make the Stone Turtle's hill more solid. This can also be regarded as letting the Earth Crown play a little life. The Earth Crown is gone, and after a brief sadness, the Stone Turtle regains its spirit. The delicious Earth energy is gone, but life still needs to go on. As if recalling the deliciousness of the Earth Crown, the Stone Turtle moved his mouth subconsciously. Little Turtle, without the support of the Earth Crown, your mission is not yet completed. We still need to work hard. Master, Little Turtle understands. After refining the Earth Crown, without such direct support from the Earth Treasure, Lu Feng's rapid progress in refining the Earth Spirit Veins was immediately reduced to its original speed. Next, he and the Stone Turtle need to actively collect the Earth energy before they can continue to cultivate the Earth Spirit Veins. Just like he did before, he arranged a Yang Gathering formation to collect the Sun's fire energy for the Fire Dragon Divine Weapon Curse. However, this Earth Spirit Vein cultivation is much easier than collecting the Sun's fire energy for the Fire Dragon Divine Weapon Curse. He arranged 3 Earth Veins for the Red Leaf Tower in advance. During the 5 months that Lu Feng and the Stone Turtle refined the Earth Crown, the Red Leaf Tower performed normally with the assistance of the Yin Ghost Realm, absorbing the Earth energy for Lu Feng every day. Withdrawing his gaze from the Qingmu Spirit Realm, Lu Feng looked at the main body of the Yin Gui Spirit Realm on the stone platform in front of him. The Silver Spirit Mirror has grown together with the stone platform in these days. There are also some earthy yellow patterns on the Spirit Mirror. This is the rich power of the Earth playing a role in the Yin Gui Spirit Realm, affecting the essence of the Yin Gui Spirit Realm. If I start to sacrifice the Earth Spirit Veins for the Yin Gui Spirit Realm now, I guess I can save a lot of effort, Lu Feng chuckled. However, just refining the 5-element Spirit Veins for the Qingmu Spirit Realm makes Lu Feng mentally exhausted. If there is another Yin Gui Spirit Realm, Lu Feng feels that he might as well die. I just need to take care of one Qingmu Spirit Realm. Only by specializing in one can I go further. Lu Feng laughed. The position of the Yin Gui Spirit Realm in his mind is very clear. It's just a tool. Move it wherever it's useful. Check the Yin Gui Spirit Realm, the wooden statue, and the core of the Red Leaf Tower. The 3 Earth Veins are all functioning normally. With the help of the power of incense and the aura of the Earth, the space of the Yin Ghost Realm has expanded a bit. The ghost soldiers and undead living in it have a much more comfortable life because of these resources. The power of incense and the aura of the earth are useful to the spiritual realm, and they are also good cultivation resources for these ghost soldiers and undead. During the circulation process, if a little bit of it escapes, it will be enough for the ghost soldiers and undead in the yin ghost realm to eat and drink well, and of course they will live comfortably. After checking it once and confirming that the yin ghost realm is in good condition, Lu Feng urged the yin ghost realm to absorb the aura of the earth from it. Under the effect of the core of the red leaf tower, part of the aura of the earth gathered from the 3 earth veins was poured into the yin ghost realm, and part of it was stored in the phantom of the red leaf tower, which was used to consume the red leaf tower to maintain the protective spell. This is the part that Lu Feng absorbed at this time. The red leaf tower has taken advantage of the 3 earth veins for so long, and it is time to repay Lu Feng. A large amount of earth energy flowed from the yin ghost realm into the Qingmu realm. Sensing the master's movements, the stone turtle moved quickly, circulated the power in its body, stretched out the prototype of the Wu earth spirit realm on its back, and absorbed the earth's energy with all its heart. Where does this earth's energy come from? It actually has a bit of a cold breath, so strange, but the taste is quite novel. The stone turtle lives on the earth's energy and does not eat worldly fireworks. It absorbed the earth's energy that Lu Feng brought from the yin ghost spirit realm, and even commented on it seriously. With the cultivation of this earth spirit vein, Lu Feng's life in the tower became regular again. During the day, he absorbed and refined the earth's energy. In the evening, while eating, he listened to Annie's report on the affairs of the Red Leaf Tower. After dinner, he went to the Red Leaf Club for a walk and listened to Luo Zuking's report on the affairs of the Red Leaf Club. Generally, he returned to the Red Leaf Tower before 9 o'clock, meditated for 3 or 4 hours, exhausted the last bit of energy, and fell asleep on the bed. Sometimes he also sat in the Red Leaf Club's mansion to discuss with Jiu Zio, sorting out the gains from daily cultivation. It must be said that with Juxiao as his fellow Taoist, Lu Feng felt that his cultivation of the earthly immortal Dao was much smoother. However, every time he discussed Dao with Juxiao wanted to dig out some rich plant vitality from his Qingmu spirit realm to nourish her embryonic wood spirit vein. Although Juxiao would also use her water spirit vein to nourish Lu Feng's Qingmu spirit realm, Lu Feng always felt that he was at a disadvantage. His Qingmu spirit realm had energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, and the quality of the plant vitality it cultivated was higher than Juxiao's water vapor. Juxiao made a big profit by exchanging inferior for superior. Lu Feng was unhappy and could only retaliate secretly. Therefore, every time he discussed Dao, he was particularly attentive, relying on the advantage of strength and realm to often make Juxiao exhausted physically and mentally, and she could not go out without resting and recuperating for a few days. Lu Feng's revenge made Juxiao love and hate him immediately. In such a peaceful day, Lu Feng spent every day comfortably. The progress of the cultivation of the earth spirit vein was advancing at a rate of 0.06% per day. Lu Feng estimated that at this rate, it would take him about a year to refine the earth spiritual vein, which was much faster than the cultivation of the fire spiritual vein. After consuming a first-level wizard's secret treasure, if the cultivation speed of the earth spiritual vein did not increase, Lu Feng would lose a lot of money. How could Lu Feng do such a loss-making business? Days passed, and when Lu Feng was comfortable, some people could not feel comfortable at all. It has been more than a year since the last time I mentioned that the monks of Day Temple invaded the land of the Red Leaf Society, promoted Buddhism, and collected incense. Since Lu Feng set the general policy for the Red Leaf Society to deal with the monks of Day Temple, some members of the Red Leaf Society, under the leadership of Yu Donglei, began to compete with the monks of Day Temple. At the beginning, Luo Zuking directly met with the monks sent by Day Temple to the Red Leaf Society to preside over the task of promoting Buddhism, and negotiated with them about the incense. The monk sent by Day Temple to the Red Leaf Society was named Hushin, and he was of the same generation as the monk Hujing that Lu Feng met at the beginning. Monk Hushin has the strength of a high-grade Taoist child. Although Luo Zuking has also broken through to the realm of a high-grade Taoist child, she still feels a sense of pressure and feels inferior when standing opposite Monk Hushin. However, Luo Zuking has Lu Feng's strong support behind her. Even when facing Monk Hushin, Luo Zuking does not show any fear. What's the use of this bald donkey being stronger than me? Can he fight? Can he fight as well as the president? If you want to get involved, you still need to have power, otherwise you can only be driven out and do such thankless and hard work. Luo Zuking relied on Lu Feng's power, majestic and cold, staring at Monk Hushin's eyes, and asked directly, this time, Yude Temple has passed. You actually sent monks to preach in the territory of my Red Leaf Society. What do you want to do? Do you think my Red Leaf Temple's easy to bully? The last Wanshan League who dared to do this had a spiritual realm die in my Red Leaf Society. Luo Zuking's tone was also cold, and her words seemed to be filled with anger. Hearing Luo Zuking's question, Monk Hushan grinned and responded with a smile on his face. President Luo, don't be angry, don't be angry. I was forced to do this and had to go down the mountain. The temple's about to do a big thing and urgently needs a lot of incense and vows to support it. The temple doesn't have enough, so I have to send this monk down the mountain to beg for alms. If there's a way, I also want to stay in the temple to eat vegetarian food and chant Buddha. Monk Hushan smiled helplessly, and there seemed to be endless hardship in his words, which made people feel as if they wanted to sympathize with him. HMPH, put away your temple's tricks, don't think I don't know your little tricks. Luo Zuking's spiritual ginseng moved slightly, and the cold breath calmed her mind. She snorted coldly and stared at Monk Hushan with unkind eyes. One of her hands had already touched the white bone soul-catching knife at her waist, and a cold and icy breath locked onto Monk Hushan's head, as if she was going to fight if she didn't agree with him. The white bone soul-sucking knife that Lu Feng had personally refined for her was the reason why Luo Zuking dared to ignore Monk Hushan. On the white bone soul-sucking knife, there were two dark yin soul-sucking knife auras that Lu Feng had refined using the death power from the ghost tree fragments. The high-quality death power made the knife aura invincible below the spiritual realm. If they really fought, Luo Zuking was sure to cut off Monk Hushan's shiny bald head with one knife. Being locked by Luo Zuking's aura, Monk Hushan's eyes bulged out due to the cold and gloomy aura, and the smile on his face suddenly stiffened a lot. He didn't expect that the Red Leaf Club had been established not long ago, and the small presidents had such strength that could threaten his life. Miscalculated. Monk Hushan's mind turned thousands of times, and he immediately looked at Luo Zuking. After all, this was the territory of the Red Leaf Club. After the Red Leaf Club swallowed up the Nine Islands Alliance, there were two masters who had cultivated to the spiritual realm. If he jumped too much in front of others and was killed by the young President Luo in front of him, even if the Day Temple behind him was a big family, it would probably not have the energy to come to the Red Leaf Society to ask for an explanation before the big thing was completed, because of his life. Once he made a mistake in the temple, he would probably die in vain. After correcting his mind, Monk Hushan's attitude immediately improved a lot, and began to discuss with Luo Zuking the price of letting them preach in the territory of the Red Leaf Society to collect incense and vows. Seeing this change, Luo Zuking was also happy in her heart, knowing that Monk Hushan of Day Temple still had some concerns in his heart, and Day Temple was not at the time of chaos. But what kind of big thing was Day Temple planning? Luo Zuking couldn't help but feel a little more curious. Next, Luo Zuking summoned his men and started a fierce bargaining argument with Monk Hushan, who represented Day Temple. In the end, Monk Hushan paid a certain price and got the right to preach in Day Temple from Luo Zuking. After accepting the price paid by Monk Hushan, Luo Zuking felt much better and said with a smile, Monk Hushan, I have to remind you first that you only bought a right from me to preach and collect incense and vows within the influence of the Red Leaf Society. As for how much incense you can collect with this right, it depends on your own ability. We in the Red Leaf Society also have teams preaching and collecting incense and vows. We can only maintain a fair and just environment. If you, the great monk, don't blame me if you can't collect incense. Luo Zuking didn't hide it and directly explained the risks to Monk Hushan. After all, the price paid by Monk Hushan was only enough to buy the right to preach freely. President Luo, please rest assured. The best thing about Day Temple where I work is to persuade people to be good. President Luo doesn't need to worry about this aspect. Monk Hushan was extremely confident when talking about his professional direction. Compared with fooling around, preaching, who can compare with our Day Temple? Red Leaf Society, please do not use your hobbies to challenge the foundation of our Day Temple, which has survived for thousands of years. Thinking of this, Monk Hushan laughed and said goodbye to Luo Zuking. President Luo, I will leave first, and we will meet again. As soon as the voice fell, Monk Hushan's foot had stepped out of the threshold of the Red Leaf Society Hall, and the speed was as fast as a flash. Staring at Monk Hushan's figure flashing and leaving the Red Leaf Society at a rapid speed, Luo Zuking sighed leisurely, looking at the bald donkey's appearance. It seems that my missionary rights are still sold too cheap. But next, it's Yu Donglui's turn to appear. I hope Yu Donglui won't let everyone down. Being able to sell the missionary rights for a good price was an unexpected surprise that Luo Zuking did not expect. However, judging from the reward paid by Monk Hushan, the big event planned by Day Temple seems to be really urgent. Luo Zuking felt a sense of crisis in her heart, and reported everything that happened when she met Monk Hushan to Lu Feng. At the same time, she did not forget to tell her guests again. Collect incense and prayer power for the important events in the temple. It seems that Liang Hao will soon be in trouble. Although Lu Feng didn't know what Day Temple was planning, he inexplicably felt a sense of crisis in his heart. But Day Temple was powerful, and he didn't know how many masters there were. Even if Lu Feng wanted to find out, he had no way, and he didn't dare to take the risk alone. If he dared to run to Day Temple, it would probably be that Hongye would go to war with Day Temple. If he could eliminate the threat, Day Temple would never let him, Lu Feng, walk out of Day Temple alive. I'm still too weak after all. Even if there is a big pit ahead, I can't avoid it. Lu Feng had no choice but to continue to practice hard. Chapter 154, Monk Working, Wu Earth Spiritual Vein is formed. This place in Liangzhou is a remote and barren land in the territory of the Great Zhuan dynasty. In this era, it is even more difficult. The concentration of spiritual energy in the world is low, and it is even more difficult to grow the natural materials and treasures that assist cultivation. The famous and upright sects that are still active in the Great Zhuan dynasty look down on this barren land. Only the casual cultivators and small sects that can't make it in other states will come to this poorer place to survive. This is why Day Temple has become the Mountain King of Liangzhou. Of course, to become the Mountain King of Liangzhou, Day Temple naturally has strength. At least there are many monks in the temple who have achieved the spiritual realm, which is enough to deter other forces in Liangzhou. Therefore, now Day Temple blatantly invades the territory of other forces, collects incense and wishes, and plans major events. Forces like Zhangjiangmen immediately turned to Day Temple. Although Lu Feng's Red Leaf Society still had some self-persistence, they were frightened by the power of Day Temple and only dared to make trouble secretly, and did not dare to expel all the monks of Day Temple directly. In the final analysis, Lu Feng's strength was still a little lacking, and he was not sure that he could directly turn against Day Temple. However, the situation in Liangzhou is not bad yet. After many inquiries from the Red Leaf Society, Lu Feng learned that Day Temple did not do anything excessive now. They collected incense and vows from other forces in Liangzhou, and mostly adopted a peaceful trading model. Day Temple gave money and resources to obtain the right to preach in the local area. A large number of monks personally collected incense and vows for Day Temple. Even if there were forces that hated Day Temple, had a grudge against Day Temple, and were unwilling to give Day Temple the right to preach, Day Temple did not take many extreme and bloody measures. It was just that they kept persuading with a persistent face. After the entanglement of the monks of Day Temple, many forces had to nod and agree even if they were unwilling in their hearts. As a result, the monks of Day Temple who collected incense and vows have spread all over Liangzhou. There are even monks with good skills who went to the territory of Wanshan League to persuade the barbarian tribes to join Buddhism and worship Buddha. As more and more intelligence was collected, Lu Feng still had no idea what Day Temple was planning. It must be said that Day Temple's confidentiality measures were indeed good. The ordinary monks of Day Temple only knew that the temple was planning a big event, which required a lot of incense and vows. But they didn't know the specific plan at all. When Luo Zuking asked him about it, Monk Hushan, who is at the upper grade Taoist child level, said frankly that he didn't know either. Lu Feng estimated that the only people who knew the truth about this matter should be the real senior officials of Day Temple, the great monks in the temple who had cultivated to the spiritual realm. Things are done in secrecy. If Lu Feng was asked to plan something earth-shattering, he would definitely not tell his subordinates much. Only what is hidden in his heart is the safest. The plan of Day Temple has affected the minds of many forces in Liangzhou. However, as the days passed, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, the monks of Day Temple are still working hard to preach and collect incense and vows. There is no intention to stop at all. It seems that the big things planned by Day Temple require a lot of incense and vows. This is what many forces think. After experiencing the initial thrills, each force has gradually become accustomed to the monks of Day Temple preaching within their own sphere of influence. What can they do if they are not used to it? Anyway, they can't be Day Temple. The incense and vows collected by the monks of Day Temple are regarded as merit money donated to the Buddha to buy peace. After adapting to the existence of Day Temple, the major forces looked at the temples with prosperous incense in their territory and felt uncomfortable. These incense are all their cultivation resources. It is related to the money bag, and it is inevitable that some people have thoughts. They began to compete with Day Temple in their own territory to prevent their own incense and vows from being snatched away too much. The territory of the Red Leaf Society was the first to compete with Monk Hushin in this way. Monk Hushin felt tremendous pressure when he began to preach with his monks in the territory of the Red Leaf Society after getting Luo Zuking's permission. In the territory of the Red Leaf Society, ordinary people did not believe the rhetoric of Day Temple at all. Burn incense and worship Buddha? I have money for burning incense, why don't I reward myself with 2 sesame cakes? Ask for wealth in the next life? Sorry, our President Luo has always taught us to create wealth with our own hands. Or I can live a good life if I work hard in this life. Why should I suffer and wait for the next life? Will I still be me in the next life? Ordinary people in the territory of the Red Leaf Society said these catchphrases like a jingle. Monk Hushin could not help but nod his head frequently and said that what he said made sense. After a little inquiry, Monk Hushin found out that the Red Leaf Society was very attentive when governing this territory. The members of the Red Leaf Society were no longer local evil forces that bullied men and women and collected protection fees. Instead, they did the work of the government, and even did better than the government. From training soldiers and collecting taxes to farming and breeding, the Red Leaf Society participated and guided everything. The Red Leaf Society even spread the knowledge of writing and basic martial arts to the poor and backward villages. The large amount of Red Leaf Society culture spread, so that the ordinary people in the Red Leaf Society's territory have a tendency to open up their wisdom and get rid of ignorance. Seeing these changes, Monk Hushin's forehead was sweating. What does the Red Leaf Society want to do? Are they planning to steal the sky and create a new sky? But what's the use of a dynasty of mortals? No matter how many mortals there are, they are just mortals. Can they threaten those who practice the way of earthly immortals? Hushin disdains the power of mortals, but the people under the Red Leaf Society, who are slightly more intelligent, are unwilling to believe in the Day Temple's set of seeking immortals and worshipping Buddha, which gives Monk Hushin a headache. After all, no one is willing to burn incense and worship Buddha. If he can collect incense and wish power and complete the tasks in the temple, he, Monk Hushin, will be unlucky. In desperation, Monk Hushin also wanted to use some shady tricks, using the Buddhist magic that bewitched people to deceive some people to collect incense. However, Monk Hushin was always watched by Yu Donglai's people. Monk Hushin tried several times, but was caught by the law enforcement team of the Red Leaf Society before he succeeded. The members of the law enforcement team were only middle-grade Taoist children at best, but they were also the staff of the Red Leaf Society. Luo Zuking would come to question him when something happened, caught him when he signed the contract, stared at Hushin's big bald head, and asked him why he broke the agreement and used magic. Being caught in the act, Monk Hushin felt bad about his face, but he didn't dare to do it under the threat of the white bone soul-snatching sword in Luo Zuking's hand, so he could only shamelessly ask Luo Zuking for forgiveness. Begging for mercy from a junior younger than himself, even though Monk Hushin had specially trained his face, he was still embarrassed and aggrieved. Thinking of his confident and bold words in front of Luo Zuking, Monk Hushin wanted to slap himself a few times for taking on the task. If you don't have the ability, why bother to be a hero? Monk Hushin never thought that the place he picked at random would be as difficult as hell to preach. Although Monk Hushin has not been to the territories of other forces, no matter how difficult other places are, it can be more difficult than the Red Leaf Club. Thinking of the amount of tasks set for him by the temple, Monk Hushin was panicked. If he failed to complete the tasks assigned by the temple, the abbot of the temple would not let him down. Looking at Monk Hushin's ugly face, and then looking at the temples around with no one at the door, Luo Zuking suddenly had an idea in her mind, and then pulled Monk Hushin to an empty corner, narrowed her beautiful eyes, smiled and whispered, "Master Hushin, you are worried about the incense and vows, you might as well tell me, maybe I can help you out." Monk Hushin's face condensed, and he looked at Luo Zuking. What he was worried about was of course the incense and vows, and Luo Zuking guessed it very accurately. It was just this accuracy that made Monk Hushin very heartbroken. Isn't it like rubbing salt into his wounds for President Luo to say this now? However, after thinking about it, Monk Hushin was moved. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I am indeed worried about the incense and vows. It has been a year, and it is time to return the incense and vows. Now my temple is deserted, and it is really difficult to gather the incense and vows needed by the temple. Monk Hushin said this, and he looked a bit desperate. Anyway, if he fails to complete the task in the temple, he will be unlucky. If he can find some remedies from the Red Leaf Society, it is feasible. Isn't it just face? Monk Hushin is not the kind of person who wants to be shameless. After hearing what Monk Hushin said, Luo Zuking immediately had a plan in his mind and knew how to persuade Monk Hushin next. Luo Zuking cleared his throat, took out a copy of the Red Leaf Society's contribution exchange list, special edition for Monk Hushin, from his arms, and handed it to Monk Hushin. The solution you want to find is all in this booklet. Upon hearing this, Monk Hushin narrowed his eyes and took the booklet from Luo Zuking with doubt. After flipping through 2 pages, Monk Hushin saw the exchange option for incense and vows on the contribution exchange list. In an instant, Monk Hushin understood what Luo Zuking meant. President Luo, are you planning to let us monks work for your Red Leaf Society? Monk Hushin almost gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. Even though Monk Hushin was thick-skinned and kind-hearted, he couldn't help but clench his hands holding the booklet. We are monks from Day Temple. We have status and support. The small Red Leaf Society is going too far. Luo Zuking saw the livid expression on Monk Hushin's face, but she was not surprised at all. She continued, working is working, but look at the harvest. The materials and things that I can exchange for the contribution points of the Red Leaf Society are definitely cheaper than those bought from the outside business. Anyway, you monks can't collect incense in the Red Leaf Society, so it's better to work hard in the Red Leaf Society, earn contribution points directly, and exchange them for incense and vows. It's more cost-effective. Listening to Luo Zuking's explanation, Monk Hushin looked at the manual again, and calculated the difficulty of obtaining contribution points from the Red Leaf Society and the purchasing power of exchanged materials. After some calculations, Monk Hushin found that if he took his men to work in the Red Leaf Society, he could really earn the incense and vows required for the temple's tasks, and even have some surplus, enough to pay his men some daily wages. Thinking about it this way, Monk Hushin found that Luo Zuking's proposal had great potential. If I push them harder, maybe I can make some extra money for these monks under my command. After all, the Red Leaf Society is really rich and powerful. They even put the skills and spiritual herbs and flowers on the exchange list. They can be exchanged with ordinary contribution points. After accepting Luo Zuking's proposal, Monk Hushin's thoughts changed quickly, and he even began to plan to exploit his subordinates without any guidance. If Luo Zuking knew what he was thinking, she would definitely find a way to hang Monk Hushin on the flagpole. Monk Hushin passed the hurdle in his heart and let go completely. He nodded to Luo Zuking and said with a smile, President Luo, I agree with your proposal. Let's have a happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Luo Zuking narrowed her beautiful eyes and was very happy. In this way, the cancer of the monks of Day Temple on the land of the Red Leaf Society was finally under their control. Monk Hushin brought his monks to work under her. It was up to her to decide how to control them. As a leader, Luo Zuking is a professional. The troubles on the Red Leaf Society's land were reduced a lot as Monk Hushin became the contractor of the Red Leaf Society. The monks started working and were busy, so they naturally had no energy to cause trouble. Monk Hushin quickly adapted to the rhythm of the Red Leaf Society by opening mountains, building roads, building bridges and houses, and gradually became the shape that Luo Zuking needed. In addition to Monk Hushin, the monks sent by Day Temple also had more than a dozen monks at the Daotong level, and the remaining more than 100 monks were all armed. In the eyes of Luo Zuking, who was deeply influenced by Lu Feng's guidance, these people were limited productivity and labor. Monk Hushin put aside his face for the sake of incense and vows, and Luo Zuking shamelessly moved them wherever they were needed. Anyway, they were not her own people, so she didn't feel bad if they were used badly. As long as the contribution points were given enough and Monk Hushin was dealt with, the monks under him would have no complaints. Compared with Luo Zuking, Monk Hushin was still too young, and there was no way he could beat her. While taking a walk to digest his food in the evening, Lu Feng laughed as he listened to Luo Zuking's description of the changes in the Red Leaf Society and the fall of the monks in Day Temple. The performance of the monks led by Monk Hushin really disappointed him. They were no match for Yu Donglei, and when they started working, they sold themselves to Luo Zuking. This was the worst group of monks he had ever seen. However, after knowing that the monks in Day Temple had stabilized, Lu Feng also put down a stone in his heart, and then continued to practice with peace of mind. Spring comes and autumn goes, and another year has passed. During the more than 300 days of daily key collection, Lu Feng happily set his eyes on the Qingmu spirit realm. His hard work in refining the earth spirit vein was finally about to be refined. In the spiritual realm space, the earth yellow mountain shape on the back shell of the stone turtle lying on the hill was clearly visible, and the heavy earth energy wrapped around it like a silk ribbon. The restriction of the Wu earth spirit realm has been completed, waiting for Lu Feng's thought to complete the final transformation. Chapter 155, The Earth Spiritual Vein is formed, and the realm is in doubt. Lu Feng has been practicing hard for many years, just for this moment. Now that the Wu Tu Ling realm restriction cultivated by the Wu Tu Yan Shan Bao Yin Fa Ju has been perfected, Lu Feng did not procrastinate. After a short rest, he restored his spirit to perfection, and then he began to start the final transformation of the Wu Tu Ling realm restriction. His eyes fell on the Qingmu Ling realm. Master, the little turtle is ready and can start at any time. The stone turtle lying on the hill noticed the gaze of Master Lu Feng, and immediately expressed his happiness, looking eager to try, and couldn't wait. Yes. Hearing the voice of the stone turtle, Lu Feng nodded and smiled gently. The spirit merged into the spiritual realm, and Lu Feng's consciousness came to the origin space of the Qingmu Ling realm. Here, the fire and wood spiritual veins are dazzling, the wood is prosperous and the fire is blazing, and the Wu Tu Ling realm restriction, which has not yet taken shape, is huddled in the corner of the origin space. Lu Feng's eyes condensed slightly, and then his mind moved. Let's begin, let's condense the earth spirit veins. As Lu Feng murmured, the stone turtles in the Qingmu spirit realm immediately cooperated with each other. Suddenly, a heavy earth yellow light surged out from the prototype of the Wu earth spirit realm on the stone turtle's back. It condensed into a beam of light and poured into the hill and the earth under the stone turtle's feet. Lu Feng, whose consciousness was still in the origin space of the spirit realm, immediately sensed that the Wu earth spirit realm restriction in the origin space was trembling. The Wu earth spirit realm restriction responded to the actions of Lu Feng and the stone turtle, and began to transform and sublimate from the inside out. Lu Feng looked at the transformation of the Wu earth spirit realm restriction with great anticipation. As time passed, the earth yellow light on the Wu earth spirit realm restriction became brighter and brighter, and a heavy breath of the earth spread from the restriction. Under the stimulation of this breath, the wood and fire spirit veins in the origin space of the spirit realm also exuded a breath. The excessive fire in the origin space seemed to have found an outlet, and slowly flowed towards the Wu earth spiritual vein restriction. Fire generates earth. Faced with this surging fire, the Wu earth spiritual vein restriction accepted it all, absorbing it all and transforming it into the power of its own sublimation and transformation. The excess fire not only did not interfere with the transformation of the Wu earth spiritual vein restriction, but instead became a boost. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng was delighted. With the practice of the earth spiritual vein, his Qingmu spiritual realm was no longer often affected by the excess fire generated by the fire spiritual vein, but sometimes when too much fire was absorbed by the qi, it would also affect the balance of the 5 elements in the spiritual realm space. Now a new way of fire and earth generation has been derived, which has saved Lu Feng a lot of trouble. The transformation of the Wu earth spiritual vein is still continuing, and the ground in the Qingmu spiritual realm is actually trembling slightly under this influence, as if geological changes are about to occur again. Hongye and his companions, as well as many extraordinary beasts, felt this change and moved closer to the trunk of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. Although they now had some strength, they were still insignificant in this change of heaven and earth. The earth trembled, and the Wu earth spiritual vein restriction transformed. Finally, at a certain moment, the earth of Qingmu spirit realm suddenly shook violently, and then the creatures in the spirit realm huddled under the shade of the energy-absorbing ancient tree, and saw the sky in the distance rising and the earth expanding. In the violent shaking, there were also small hills protruding from the ground, undulating and changing, making the earth of Qingmu spirit realm show more changes. In this change, the Wu earth spiritual vein restriction in the origin space where Lu Feng's consciousness was located had completely transformed into an earth spirit vein that was somewhat similar to the earth veins in the outside world. In the origin space, it was a flat and thick land. When the earth spirit vein was born, the fire and wood spirit veins in the origin spirit realm moved at the news. The tree root network transformed by the wood spirit vein immediately extended its roots and quickly took root in the land where the earth spirit vein was located. The fire spirit vein also split into 2, One part continued to hang in the sky and became the image of a sun, while the other part fell into the land, entangled with the soil and rocks and turned into scorching magma flowing underground. These changes in the origin space are the evolution of the spirit veins in the Kingmu spirit realm, and are also the most fundamental manifestation of the 5 elements of matter in the Kingmu spirit realm space. As soon as these changes occurred, Lu Feng felt that his Kingmu spirit realm space was expanding and its stability was improving. Once the 3 spirit veins of wood, fire and earth are completed, my spirit realm is stronger. At the same time, with the feedback from the Kingmu spirit realm, my own strength is also increasing. Lu Feng experienced the changes in the Kingmu spirit realm after the earth spirit vein was refined, and there was endless joy in his eyes. At the same time, he also sensed a powerful spirit realm power gushing out from the Kingmu spirit realm in his Danshan, turning into gentle energy and spreading into Lu Feng's limbs. Starting from the most fundamental particles that make up the body, Lu Feng's body, spirit, and magic power were strengthened. When the spiritual power dissipated, Lu Feng looked out the window of the wizard tower. Half a day had passed. Standing up, Lu Feng felt that his mind was sharp, and there was endless power in his body. He could pinch the air in his hand and play with it. With a little force, he could crush the air. After moving his body, Lu Feng had a rough grasp of his current strength. He smiled happily and said, "My physical strength alone should be comparable to ordinary first-level witchcraft. It should not be a problem to kill ordinary first-level wizards with my bare hands. If I can use my mental power to cast spells, killing ordinary first-level formal wizards will be as easy as killing a chicken." The trendy subcontinent was very peaceful, and Lu Feng had no chance to try his hand. The only first-level formal wizard he knew and could contact was Ludens, who occasionally drove the thunder to come here. Wizard Ludens has a rare thunder attribute affinity physique, and he practices a wizard meditation method of good quality. In terms of strength, he should be considered an elite among the first-level formal wizards. Comparing his own strength with Ludens, Lu Feng felt that it would not be difficult for him to defeat Ludens. Although my mental power has received feedback from the improvement of Kingmu Lingjing and I have practiced it frequently, it has not yet reached the peak of the first-level formal wizard. According to the description in the meditation method, it should be considered the late stage of the first level. In fact, there is no detailed division of the early, middle and late stages of the formal wizard stage. Wizards pay more attention to the quantity and quality of mental power. After the first level formal wizard solidifies the first life magic, the rest is to accumulate mental power in the mental space through meditation and nourish the soul seeds in the spiritual ocean. When the liquid mental power in the mental space is full again, it will reach the peak of the first level formal wizard. Then it is necessary to compress the liquid mental power, transform the quality of the spirit, solidify the second life magic, and start the next mental power accumulation. Repeating this 3 times, solidifying the 3 magic arts in the body, is the practice of a first, second, and third order formal wizard. Lu Feng's teacher in the Verdant Tower, Tia, is an existence that has cultivated to the peak of the third order wizard. When the spiritual power in the spiritual space transforms into a solid state, stable and immortal, it will be a fourth order morning star wizard. From the 3rd to the 4th level, this step, Lu Feng's teacher Tia has been stuck at this step for hundreds of years. The second order wizard is still a little short. Do I need to gather all the 5 elements of spiritual veins to help my spiritual power break through to the second order wizard? Comparing the division of strength realms between the Earth Immortal Taoism and the wizard world, Lu Feng inevitably had a doubt in his heart. Could it be that the Taoist realm of cultivating the spiritual realm only corresponds to the first order formal wizard in the wizard world? Is the Earth Master who has cultivated the Blessed Land only a second order wizard? Is the Earth Immortal who has cast the Cave Heaven only a third order wizard? Lu Feng always felt that something was wrong. When he asked Jiuxiao about this doubt, Jiuxiao was also confused and didn't know how to explain it. Jiuxiao just said, "My master, Fairy Luoxia, taught me this. I don't know how to practice in the spiritual realm. I only know to practice the 5 elements of spiritual veins and meet the conditions for transformation into a blessed land as soon as possible. Do you want to stay longer in the spiritual realm? If you can't become a blessed land, the lifespan will not increase much after the spiritual veins are cultivated. I have been running around for the resources of the spiritual veins and consumed a lot of life. If I don't quickly promote the spiritual realm to a blessed land, I'm afraid I won't practice the spiritual realm well and I will die of old age." After listening to Jiuxiao's words, Lu Feng had some understanding. Resources, Lifespan, the end of the law. Could it be that the major forces in the earthly immortal world have simplified the method of cultivation because of the scarcity of resources in the future of the end of the law? Lu Feng recalled his daily key gathering practice. After the fire and wood spiritual veins were generated, he never stopped going to the Qingmu spiritual realm to replenish the fire and wood key. The fire and wood spiritual veins that continuously digested resources did not show any abnormality, but were slowly accumulating the origin and strengthening themselves, as if the fire and wood now were far from reaching their limits. This change made Lu Feng have an idea. Could it be that in the earthly immortal world, in addition to cultivating the 5-element spiritual veins, the spiritual veins must be continuously cultivated and grown? You know, spiritual veins are also divided into grades in the earthly immortal world. Even the human-level spiritual veins are divided into 3 grades, upper, middle and lower. If my guess is correct, the cultivation and growth of the spiritual realm can fully support my wizard cultivation to the 3rd level. Moreover, if I try to transform the spiritual realm with the lowest grade spiritual veins, I'm afraid the chance of being promoted to the blessed land will not be too high. Lu Feng guessed. He also asked Jioxiao. Since the earthly immortal world changed, she has seen people being promoted to the blessed land with the 5-element spiritual veins. Jioxiao recalled that in her memory of more than 100 years, she had never seen such a master. Her master, Fairy Luoxia, had never mentioned such a person. After listening to Lu Feng's analysis, Jioxiao suddenly felt that her future was hopeless. Originally, she had hoped to collect 5 spiritual veins and be promoted to a blessed land master. However, after Lu Feng's reasoning, Jiuzio's tiny hope, like a candle flame, was immediately extinguished. With no future, Jiuzio looked depressed, her body trembled, and she almost broke down again. Lu Feng had no choice but to comfort Jiuzio and discuss the Dao with her. Let her absorb some of the vitality of the plants and trees in the Qingmu spirit realm, which was Lu Feng's compensation to her. But when discussing the Dao, Jiuzio saw the earth spiritual vein that had already taken shape in Lu Feng's Qingmu spirit realm. Looking at the wood spiritual vein restriction in her own Bibo spirit realm, which had not yet reached 50% progress, Jiuzio was hit again. At this moment, Jiuzio felt a disparity in the world. Sometimes, the gap between people feels bigger than that between people and dogs. Compared with Lu Feng's progress, her efforts are nothing. Forget it, I'm tired, let's destroy it. Something in Jiuzio's heart was slowly changing. After leaving Jioxiao, Lu Feng felt that some of Jioxiao's temperament had changed. The formation of the Earth Spirit Vein not only brought changes to Lu Feng's own strength, but also brought him Earth Spirit roots that matched the Spirit Vein, as well as affinity with the Earth element. This also means that Lu Feng can also practice the magic of the Earth School on the wizard side. What good witchcraft does the Earth School have? Rock Body, Cliff Sword, Earth Shield. In Lu Feng's impression, the Earth School's attack power is slightly weaker, but the defense is strong and the ability to save life is full. If he has time, he also wants to learn 2 first-level witchcrafts that are stronger than his Wu-Tu Mountain Seal defense. Lu Feng feels that he can become more powerful by learning from each other's strengths and weaknesses. In addition to Earth-related spells, the Earth Spirit Vein has also expanded my spiritual realm space a lot. Lu Feng sensed the changes in the Qingmu spirit realm and saw that the space had expanded a lot at a glance. After 2 spirit veins were generated, the original radius of the Qingmu spirit realm had grown to 560 meters. Now the Earth Spirit Vein has brought a greater space expansion to the Qingmu spirit realm. All of a sudden, it grew from 560 meters to 756 meters. It was just the increase in radius, which reflected in the space, and the expanded volume was even larger. Seeing a large piece of barren land on the edge of Qingmu spirit realm, Lu Feng was delighted and said with a smile, "It seems that Hog and others, as well as the extraordinary monsters, have work to do again. It will take a long time to make up for such a large area with crops." The formation of the Earth Spirit Vein also brought a lot of vitality to the land of Qingmu spirit realm. The effect of the Earth Spirit Vein is similar to that of the Earth Vein. Under the influence of the Spirit Vein, the soil becomes more fertile, and the plants growing on it become more lush. Looking at the changes in Qingmu spirit realm, Lu Feng was very satisfied. After inspecting the changes in Qingmu spirit realm, Lu Feng issued a series of orders to Hog and others in the spirit realm through the spirit body of General Shenwei. Reclaim Wasteland and use the new land. Although Hongye and others were surprised by the changes in King Mu's spirit realm, they moved under the power of General Shen Wei and worked hard to complete Lu Feng's task. The Earth Spirit Vein is complete, and Earth produces gold. Next, it's my turn to cultivate the Gold Spirit Vein. It just so happens that I have prepared a technique for myself before, the Tebei Zhengjin Sword Key. After finishing everything, Lu Feng's plan was reborn. Tebei Zhengjin Sword Key. This technique is an attack spell that specializes in killing. When practicing, the 5-metal key is collected, and the sharp Tebei Zhengjin Sword Key is condensed in the body. Once the sword key is formed, it is extremely powerful. There are also many benefits and powers such as flying with a sword and breaking all laws with one sword. Fortunately, I already had a plan. Many years ago, I asked Annie to help me collect various metal minerals and store them under the Red Leaf Tower as a resource reserve for my practice. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Zhengjin Sword Acupoint, Lu Ok communicates. As the Earth Spiritual Vein took shape, the Red Leaf Tower and the Red Leaf Society under Lu Feng's command once again benefited from the Earth Spiritual Vein. The Taoist children who practice the Earth-based exercises and the wizard apprentices who practice the Earth School all welcomed their own happy practice houses. These are all trivial matters. Lu Feng walked down the Red Leaf Tower, and the Earth Spiritual Vein derived from his body, as expected, directly connected to the Red Leaf Tower and the 3 Earth Veins under the tower. The Earth Spiritual Vein moved slightly, and the 3 Earth Veins connected to the Red Leaf Tower were brought under Lu Feng's control. Lu Feng's spirit, through the Earth Spiritual Vein, can easily see through the essence of the Earth Veins. Under the connection of the Earth Spiritual Vein, the 3 Earth Veins seem to have become his tentacles. If there was this Earth Spiritual Vein before, the time required to migrate to Earth Vein would definitely be greatly reduced. When I have free time in the future, I can help the Red Leaf Tower collect a few more Earth Veins. Experiencing the power of the Earth Spiritual Vein, Lu Feng had more plans in his mind. It doesn't take much effort to do it, and it can also transform the place where you usually practice to improve the efficiency of practice. There are many benefits. Why not do it? Under Lu Feng's control, the Earth Spirit Veins also penetrated into the Yin Jiu Eiling realm and penetrated into the white bones of the Yin Jiu Eiling realm, helping the Yin Jiu Eiling realm to sort out the stagnant Earth energy. When the Earth energy is peaceful, the space of the Yin Jiu Eiling realm will be more stable. Leaving the Red Leaf Tower, Lu Feng walked north for a short distance and saw several huge warehouses. Greetings, Lord Tower Master. Seeing Lu Feng coming, a team of night guards standing in front of the warehouse door immediately stepped forward to salute. I'm here to get some metal for practice, Lu Feng said with a faint smile, then passed the night guarding the door and entered the warehouse. Annie listened to his instructions to build a storage warehouse. Lu Feng often came here, usually to replenish the Yin Jiu Eiling realm with undead flesh and bones. Today, he did not take the old road again, but turned right. Arriving at the warehouse on the right, before he pushed open the door, Lu Feng sensed a sharp metallic breath. Walking in, a mountain of metal ingots appeared in front of Lu Feng. Most of these metal ingots were transported from the Principality of Grey, which is known as the country of iron and stone in the north-central part of the Trendy subcontinent. There are many underground metal veins in the Principality of Grey, which has created a developed mining and forging industry in the local area. Under Lu Feng's order, a large number of smelted metal ingots were sold by the Principality of Grey. The metal ingots in front of Lu Feng are ordinary iron ingots and copper ingots. Although they are not as valuable as gold and silver, they are more valuable in large quantities, which is suitable for Lu Feng's early practice of Tebei Zhengjin sword energy. As for other precious metals, no matter how confident Lu Feng is, he dare not put precious metals in such an ordinary warehouse with almost no protective ability. After entering the warehouse, Lu Feng immediately started to work. The King Mu spirit realm opened up, and a suction force came out. Countless metal ingots were picked up by Lu Feng and thrown into the spiritual space. Boom boom boom. Pieces of metal ingots fell on the land of King Mu spirit realm. Lu Feng had been handling them with care, but they still made a clanging sound on the land, showing the terrifying weight of the metal ingots. Half an hour later, Lu Feng collected the last copper ingot in the warehouse. The density of metal ingots is high, and 1 ton of metal does not have much volume. The metal ingots that Lu Feng stored in a warehouse of King Mu's spirit realm were at least tens of thousands of tons, and they had piled up in King Mu's spirit realm to form a small mountain, giving Lu Feng a heavy feeling. Tens of thousands of tons may seem terrifying, but they are nothing to Ling Mu's spirit realm. Just a piece of land in King Mu's spirit realm is countless times heavier than these metal ingots. The power of space is really amazing. Lu Feng sighed, and then he took the metal ingots from the other 2 warehouses into King Mu's spirit realm, and left the place after clearing out the inventory in the warehouse. Back at the Red Leaf Tower, Lu Feng asked someone to bring a letter to Annie, telling her that he had taken the metal from the warehouse, and asked Annie to slowly replenish the metal inventory in the warehouse for his future use. Then, he returned to the 6th floor of the Red Leaf Tower to practice Tebei Jengjin's sword key. Lu Feng had already memorized the formula of Tebei Jengjin's sword key. After a little review, he had already memorized the secrets of the formula and was confident in practicing. His eyes fell into the King Mu spirit realm, and Lu Feng looked at the 3 small metal hills. 2 iron mountains and 1 copper mountain. This amount should be enough for me to get started with the Tebei Jengjin sword key formula. Lu Feng muttered in his heart. In the earthly immortal world, the mining and iron smelting level of the Great Zhuan dynasty is not very good, and various metals are sought after strategic materials with high value. And Tebei Jengjin sword key, when practicing, needs to collect gold from metal, which is a very consuming formula. The Tebei Jengjin sword key formula points out at the beginning that this method is a method of wealth and honor. Only people with a strong family background can practice it. If ordinary people practice this method, their families will be ruined at the least, and people will die at the worst. In the Red Leaf Club under Lu Feng, the exchange requirements for this method are not high, but there are very few people who practice it, and none of them think they have the ability to spend money. My family is quite rich, and the metal resources required for practicing this method are not difficult for me. Lu Feng recalled the opening motto of Tebei Jengjin sword key and smiled gently. He is a man who rules a secondary continent, and this amount of resources is not worth mentioning. After laughing, Lu Feng calmed down and used the key collecting method in the Tebei Jengjin sword key formula, using the King Mu spirit realm to collect the gold energy from the 3 metal hills. Under the huge amount of metal accumulation, the gold energy is rich. Lu Feng just exerted a little force, and a sharp gold energy rose from the metal mountain. Passing through the space barrier of King Mu spirit realm, it was absorbed into Lu Feng's body and flesh. Lu Feng sat cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. Strands of gold energy were trained into the acupoints in his lungs and turned into sword-shaped sword energy mana seeds. 4 months later, Lu Feng's Tebei Jengjin sword energy has made some progress. When he exhaled during the practice, a faint white rainbow sprayed out from his nostrils, half a meter long. When he inhaled, the white rainbow returned to his lungs through his nostrils. With each breath, the white rainbow expanded and contracted, and the sharp energy on it dissipated unnaturally, leaving many neat cracks on the table and floor in front of Lu Feng, as if they were cut by a sharp sword. Lu Feng took a deep breath, retracted the white rainbow into his lungs, and returned it to the acupoints. Then he stopped and opened his eyes. This Tebei Jengjin sword energy is really difficult to practice. If I weren't strong and full of vitality, it would be easy to get into trouble. Ordinary people who practice this thing will probably injure their lungs accidentally and become a coughing tuberculosis ghost. Lu Feng coughed violently a few times and spit out a thick phlegm with black blood. His body was strong, and he was still cut by the sharp gold energy during the practice. Although the wounds healed immediately, he also bled a little, which was mixed with phlegm and discharged from his lungs. Although it was dangerous to practice, Lu Feng was not disappointed with the progress of Tebei Jengjin's sword key. In 4 months, he had refined a small metal mountain, and refined all the gold energy into the magic power of Tebei Jengjin's sword key, which was stored in the acupoints in his body. 1 small metal mountain allowed Lu Feng to open up 76 Jengjin sword acupoints, and the consumption was acceptable. After the remaining 2 small mountains in King Mu spirit realm were consumed, it should be enough for him to practice 108 acupoints and complete the early practice of this method. Moreover, Tebei Jengjin sword key is worthy of being a method known for its killing power. It has no effect of nourishing the body and prolonging life. All the skills are focused on power. The same level of methods cannot compare in terms of killing power at the same level. Lu Feng was very satisfied with the power of Tebei Jengjin sword key. When he refines the golden spirit vein, The Tebe Jengjin sword energy may replace the fire dragon magic weapon curse and become the most powerful means of attack in his hands. With a sharp weapon at hand, Lu Feng felt much safer. Looking at the sky outside, the sun was setting again. Sighing that time passed so quickly, Lu Feng was preparing to have dinner and meet Annie. Suddenly, the communication array placed next to the stone platform on the 6th floor of the wizard tower beeped, and the crystal ball on the top of the columnar array shone. Huh? Who is contacting me through the array? Ludens. Lu Feng was puzzled. If the wizard family on the trendy secondary continent wanted to contact him, they had to go through another communication array placed at Annie's place. The only people he contacted with this communication array were Ludens, and there were also a few places such as the Green Tower. However, Lu Feng remembered that Ludens had just left the port of Delins 3 months ago, and he should still be sailing in the deep sea at this time, so he should not contact him. Could it be the Verdant Tower? Did Teacher Tia come back from an expedition? Lu Feng approached the communication array in doubt and controlled the array to connect the communication. Suddenly, a familiar face wearing a green round hat appeared on the azure crystal ball, and the background was still the familiar wall of the Verdant Tower covered with the green plants. Luo. Seeing Luo contacting him through the communication array of the Verdant Tower, Lu Feng exclaimed. Rester, hello. How come you recognize me? Luo on the other side of the crystal ball also smiled and greeted him with a smile. Oh, my dear Luo, your beauty is like a flower at dawn, and it has long been imprinted in my soul. Even death and the abyss cannot erase your traces. How could I forget you? Lu Feng showed an exaggerated expression and answered in the tone of a wandering poet. Ugh, Lays is so awkward. I finally got back to the Verdant Tower and contacted you right away. You are here to disgust me. Speak more normally. Luo folded his hands in front of his chest, raised his chin slightly, and pretended to be angry. In fact, Luo felt sweet in his heart when he heard Lu Feng's praise. Ahem. Lu Feng coughed to ease the awkward situation, and then smiled and congratulated. Congratulations, my dear little Luo, for officially becoming a first-level official wizard. May you be as eternal as knowledge. More than 10 years have passed since Luo traveled across the ocean to the trendy secondary continent to bring Lu Feng materials to assist in practicing the verdant spirit wood meditation method. In the past 10 years, Luo has been adventurously practicing outside, pursuing the opportunity to step into the first-level official wizard. Lu Feng and Luo occasionally contacted each other, only through letters that traveled across the ocean. From the letters, Lu Feng also learned about Luo's difficult journey of practice. Now, Luo has returned to the Green Tower, which naturally means that Luo has successfully crossed the barrier from a third-level wizard apprentice to a first-level formal wizard. I'm awesome. Rest, you have a sharp eye. Hearing Lu Feng's congratulations, the anger on Luo's face suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by a face full of pride. Through the communication array, Luo also happily shared with Lu Feng her adventurous practice experience outside in recent years. There have been dull times, adventures, opportunities, and dangers. However, in the end, Luo overcame the obstacles and successfully overcame the difficulties. Listening to some of the thrilling scenes described by Luo, Lu Feng subconsciously looked at his solid red leaf tower. Although this kind of adventure sounds exciting, it is full of crises after all. If it fails, how can all efforts go down the drain and disappear? It is far from my way of survival. Listening to Luo's adventure experience, Lu Feng became more determined to survive. Luo talked about this conversation for the whole night. When she stopped and asked about Lu Feng's experience in recent years, the sun had risen in the sky outside the Red Leaf Tower. I haven't moved much in these years. I have been staying in the trendy secondary continent, running my small wizard tower. Hearing Luo's question, Lu Feng also briefly recounted his experience in these years. However, the part about the earthly immortal world and the part about his usual practice of the earthly immortal spirit realm were naturally ignored by Lu Feng. Therefore, his experience sounded particularly boring. Managing the wizard tower, meditation method. Rester, how you live. Listening to the barn scene described by Lu Feng, Luo couldn't help rolling her eyes. Sometimes she really wanted to send Lu Feng to the dissection table in the laboratory, pry open his skull, and see how Lu Feng's brain grew. How could Lu Feng stay in a place like the trendy secondary continent with poor resources and extremely boring? Wouldn't it affect his daily meditation practice? But seeing Lu Feng's firm and unconfused eyes, Lu Okai knew that the Lu Feng in front of her was still the Lu Feng she was familiar with. If something unexpected happened, it would be wrong. How could my rest not be stable? Such a thought flashed through Lu Okai's mind, and she stopped entangled at this moment, and continued to speak. By the way, rest, I was busy chatting with you, and almost forgot that I still need to trouble you with something. Lu Feng looked back out the window, staring at Lu Okai's face, and said with a smile, my little Lu Okai, your memory is too bad. You had to chat with me for a whole night before you remembered the business. It seems that I am much more important than the business you want to do. Hearing Lu Feng's ridicule, Lu Okai's face flushed, and pretended to be angry and said, don't laugh at me, just say whether you will help or not. Help, of course, we are friends. Your business is my business. No matter what, it is bound. Lu Feng agreed. He and Lu Okai have a special relationship, and of course he has no choice but to help. Rester, it's like this. Because my teacher Tia hasn't come back yet, I need your help as a first-level official wizard to obtain the verdant spirit wood meditation method this time. Chapter 157, Guaranteed Meditation Method, Breath Concealing Method. Teacher Tia hasn't come back yet. Lu Feng was surprised when he heard Lu Okai's words. He remembered that not long after he was promoted to the first-level official wizard, Teacher Tia left the Green Tower and went out for adventure. It has been more than 10 years now. What kind of adventure would take so long? Is there something wrong with Teacher Tia? Teacher Tia is the pillar of the Green Tower. A bad idea came to Lu Feng's mind, and the expression on his face changed slightly, which was just seen by Lu Okai on the other side of the crystal ball. Rester, what are you thinking about? Teacher Tia is fine. Looking at Lu Feng's expression, Lu Okai immediately guessed what Lu Feng was thinking and hurriedly stopped him. Are you okay? I was overthinking. Lu Feng smiled awkwardly after hearing that. Lu Okai then added, I have asked other wizards in the Verdant Tower, and I heard from Wizard Natasha that Teacher Tia went out this time to participate in the plane war initiated by a Morning Star wizard. After leaving our world, the Emerald Dream of the energy-absorbing ancient tree is powerful, but it cannot extend to other planes that are not under the control of our world. Lu Feng knew that Wizard Natasha was another formal wizard in the Verdant Tower who was very good at natural witchcraft and had reached the second level of strength. In the Verdant Tower, she was the most powerful formal wizard under Teacher Tia. Teacher Tia temporarily left the Verdant Tower, and the affairs of the tower should now be managed by Wizard Natasha. With Wizard Natasha's testimony, Lu Feng felt at ease. After all, Teacher Tia was his most beloved teacher and his most solid supporter in the botanical garden. Oh, is that so? That's it. Lu Feng nodded seriously and smiled. Lu Okai did not care about Lu Feng's perfunctory expression, but explained the purpose of her looking for Lu Feng. When Teacher Tia left, she also took away 5 official wizards. Now there are only 3 official wizards in the Verdant Tower, including me. Without Teacher Tia, I need 3 official wizards from the same faction to guarantee the Verdant Spiritual Wood Meditation Method. I thought of you. Teacher Tia was really brave. She took away all the official wizard backbones of the Verdant Tower at once. Only Natasha and another official wizard were left to maintain the most basic operation of the Wizard Tower. With a newly promoted Lu Okai and Lu Feng who was far away from home, there were only 4 official wizards. However, the Verdant Tower is built on the leaves of the energy-absorbing ancient tree. It is very safe and stable. There is no bold black wizard organization that dares to rush into the sphere of influence of the botanical garden to cause trouble. If there is such a bold existence, it doesn't matter whether Teacher Tia is in charge or not. Lu Feng muttered in his heart. For a moment, he didn't know whether to say that Teacher Tia was bold or that the plane war was profitable. Thinking about the plane gate in his mind, and then looking at the benefits he has gained from the earthly immortal world over the years, Lu Feng fully agrees with a risky move of Teacher Tia. Teacher Tia has been stuck at the threshold of the 3rd-level wizard to the 4th-level Morning Star wizard for many years. If he can get the opportunity to help himself break through by taking a little risk, it is definitely worth it. Thinking back to the present, facing Lu Okai's request, Lu Feng agreed immediately and asked for more details. I guarantee you to get the Green Spirit Wood Meditation Method. Of course there is no problem. But I am still in the trendy secondary continent. Do you still need me to go back? Speaking of going back, Lu Feng was still a little hesitant. After all, his earthly immortal magic power cannot be seen in the light. If some powerful people see the details, It may cause some trouble. If that time really comes, Lu Feng will be helpless. Even if there is a golden finger space door, there is no guarantee that he can escape. Fortunately, Lu Okay's next words made Lu Feng feel relieved. No need, you can guarantee me in the Emerald Dream. There is no need to rush back from the secondary continent, it's so troublesome, it takes at least a month to make a trip, it's such a waste of time. I can't wait. Lu Okay's eyes sparkled, full of expectations for the green spiritual wood meditation method. Lu Feng was promoted to first-level formal wizard in front of him, and he obtained the green spiritual wood meditation method early, which Lu Okay envied. Now, he will soon obtain the green spiritual wood meditation method. Lu Okay's heart feels like being scratched by a cat, and he can't wait any longer. Well, I'm busy recently. Whenever you need me, I can go to the Emerald Dream to guarantee you. Hearing that he didn't need to go back, Lu Feng's eyes lit up, and his heart returned to peace, and he replied, well, let's make it this way. I have already talked to Ms. Natasha, and there is another formal wizard in the wizard, Jetpa, who hasn't been asked. He seems to be doing experiments these 2 days. You may have to wait for 2 days, rest. I will notify you as soon as I get in touch with him, okay? Lu Okay thought about it and added, well, sure. Lu Feng nodded and agreed. After confirming this, Lu Feng chatted with Lu Okay for a while, until his communication array was overloaded and the image in the crystal ball was unstable. Lu Okay reluctantly hung up the call. The communication was cut off, and Lu Okay's face disappeared in the crystal ball. Lu Feng looked at the communication array in front of him with sparks flying in the energy circuit. The communication array of the Verdant Tower is a good thing that teacher Tia spent a lot of money to buy. Mine is a cheap thing given by others. It can't bear the long-distance communication for a long time. It seems that I need to ask Ludens to bring me a good communication array from Trudeau continent. He cut off the energy link casually, and the fire on the communication array disappeared. Lu Feng found Annie. He told her to find someone to repair the sparking communication array. If it can't be repaired, replace it as soon as possible, so as not to delay Lu Okay's notification in 2 days. With Annie repairing the communication array, Lu Feng doesn't have to worry too much. Suddenly, Lu Feng called Annie, as if he remembered something, and asked with a smile, Annie, in your spiritual world, what do I look like now? Is there a big energy fluctuation in my body? Use your spiritual power to look at the master. Annie was stunned when she heard the words, and was a little surprised by the master's question. Annie never dared to use her spiritual power to look at the master. After all, using spiritual power to spy on others is a more offensive act, almost the same as raising a friendly gesture to someone. What's more, if the master is such a strong man, if she accidentally angers the master, Annie, who claims to be the closest person to the master, does not want to take this risk. It's okay, use your spiritual power to look at my appearance. I have some doubts that I need your help to solve. Seeing Annie's shrinking look, Lu Feng smiled gently and comforted Annie, telling her to look boldly. Okay. With the permission of Master Lu Feng, Annie finally let go of her courage and carefully released the spiritual power in her mind to look at the master. Ah! Who knew that in the next second, Annie screamed, covered her head and knelt on the ground dizzy, holding her head, and endured the mental pain. Annie gritted her teeth and said, the energy fluctuations on the master are too strong. In my eyes, it is just like the sun. It is too dazzling. Annie, are you okay? Seeing Annie's painful appearance, Lu Feng said with concern. He quickly shot a Kingmu Chang Sheng Qi and injected it into Annie's body to relieve her mental pain. Under Lu Feng's magic treatment, Annie's pain in the brain was reduced a lot, but the shock in her heart was beyond words. Annie didn't expect that the master could be so powerful. She only used her mental power to take a look, and was stung by the energy light on the master like the sun. The gap is too big. After comforting Annie, Lu Feng recalled what Annie said and fell into deep thought. Lu Feng knew that only a small part of his terrifying energy fluctuations came from the green spiritual wood meditation method that he practiced constantly, and the rest came mostly from his Kingmu spirit realm. A spiritual space with a radius of more than 700 meters and a height of 200 to 300 meters, plus 3 spiritual veins that he carefully refined. The energy fluctuations gathered together are naturally terrifying. If the formal wizards in the botanical garden see me like this, it will definitely cause a sensation. This huge energy fluctuation is too different from the image of an ordinary wizard that I usually create. Lu Feng frowned slightly, feeling a little worried. There are few formal wizards in the current Verdant Tower. It is unknown when Wizard Natasha will ask him to return to the Verdant Tower to help. For the Verdant Tower, 3 formal wizards are still too few. Wizard Natasha and Wizard Jepis are still a little powerful. Luo has just been promoted and has not even practiced meditation. His strength is less than 20% of that of a formal wizard, so he is not very useful at all. If something happens in the tower, Wizard Natasha will definitely call him back to the Verdant Tower. And facing Wizard Natasha's request, Feng will definitely not refuse unless he does not plan to stay in the botanical garden in the future. Moreover, as his strength increases, the resources of the Trandy subcontinent will not be able to supply his cultivation. One day, Feng, will return to the Trudeau continent. But how can I explain the traces of the earthly immortals in my body? I must think of a way. Find a way to restrain them and say that I have found an explanation. Feng muttered in his heart. The sources of cultivation methods in other worlds mostly come from other planes. I don't have much contact with a plane war, so I'm afraid this explanation is not easy to find. Since it's not easy to find an explanation, then I will find a way to restrain my earthly immortals. The breath-holding method should have been included in my normal cultivation long ago. Feng sighed. He asked about the methods of restraining power and breath in the Red Leaf Tower, but he didn't find any. The types of methods in the wizard world mostly involve some extremely mysterious prophecy spells, and ordinary wizard families have no chance to come into contact with such spells. Unable to find them in the wizard world, Feng had to pass through the space gate and come to the earthly immortal world. In the Red Leaf Club, Feng visited the scripture pavilion of the Red Leaf Club and found some basic methods of holding back the breath. The turtle breathing method, the soul sealing and god locking seal, the sealing and closing technique, the 4 symbols body sealing curse, and the zombie transforming and faking death method. Unsatisfied, Feng went to Juxiao again and asked about it. Juxiao didn't have many good ideas about holding back the power and breath. He just gave Feng some of his own experience, saying that he could take all the power in his body back to the spirit realm, and if the spirit realm embraced the yuan and kept the one, he would be able to hold back the breath. Feng also got a spell book called the Mirror of Still Water from Juxiao. After returning to the Red Leaf Tower from the earthly immortal world, Annie had already replaced the communication array on the 6th floor with a new one. This time, the communication array looked more solid and could probably be used for a longer time. It was not long before Annie notified him, so Feng took this opportunity to study the method of holding back the breath. The breath-retaining method is originally an auxiliary method. Except for some old villains, ordinary practitioners rarely spend time on this aspect. Therefore, the breath-retaining methods handed down are not very advanced. The few I have are just ordinary stuff. I don't know how effective they can be. Feng looked at the 6 breath-retaining methods in front of him and sighed. Forget it, I'll try them all. If I can't practice anything with one breath-retaining method, I'll practice a few more. Feng thought about it and simply made up his mind to add all 6 methods into his daily practice. Several breath-retaining methods mainly talk about how to control the breath in the body and reduce the leakage of the breath in the body. If the breath in the body does not leak out, others will naturally see less information with their mental power. These theories coincide with Juxiao's experience. While Feng was practicing the breath-retaining method, he summarized his own attempts and gradually achieved results. Annie came to report to Feng every day, but found that her master's momentum was getting weaker day by day. Gradually, at the request of the master, Annie carefully extended her spiritual power to observe the master, but she did not see the dazzling aura of the sun on the master. All that was left was a magnificent vitality of plants and trees. Annie looked at it and seemed to see a towering tree that supported the sky. Combining Annie's observation with her own scrutiny, Feng was very satisfied with his practice results. However, before Feng could fully practice the breath-holding method, on the 7th day after the last call, Luo, who was far away in the Green Tower, connected to Feng's communication array again. In the azure crystal ball, Luo's smiling face appeared again. Rester, I have contacted Wizard Natasha and Wizard Jepis. We have agreed to meet in the Emerald Dream at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then we will guarantee the Green Spirit Wood meditation method for me together. Are you free? Tomorrow is fine, right? In Luo's expectant eyes, Feng nodded heavily and said with a smile, of course no problem, then it's settled, meet in the Emerald Dream tomorrow. After discussing with Lu Ok the meeting place in the Emerald Dream and various precautions for guaranteeing the meditation method, Lu Feng hung up the call. He practiced for some more time, and then rested for a while to get enough rest. The next morning, it was about 7:30. Lu Feng set up the ceremony of entering the Emerald Dream in the Wizard Tower, and silently recited the secret words to induce the power of the Emerald Dream, eternal life in the tree realm. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Feng's consciousness fell into darkness. April has double monthly tickets. Thank you all for your monthly tickets. Chapter 158. Lu Ok inherits and practices other methods at the same time. A familiar feeling came over him. Lu Feng closed his eyes and opened them again. He was already in the Emerald Dream space. The familiar scenery came into view, and Lu Feng looked calm. The Green Tower was an officially certified wizard tower of the Botanical Garden. In this Emerald Dream space, there was also a leaf space of its own, corresponding to the leaf where the Green Tower stood outside. At this time, Lu Feng was standing on the leaf of the Green Tower. There were also many residences built on the leaves nearby. Lu Feng also had a small courtyard here. Over the years, Lu Feng occasionally came to the Emerald Dream space, and he had already been familiar with the place and had some understanding of some basic matters in the Emerald Gate space. In the Emerald Dream space, except for some special items, most of the other things were condensed by the wizards of the Botanical Garden with their mental power. The small courtyard where Lu Feng was also built by him, occasionally coming here over the years and consuming his mental power. The first level official wizard has a very strong mental power. Relying on the special characteristics of the Emerald Dream space, using mental power to condense objects to build houses and depict details does not consume as much mental power as casting a spell. Lu Feng walked out of his courtyard and came to a familiar wizard tower. The extremely familiar wizard tower in front of him was the Verdant Tower, a building that his teacher Tia had reproduced in the Emerald Dream space on a one-to-one basis. It can also be regarded as a landmark building in this leaf space and a symbol of the Verdant Tower. Of course, due to the scarcity of official wizards, the Verdant Tower reproduced with mental power still looks magnificent, but some unnecessary facilities inside were naturally omitted by teacher Tia. After all, there are not a large number of wizard apprentices here, and some things for wizard apprentices are a waste even if they are condensed with mental power. After all, a major hurdle to entering the Emerald Dream space is to be promoted to first-level official wizard. If you can't even pass the threshold, what else can you talk about? Lu Feng didn't wait long at the door of the Green Tower before he saw Natasha the wizard and Lu Ok coming together. Natasha the wizard is already at the second level, with a strong spiritual power, and the condensed form is like a real person. Her long light blue hair is tied into a ponytail and hangs down to her waist. She has a mature figure and wears a white wizard robe. She gives people the feeling of an intellectual big sister. At first glance, you will feel that she is reliable and trustworthy. Beside her, Lu Ok, a ball of mist, floats on a green leaf. Compared with Natasha the wizard, Lu Ok looks extremely shabby. Ms. Natasha, Lu Ok, good morning. Seeing the two people coming, Lu Feng greeted them politely. Rester, good morning. Seeing Lu Feng, Natasha the wizard replied with a smile. Wow, Rest, your figure is so clear. Didn't you just break through to the first-level official wizard not long ago? Seeing Lu Feng, Lu Ok skillfully controlled the green leaves and floated in front of Lu Feng. He looked at Lu Feng's appearance and exclaimed. Lu Ok remembered that Lu Feng became an official wizard more than 10 years earlier than her. For wizards, more than 10 years is nothing. How could the gap be so big? I'm just a little faster than you. When you practice the Green Spirit Wood meditation method well, it will be easy to condense your mental power into my appearance. Lu Feng pinched a little bit with his thumb and index finger, and explained to Lu Ok with a smile. A little bit? Really? Lu Ok raised his head, obviously not taking Lu Feng's explanation to heart. Lu Ok didn't know who Lu Feng was. He was cautious and used to keeping a trump card. Now he said a little bit, but I'm afraid it's actually a million miles away. It's really just a little bit. If you don't believe it, then I can't do anything. Xiao Lu Ok was not easy to fool. Lu Feng pretended to be heartbroken and spread his hands helplessly. Humph, anyway, I don't believe it. Whoever wants to believe it can believe it. Lu Ok said with a smile. While joking with Lu Ok, Lu Feng also felt the eyes of Natasha Wizard looking at him. Natasha Wizard is stronger than her and has rich experience. Just looking at his spiritual condensation, it seems that she saw something and frowned slightly. Lu Feng noticed Natasha Wizard's expression, and his heart suddenly shuddered, and a terrifying thought came to his mind. Could it be that Natasha Wizard saw the traces of his practice of Earth Immortal Law from his soul? For a moment, Lu Feng had the idea of immediately exiting the Emerald Dream space and running away for his life. However, Natasha Wizard only frowned, and then stretched out her eyebrows, and a smile was on her face again, without any hostility towards him. Is it okay? Lu Feng was unsure of Natasha's attitude for a moment, and wondered in his heart whether he should ask Natasha. At this moment, a low and hoarse male voice came, which made Lu Feng temporarily calm down. Ms. Natasha, rest. Lu, okay, sorry, I'm a little late. A young man with a thin cane, gray hair, and a straight suit came slowly and greeted Lu Feng and the other two. Jeppus, we just arrived, and the two of them just talked a few words, and you're here. Ms. Natasha greeted the visitor with a smile. This person is another official wizard of the Green Tower that Luo Ke had an appointment with today, Jeppus. A first-level official wizard. Jeppus gave Lu Feng the same feeling as the captain of the Thunder, Ludens. Maybe he looked up to him in the past, but now Lu Feng can fight Jeppus on equal terms with his wizard spells. If he used the cultivation of the earthly immortal Dao, it would be easy to control Jeppus. Okay, everyone is here, let's get ready to go. This time, we are going to give the intermediate meditation method to Luo Ke, the new official wizard of our Green Tower. Alice, Tia is really irresponsible. He left with his people in a relaxed and happy way, but he left a lot of trouble for me. Ms. Natasha greeted the three people. As she spoke, she began to criticize Teacher Tia. Obviously, Ms. Natasha was quite resentful of the mess left by Teacher Tia. Lu Feng and the other two listened to the previous words, and immediately turned a blind eye to the latter words. Ms. Natasha and Teacher Tia have a special relationship, and it doesn't matter how she slanders him. Lu Feng and the other two dare not say bad things about Teacher Tia behind his back. Although Teacher Tia is usually gentle and polite, he is actually a very vengeful person. If they make a mistake and are caught by Teacher Tia, they will suffer. Even if Lu Feng and his friends could become official wizards, they could not get rid of the fear of being dominated by Teacher Tia. Ms. Natasha complained a few words, but she stopped talking when she saw that Lu Feng and his friends were playing dumb. Let's go now, go through the procedures, and let Luo Ke practice the Green Spirit Wood meditation method as soon as possible. With an additional official wizard in the tower, I can share more troubles. Ms. Natasha walked in front, leading Lu Feng and his friends to fly towards the core of the Emerald Dream. Walking behind, he looked at Luo Ke. From Ms. Natasha's words, Lu Feng had already seen the future in which Luo Ke's small body was buried by endless desks, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Luo Ke, who was sitting on the leaves next to him, gritted his teeth at the gloating expression. If Ms. Natasha had not been in front and had to do serious things next, Luo Ke would definitely pounce on Lu Feng and bite him hard to vent his anger. Luo Ke, will remember this grudge. Several people flew skillfully in the space of Emerald Dream, and in about half a quarter of an hour, they arrived in front of a magnificent building on a tree trunk. We are here. This is one of the cores of Botanical Garden, the Hall of Knowledge. It is said that this place contains all the knowledge and secrets collected by the Botanical Garden since its establishment. Not only the knowledge of our world, but also the knowledge captured by countless wizards in other planes. There are rich content of cultivation techniques, spells, and combat skills, everything you can expect, Natasha introduced to Luo Ke. Among the few people, Luo Ke is the only newbie who doesn't know much about the space of Emerald Dream. Lu Feng has also been to the Hall of Knowledge during the years he has been hanging out in Emerald Dream. However, he has never been in. He is timid and is afraid that his true identity will be seen through and cause trouble. Besides, if you want to see the knowledge in the Hall of Knowledge, you need magic stones. 2 reasons came down under the leadership of Wizard Natasha. Several people stepped into the Hall of Knowledge. Under the command of a staff member inside, the 3 left their soul breath to guarantee Luo Ke and got the opportunity to watch the Green Spiritual Wood meditation method. At the same time, the Botanical Garden also sent a 3rd-level wizard inspector to supervise Luo Ke to accept the Green Spiritual Wood meditation method. In front of the familiar huge flower, the inspector sent Luo Ke into the flower, and the familiar words sounded again. Luo Ke, The place in front is the inheritance of the meditation method. The crystal stone in the center of the flower is the inheritance. You can get the inheritance of the green spiritual wood by touching it with your mental power. Luo obeyed the inspector's order, entered the house-sized flower, touched the crystal stone, and accepted the inheritance of the meditation method. It takes a certain amount of time for Luo to accept the inheritance of the meditation method, and Jeppas said goodbye. Ms. Natasha, I still have experiments to do, so I'll leave first. Rest. When will you come back to the Green Tower? I will treat you to a drink then. Okay, I'll come back when I finish my work. Lu Feng agreed with a smile. The inspector of the botanical garden observed the flowers for a while and said goodbye to Ms. Natasha. Obviously, Lu passed the inspector's review and there was no problem. After the inspector left, only Lu Feng and Ms. Natasha were left outside the huge flower, and the scene became quiet for a while. Lu Feng felt uncomfortable with Ms. Natasha's gaze on him, so he had to turn his head to look at Ms. Natasha and asked embarrassedly, Ms. Natasha, why are you looking at me like this? Is there something wrong? Hearing Lu Feng's question, Ms. Natasha covered her mouth and chuckled, I thought you could be patient and not ask me. Hearing Ms. Natasha's laughter, Lu Feng's face was full of strangeness. Seeing Lu Feng's expression, Ms. Natasha coughed lightly, cleared her throat, and then said seriously, okay, let's talk business. Rest, you have been returning to the Green Tower since you were promoted to formal wizard. I am usually busy and have not seen you in the Emerald Dream space. Today, I found a big surprise from you. Hearing Ms. Natasha's words, Lu Feng's heart clicked and he felt something was wrong. Madam, you must have seen something. What should I do? In an instant, Lu Feng remembered 7 or 8 escape plans in his mind to deal with such emergencies. However, under the gaze of Ms. Natasha without hostility, Lu Feng made up his mind and did not run away immediately, but asked, what surprise? Seeing Lu Feng's calm appearance, Ms. Natasha did not speak directly. Instead, she stepped back a few steps and moved. Countless vines entangled and turned into a ferocious beast condensed from plants, with horns on its head and wings on its back, shaped like a dragon. Due to the existence of the Emerald Dream space, the dragon-shaped plant beast is not very big, only the size of a normal person, exquisite and delicate, but the aura is the level of a second-level formal wizard. Seeing Ms. Natasha transforming into a living person in front of him, Lu Feng was confused for a while. But after carefully observing Ms. Natasha's transformation, Lu Feng's mind suddenly lit up, and his face showed excitement, saying, Ms. Natasha, I feel that this transformation method is not the witchcraft of our world, right? Roar. Ms. Natasha turned into a plant dragon, roared to the sky, and then twisted her body and turned into Ms. Natasha herself again. Rester, I didn't expect your brain to be so smart. You found out the essence of the transformation method after just a while. It's very good. The transformation method I just performed is called Druid Transfiguration. I signed a covenant with nature and can transform into a pure-blooded plant dragon. After performing it, it can increase my strength by 40%. What a powerful transformation! Lu Feng exclaimed. Lu Feng could see that Ms. Natasha had not become a bloodline wizard, and there was no plant dragon blood implanted in her body, but after this magical druid transformation, she was able to perform the innate transformation magic that only bloodline wizards with high concentration blood could perform. Once compared, the power of the druid transformation can be seen. Rester, while practicing wizard magic, I also worked part-time as a druid in a magical plane. This is also the source of my druid transformation. I saw traces of you practicing other planes of professions in you. Combined with your previous third-class solo qualifications and the history of being trapped as a third-class wizard apprentice for many years, I can easily infer that you can be promoted to a first-class formal wizard, and you have received a lot of help from the other profession you practiced. You have been staying in the secondary continent for a long time and are unwilling to come back. It should be because of this part-time profession. You don't want your secret to be discovered by other wizards in the botanical garden, right? Ms. Natasha stared at Lu Feng. She guessed Lu Feng's thoughts from her few words, except for the earthly immortal method. Ms. Natasha, Chapter 159. Natasha proposed to return to the tower? Faced with Ms. Natasha's shocking question, Lu Feng didn't know how to answer for a moment. From Ms. Natasha's tone, in the botanical garden, in addition to the main practice of wizard magic, It is very common to practice other professions. Standing on the edge of the leaves, looking at the temple of knowledge covered by branches and leaves, Lu Feng thought of the artifact, Plane Gate, that the high-level formal wizards in this world are proud of. The Morning Star Wizard controls the artifact Plane Gate and leads his legions to conquer other planes. Across the planes, the civilizations and wisdom of countless worlds meet in this world. It is natural for wizards to practice wizard magic and know some cultivation techniques from other worlds. Find the strengths of other professions to make up for the shortcomings of wizard magic and make the wizard's road go further. Thinking about it this way, Ms. Natasha's words are very reasonable. Looking at Ms. Natasha, Lu Feng paused and said, "Ms. Natasha, you are right. I did practice a professional inheritance from another world. I accidentally learned it on my way home to retire." "Stop." Ms. Natasha interrupted Lu Feng before he finished his words. No. Don't tell me about your adventure. I am a wizard. Although I have embarked on the path of pursuing truth, I don't like to get to the bottom of everything. Your adventure is your own secret. If you are willing to share it, I will definitely listen to it. If you don't want to tell it, just keep it in your heart. Otherwise, there will be some grudges between us for no reason. Hearing Ms. Natasha's slightly complaining voice, Lu Feng stopped the story he was still making up. The experienced Ms. Natasha saw through his plan at a glance and knew that Lu Feng was going to make up a fake story to fool her. Not wanting to hear the same old adventure stories, Ms. Natasha simply stopped Lu Feng from saying the rest. However, after hearing what Ms. Natasha said, Lu Feng felt relieved. Ever since he got the golden finger and learned the earthly immortal method of the earthly immortal world, Lu Feng has always had some worries in his heart. He felt that his behavior of hiding in the trendy subcontinent was like a mouse that had sneaked into the landlord's house, secretly carrying food to his home through the mouse hole, and was afraid of being discovered by the owner's cat. He was afraid that a powerful wizard would find out about him and send him to the cold experimental table for in-depth research. However, from the information revealed in Ms. Natasha's words, Lu Feng knew that the wizard organization he belonged to, Botanical Garden, was more generous and open than he had imagined. No one cared about his little theft. However, Ms. Natasha probably doesn't know the power of the Earth Immortal technique I practiced, and only regarded it as a special practice method for a different dimensional profession. If she knew that the Earth Immortal technique could open up a world in the body, it could be infinitely improved as long as there were sufficient resources. I'm afraid that even the experienced Ms. Natasha can't control her inner greed. This thought flashed through Lu Feng's mind. Of course, Lu Feng could only hide this thought in his heart and dared not tell outsiders. After all, from Lu Feng's perspective, the Earth Immortal technique was too powerful. He could only achieve what he has today thanks to the Earth Immortal technique. At the same time, he was very glad that Ms. Natasha's vision was still a little worse, otherwise he might have to make another strategic shift. Although no one cares about your chances and adventures, as a teacher and senior, I still want to remind you as a person who has experienced it, don't spend too much time on the profession you are practicing concurrently, so as not to delay your practice of wizard magic. Wizard magic has a long history, and countless strong people have walked out of this path, creating our prosperous wizard civilization. Practice has proved that wizard magic is more complete than the professional system of ordinary planes, and it can go further. Don't lose sight of the main point. Ms. Natasha didn't pay too much attention to what profession Lu Feng was practicing, but just gave Lu Feng some common sense. Natasha also practiced a profession called druid concurrently, and she also had some experience and insights on this path. Thank you for your guidance, Ms. After listening to Ms. Natasha's advice, Lu Feng nodded and thanked her. Lu Feng was very clear about this. After all, countless strong people had already walked on the road of wizard magic. Wizard civilization has developed to the point of going out of the world and conquering other worlds. This alone is better than countless civilizations that have not gone out of their own world. Where is the gap, or is it the method of practice? Lu Feng humbly listened to Ms. Natasha's teachings, compared them with his usual practice, and learned from her experience. Sometimes, he would ask some questions in his mind and ask Ms. Natasha for advice. Ms. Natasha was easygoing, and the two had a good exchange while waiting for Luo Ke to pass on the wizard method. Luo Ke's inheritance this time was a little slower than Lu Feng's. Natasha and Lu Feng had been communicating outside for almost 2 hours before they saw Luo Ke's weak soul body swaying and floating out of the huge flower of the inheritance meditation method. Luo Ke, are you okay? Seeing Luo Ke coming out, Lu Feng hurried forward and held Luo Kei's weakened soul body. Luo Kei has just been promoted to first-level formal wizard, and her mental strength is still a little weak. The inheritance of meditation method is a bit of a burden for her. Ms. Natasha followed closely behind and said after observing. She casually waved a soothing magic to slightly nourish Luo Kei's weak soul body, and then sent Luo Kei out of the emerald dream space. Seeing Luo Kei's soul gradually disappearing in front of him, Lu Feng looked at Ms. Natasha and said, Ms. Natasha, this time I am here to help Luo Kei complete the inheritance of wizard magic. Now there is nothing else to do, I am going to go back first. After all, Ms. Natasha is Lu Feng's teacher and senior in the Verdant Tower. Lu Feng still has to say hello before leaving. Yet, Ms. Natasha nodded at Lu Feng, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Rester, are you still busy in your hometown on the secondary continent now? Do you plan to return to the Verdant Tower to share the mess left by Tia after she left? Teacher Tia's mess? Madam, don't you still have Luo Kei and the wizard Jepus there? Lu Feng smiled embarrassedly. Both of them. Ms. Natasha complained with a smile. Wizard Jepus hates these things very much. He hides in the laboratory all day and dares not come out. If he didn't have a good skill in refining medicine to earn some extra money for the wizard tower, I would have driven him away long ago. The reason why Tia didn't take him with her when she left was also because of this. As for Luo Kei, she just got the green spirit wood meditation method and is concentrating on practicing. How can she have time to help me? After Ms. Natasha said this, there really is no one available in the Green Tower now. But thinking about the many troubles in the Green Tower, Lu Feng also felt a headache. In addition to his own secrets that were not easy to show to others, Lu Feng didn't want to come back and put himself under the eyes of many formal wizards. In the trendy secondary continent, no one was in charge of him and he could do whatever he wanted. Back to the Green Tower, it would be impossible to be so free. Therefore, Lu Feng tactfully said, Madam, I have just established some power in the secondary continent, and those people are following me. I can't just leave them there and ignore them. Well, it seems that you care about the forces on the secondary continent. Although rationally speaking, there is nothing good on the secondary continent that is worth your nostalgia. However, since you said so, rest. If I want to get you to work, I have to calm your heart. I have to think of a way to solve this problem. Listening to Lu Feng's words, Ms. Natasha thought seriously. After a moment, Ms. Natasha thought of a solution, so she said, I remember there seems to be an idle teleportation array in the tower, which can be given to you directly. When you build a teleportation array in the secondary continent, it will only take 1 or 2 breaths to go back and forth. The teleportation array on the Green Tower can be directly connected to the Wizard Tower without you spending a single magic stone. As for the teleportation array on the secondary continent, you only need to spend 2,000 to 3,000 magic stones a year to maintain it. If you really don't want to pay this amount of magic stones, I can also apply for some attendance subsidy from the Wizard Tower for you. With this arrangement, you can take care of the subordinates in the secondary continent and help deal with some affairs of the Wizard Tower. If you help me deal with affairs, I will also pay you a salary. Anyway, I don't know when Dio will be back. During this period, we can all use any good things in the Wizard Tower first. What do you think of my proposal? I think you can consider it. Rest. Ms. Natasha's words made Lu Feng very excited. Back to the botanical garden, back to the Verdant Tower, it was still a good job to help Ms. Natasha manage the Wizard Tower. Lu Feng felt that he could earn more cultivation resources from it. Lu Feng ruled the entire secondary continent, and the resources he earned every month, converted into magic stones, were at most more than 3,000 magic stones. At the stage of formal wizards, it was at most enough to make ends meet. Back to the Verdant Tower, Lu Feng estimated that Natasha would give him a salary of at least 10,000 a month. Adding some other resource benefits of the Wizard Tower, it would not be a big problem to earn 200,000 magic stones a year. An ordinary first-level wizard's secret treasure like the Earth Crown is a priceless treasure in the secondary continent, but in the botanical garden, where the Verdant Tower is located, you can buy one for about 50,000 or 60,000 magic stones. In this comparison, the job of the Verdant Tower is a stable job with guaranteed income and even additional benefits. And his Red Leaf Tower in the secondary continent can only be regarded as a small business with no future. The gap naturally emerged. If I return to the Green Tower, my Kingmu spirit realm can grow faster. Isn't it just resources? As long as I have magic stones, I can buy any kind of resources. Lu Feng was very tempted, but considering the Earth Immortal method, he forced himself to calm down. Ms. Natasha, your proposal is very good, and I am very tempted. But I still have some factors of my own that I need to consider carefully. Please give me some time, okay? No problem. Tio has been gone for so many years, and I have survived. I don't need this little time. Ms. Natasha said with a smile. She knew that Lu Feng was tempted. But there were some special reasons that made it impossible to agree immediately. I have it. You have a good relationship with Lu, okay? She has just accepted the inheritance of meditation. During this period, she must focus on the practice of meditation. I guess she won't have time to celebrate her promotion to formal wizard. It will probably be a year before Lu Ok's practice of the green spirit wood meditation is stable. By then, the Green Tower will definitely celebrate for Lu Ok. If you have thought it over, come back in a year. You will also be included in the celebration. I remember that you have been hiding in the secondary continent and have not held a formal celebration for your promotion to formal wizard. It's a pity. You can receive many gifts. 1 year. Okay, when I have thought it over, I will give you a definite answer. Ms. Natasha said so much, Lu Feng nodded seriously and agreed. Go or not? 1 year is enough time for Lu Feng to think. Well, it's settled. Ms. Natasha smiled. After getting Lu Feng's promise, Ms. Natasha did not stay in the Emerald Dream space for too long. The spirit body flashed and disappeared in front of Lu Feng. Lu Feng looked at the place where Ms. Natasha left, paused for a few seconds, and then moved the leaves back to the mansion he had condensed under the leaf space of the Green Tower. Close your eyes, log off, open your eyes, all in one go. Seeing the familiar ceiling, Lu Feng returned to the Red Leaf Tower. With his mind in a mess, Lu Feng stepped onto the top platform of the Red Leaf Tower. Standing on the platform with his hands behind his back, he looked out in the distance. The scenery under the Red Leaf Tower was all in Lu Feng's sight. Business travelers came and went, and trade continued to flourish. Just like the bright sun above his head. I retired from the Green Tower and returned home. It has been 13 years now. Time flies. The small Red Leaf town has now developed into a prosperous secondary continental trade center. I was originally prepared to stay here for a lifetime, but who would have thought that helping Lu Ok would cause so many things? Looking into the distance, Lu Feng muttered in his heart. Returning to the Green Tower has many benefits for Lu Feng, but it also has certain risks. A generous salary, a solid backer, and abundant cultivation resources. As for the risks, his cultivation of the earthly immortal method has brought a series of problems. Although Ms. Natasha said it well, Lu Feng could not listen to Ms. Natasha's one-sided words. I still have to investigate and reliably confirm the attitude of the botanical garden before I can feel at ease. Thinking of this, Lu Feng walked down from the top platform and returned to the Wizard Tower. He performed a ceremony and entered the Emerald Dream space again. In the self-built mansion, Lu Feng picked up a pen and paper and quickly wrote letters with his mental power. Wizard Leon, I'm Rest. I haven't seen you much recently. Are you okay? I want to ask you something. This is it. Wizard Liar, I'm Rest. Is the potion I sold you last time useful? I want to ask you something. This is it. Wizard Waggle and give a chapter to a friend's new book. Friendly recommendation. If you are given the opportunity to become a superhuman, but the price is to summon a random creature every month, would you be willing? Lin Yu raised his head. The sky was dark, and the blood moon was in the sky. An indescribable creature like an ancient god was lying on the top of a tall building, stretching out 8 limbs and raising them to the sky. The octopus tentacles on its mouth twisted back and forth, making a sharp and noisy roar. I do. In an instant, white light flashed, lightning and thunder roared, and a beautiful purple-haired woman suddenly appeared, holding a sword on his neck. Damn. I regret it. Close contact with superhuman creatures for 10 seconds, the copy talent takes effect, and you have mastered the dream of one skill. Okay, I was just kidding just now, actually I didn't regret it. Chapter 160. The contract is signed and the return is complete. Lu Feng sent out letters one after another. In recent years, Lu Feng has also communicated with some formal wizards in the botanical garden, in his spare time in the Emerald Dream space. He has established a pretty good relationship with several wizards. Occasionally, they get together to communicate and discuss the practice of wizard magic. Leon of the Yellow Scale Tower, Lil of the Flower Realm, and Waglin of the Greenwood Forest. When Lu Feng perfected the secret method of planned companions, these wizard friends also contributed. In the letter to them, Lu Feng asked about the consequences of practicing other professional systems. However, today, several of Lu Feng's wizard friends are not in the Emerald Dream space. After Lu Feng sent the letter, it took a few days before he received the first reply. The first reply was from Leon the Wizard of the Yellow Scale Tower. In his reply, Leon the Wizard said that practicing other worlds' professional systems was not a big deal. Several bloodline wizards in their Yellow Scale Tower practiced other professions in addition to practicing wizard magic. Wizard Leon himself practiced a melee profession called Dragon Blood Warrior, which brought into play the Blood Wizard's natural strong physical strength and enhanced his means of fighting the enemy. Leon's Dragon Blood Warrior profession was also bought by him from a powerful wizard who participated in the Plane War. He practiced at ordinary times and didn't have to worry about anything else. After reading Wizard Leon's letter, Lu Feng felt relieved. It seems that professions in other planes are widely spread in the wizard world. Now I feel relieved. As long as I don't use the Earth Fairy method too arrogantly and reveal the true core of the Earth Fairy method, there should be no problem returning to the Verdant Tower. In the next 2.5 months, Lu Feng's other wizard friends wrote back to him one after another. What they said in the letter was basically the same as what Wizard Leon said. Only a wizard named Tisserosmi firmly opposed wizards practicing other planes professions, claiming that practicing other professions would only waste energy and affect the practice of wizard magic. When Lu Feng wrote back to ask for details about Wizard Tisserosmi, he learned that Wizard Tisserosmi was obsessed with a profession in another world called Puppet Master, and ended up investing all his wealth in making puppets. Although he made a lot of powerful puppets, he also wasted his time. When he found that he could not break through the next realm in the remaining life, he realized it after extending his life. He cried out, "Playthings have ruined my ambition, puppets have misled me, and I will practice seriously from now on." After reading the letters of wizard friends, Lu Feng found that the wizard world is really a good world from everyone's experience. After countless years of development, wizard civilization has become more mature, open and tolerant. In this case, I am relieved. It's better not to stay in this trendy subcontinent in the future, Lu Feng said very seriously. After hanging out in the trendy subcontinent, the magic stones earned are limited. Returning to the Green Tower and helping Wizard Natasha, it may be a little busy, but the income can be tripled or quadrupled at once. After investigating the attitude of the botanical garden and resolving his worries, Lu Feng had no reason to refuse. Moreover, Ms. Natasha was willing to give him a teleportation array for free, so that he could travel between the Verdant Tower and the trendy secondary continent. Ms. Natasha was also willing to provide the energy pool of the Verdant Tower to power his teleportation array. She was even willing to provide magic stone subsidies for the consumption of the teleportation array on the trendy secondary continent. This also meant that Lu Feng's income in the trendy secondary continent would not be reduced by his return to the Verdant Tower. Lu Feng's Kingmu spirit realm could receive all the incense and vows gathered on the trendy secondary continent. He could even make a small profit by reselling the resources on both sides through the teleportation array. Luden's ocean trade required him to buy an expensive ship and travel around. With the help of the teleportation array, Lu Feng's trade costs would be much lower. Although it might be limited to the trendy secondary continent, Lu Feng at least made some money. If Luden's knew about my teleportation array, he would be so envious. However, the value of a long-distance teleportation array is much more valuable than a thunder, Lu Feng said with a smile. The teleportation array that Ms. Natasha proposed was only a temporary loan to him, not for him. Lu Feng had asked about the price of the teleportation array when he was visiting the trading area in Emerald Dream. He had thought about using the teleportation array to travel between the main continent of Trudeau and the secondary continent, but the price quoted directly discouraged Lu Feng. A smallest single-person teleportation array requires 700,000 or 800,000 magic stones, which can buy 2 thunders. With Lu Feng's income in the secondary continent, he would have to save for more than 20 years without eating or drinking. In the past, there was not much demand, and there was no thought of being tempted at all. If all the magic stones spent on purchasing the teleportation array were invested in King Mu Lingjing, it is estimated that King Mu Lingjing could be cultivated into a place close to the Blessed Land. If he worked hard, he might be able to help Lu Feng reach the 2nd or 3rd level of formal wizards. It is almost the realm of Ms. Natasha. It is not worth it at all. Now Ms. Natasha lent him a teleportation array for free. Lu Feng felt that it was really good to get something for free. After that, Lu Feng spent another 2.5 months to inquire about it in the Emerald Dream space. After confirming that there was no problem with studying otherworld professions, Lu Feng contacted Ms. Natasha. "Rester, I'm glad you chose me. With your help, the burden on my shoulders can finally be lighter." After confirming Lu Feng's decision, Ms. Natasha, who met Lu Feng in the Emerald Dream space, had a more relaxed smile on her face, which made Lu Feng feel cold all over. How busy are the daily affairs of the Verdant Tower? It can make a second-level wizard so tired. For a while, Lu Feng was wondering if he had taken the wrong step. However, hard work can get positive feedback in the Verdant Tower. After Lu Feng agreed, Ms. Natasha took out a pre-drafted contract and discussed with Lu Feng the salary and benefits of hiring him to work for the Verdant Tower. Ms. Natasha said with a smile, "The salary I offer you is quite good, because that guy Tia took away a lot of wizards. Now there are more affairs in the Green Tower, which were originally pressed on me alone. Now you can share the burden. The two of us are doing the work of 7 people. Naturally, it is hard and tiring, so the salary is naturally higher. I will give you a basic salary of 11,000 magic stones per month. In addition to the basic salary, there is also a 2% commission on the monthly income of the Green Tower. Generally, there are 8,000 to 9,000 magic stones in a month. You have only joined the Green Tower completely now, and the capital invested is relatively small, so you can't share much income." After Ms. Natasha's explanation, Lu Feng gradually understood the composition of the Green Tower. The Green Tower is similar to those small companies in his previous life. After Lu Feng joined the Green Tower as a first-level formal wizard, he was not an employee of the Green Tower, but a shareholder of the Green Tower. Teacher Tia and the other 6 wizards are still shareholders of the Green Tower. Teacher Tia, because of his level of a third-level wizard, has always been a major shareholder of the Green Tower, earning more than 60% of the profits. With his strength and status, the Green Tower can bring him a stable income of magic stones without much effort. It is similar to Lu Feng's operation to rule the Trandy subcontinent. Lu Feng came later, invested less capital, and naturally earned less. When inquiring about other professions, Lu Feng also asked his friends about the treatment of joining the Wizard Tower. After comparison, the salary given by Ms. Natasha has exceeded the level that most wizard towers can offer. It seems that the Green Tower is really short of people now. Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh. In the contract given by Ms. Natasha, various Green Tower benefits that are not included in the salary are also written in detail. For example, the temporarily borrowed teleportation array, the magic stones of the teleportation array, and energy consumption. The Green Tower provides a formal wizard-level laboratory and training room for free, as well as some resource purchase discounts and rare resource purchase quotas inside the tower. Various benefits, added up in bits and pieces, can earn 8 or 9,000 magic stones a month. Sure enough, the Green Tower is a good place, a thick golden leg. With so many benefits, Lu Feng regretted for a while that he did not agree to Ms. Natasha's request earlier. A few months, no, if he came back earlier, it would be more than 10 years. The salary for such a long time is enough for him to build 2 or 3 more current Kingmu spirit realms. Thinking about it, Lu Feng felt heartbroken. However, Lu Feng's heartache was only for a moment, and then he put it behind his mind. If he returned to the Green Tower earlier, the Kingmu spirit realm would not have been completed, the wizard's realm would not have been improved, and Teacher Tia would not have left. Maybe he would not have received such a high salary now. Lu Feng knew very well in his heart that he could get such a high salary offered by Ms. Natasha. Teacher Tia's departure and the heavy burden of the Green Tower should only be a small part of the factors. Ms. Natasha has been working alone for so many years. No matter how heavy the burden is, it can't overwhelm her. The most important thing is that Ms. Natasha has seen Lu Feng's current strength. Although Lu Feng has worked hard to practice the breath-retaining method to restrain his breath. But in the Emerald Dream space, everyone is condensing their mental power. Lu Feng's strong mental power of the late first-level formal wizard cannot be concealed in front of Ms. Natasha, a second-level wizard. A formal wizard of the late first level is worthy of such a high salary in the Verdant Tower. Another part is the potential shown by Lu Feng. Although he was not talented when he was a wizard apprentice in the Verdant Tower, and it was difficult for him to even advance to a formal wizard, but after Lu Feng returned to his hometown in the Trandy secondary continent, He first broke through the first level formal wizard, and then consolidated the realm of the formal wizard in more than 10 years, and continued to practice all the way to the late first level formal wizard. No matter how stupid Ms. Natasha is, she knows that Lu Feng has had a wonderful encounter. In addition, he also studied other professional systems, which made Ms. Natasha wonder if Lu Feng had found some secret planes on the trendy secondary continent and gained benefits. Ms. Natasha is experienced. She had seen the origin of the secondary continent in the Hall of Knowledge in the Botanical Garden. Since the wizards in the wizard world developed the artifact plane gate, wizards have walked out of the world and started the road to conquer other worlds. In this process, many other worlds were pulled back to the wizard world by wizards and given to the wizard world to devour and absorb to strengthen the origin. In this process, pieces of secondary continents were constantly formed on the edge of the wizard world. The secondary continent can basically be said to be the last remnants of the other worlds absorbed by the wizard world. Even if a world is digested and absorbed, there will always be some remnants left. Sometimes, secret plane secrets will be formed on the secondary continent, and the last struggle of the other world will remain. There are always some lucky people who will be favored by the remnants of the other world. Enter the plane secrets on the secondary continent and get some benefits. The remnants of a world, no matter how small. Helping a wizard apprentice break through to the realm of a formal wizard is no problem. In the eyes of Ms. Natasha, Lu Feng is probably such a lucky guy. Lu Feng has worked diligently in the Green Tower for decades, and his background is clean. He also has a good master-disciple relationship with Tia, and a good sense of identity with the tower. Taking all aspects together, Lu Feng can be regarded as one of the Green Tower's own. One of his own has had an adventure, his strength has improved, and the future is promising. Ms. Natasha naturally wants to win him over, show her goodwill, and even prepare to tie Lu Feng to the Green Tower. Hiring is just an excuse. After a careful inspection, there is no problem with the contract given by Ms. Natasha, and Lu Feng is very satisfied with his salary. Under the witness of the Emerald Dream space, Lu Feng signed a contract with the Green Tower, and also established a deeper connection with the Botanical Garden. The contract is done. A vast spiritual wave sounded in Lu Feng's ears, and Lu Feng seemed to see a majestic tree that supports the sky. The energy-absorbing ancient tree of the Botanical Garden. In just a moment, Lu Feng recognized the origin of this majestic existence. Under the witness of the majestic existence, the contracts burned without fire and turned into two emerald green lights, one flying towards Lu Feng, and the other flying towards the verdant tower in the Emerald Dream space. Lu Feng received the emerald green light, spread out his palm, and saw half an emerald green leaf. There are no two identical leaves in the world. This half leaf is the symbol of your official becoming a Botanical Garden wizard. The other half of the leaf is stored in the verdant tower, which is considered as verification. Ms. Natasha explained on the side. Lu Feng touched the half leaf, and his mental power vaguely sensed the core of the verdant tower condensed by teacher Tia's mental power. Not far away in the leaf space, a branch with 9 leaves was shaking gently. On the branch, there was a half leaf that could be combined with a leaf in Lu Feng's hand. The symbol of the Botanical Garden is all leaves. It really has the style of a botanical garden. Lu Feng touched the half leaf and smiled gently. Chapter 161. The teleportation array arrives. Red Leaf Tower makes arrangements. The branches with leaves represent that the verdant tower is a branch growing from the big tree of Botanical Garden. The emerald green leaves represent the official wizards in the verdant tower. Tia and the 6 wizards he took away, plus Lu Feng and Ms. Natasha. There are 9 official wizards in total. They correspond to the 9 leaves on the branches one by one. The leaf representing teacher Tia is the largest and the most emerald green. There are also 3 conspicuous golden lines on it, symbolizing the realm of teacher Tia as a 3rd-level official wizard. There are 2 leaves with 2 golden lines, one representing Ms. Natasha and the other representing Ms. Apela of the verdant tower. She is also a 2nd-level official wizard who is good at botany. Lu Feng also knows the remaining official wizards. He has studied in the wizard tower for decades, and Lu Feng has dealt with every official wizard in the verdant tower. Lu Feng observed for a while and found that the leaf representing himself was not the weakest one on the branch. There were 3 wizards who were slightly weaker than him. It seems that my strength can stand alone in the verdant tower. Lu Feng chuckled. After staying in the secondary continent for more than 10 years, he has such strength now, which is still a bit ostentatious. It is somewhat inconsistent with Lu Feng's usual low-key habits. However, in front of the mighty power of the botanical garden, his triangular cat skills are obviously not hidden. After officially joining, many things were directly revealed to him. In this regard, Lu Feng could only let it go. Hiding blindly is not a good thing. After staying in the secondary continent for so many years, shrinking the body, in fact, also locked the heart, delaying the improvement of his strength. Once entering the verdant tower, the monthly income of magic stones suddenly increased several times. This is the benefit of showing strength. What's more, this emerald green leaf only shows his spiritual cultivation of wizard magic, and the strength of earth fairy magic is not reflected at all. If there are wizards in the botanical garden who think he is just an ordinary first-level wizard and want to bully him, Lu Feng will definitely give the enemy a big surprise by using the power of the earth fairy method. Let them know what an accident is. After experiencing the use of the emerald green leaves, Lu Feng carefully put the emerald green leaves away and put them close to his body. Rester, now you officially become a member of the Verdant Tower. From now on, we will share honor and disgrace. Ms. Natasha said with a smile. By the way, I will send you the teleportation array I promised you when I go back. It will be transported by my magic pet in person, and it will arrive at the base of the secondary continent in about 10 days. Okay, Mom, I got it. After I receive the teleportation array and debug it, I will go to the Verdant Tower immediately. Hearing the lady mention the teleportation array, Lu Feng's eyes lit up and agreed. Although the Emerald Dream Space has a service for long-distance transmission of items, it costs too much to transmit valuable items such as the teleportation array. The teleportation array installed on the trendy secondary continent is only a secondary array, and it is estimated that it will cost 30,000 to 40,000 magic stones for the teleportation fee. Although it saves time, even if Ms. Natasha controls the Verdant Tower, she will feel bad about the cost. Not to mention Lu Feng, 30,000 to 40,000 magic stones are his salary for 2 or 3 months. Wouldn't it be great if he could use so many magic stones to buy some resources to cultivate his own King Mu spirit realm? After informing Ms. Natasha of the location of the Red Leaf Tower, she immediately went to the Emerald Dream Space and began to arrange for the transportation of the magic pet to the teleportation array. If Lu Feng can reach the Verdant Tower in 1 day, Ms. Natasha can also unload some of the burden on her shoulders earlier and relax a little. When it comes to their own interests, no one will be inactive. After the lady left, Lu Feng also left the Emerald Dream Space. After his consciousness returned to his body, Lu Feng sent a message to Annie, asking her to call the senior management of the Red Leaf Tower for a meeting. Ms. Natasha acted decisively. It seems that her magic pet will arrive at the trendy secondary continent in a short time. At that time, after Lu Feng installed the teleportation array, he would enter the Green Tower and take up his post. Lu Feng estimated that he would be busy for a while after entering the tower to assist Ms. Natasha in managing the Wizard Tower. By then, Lu Feng would not have the energy to pay attention to the development of the Red Leaf Tower every day. The future of the Greenwood Spirit Realm is destined to be a terrifying money-making tycoon. Although he entered the Green Tower, Lu Feng did not want to give up the resource point of the trendy secondary continent. Ordinary material resources may be better replaced from the Green Tower, but the incense and willpower provided by the population of a secondary continent is indispensable for Lu Feng's cultivation and growth in the Greenwood Spirit Realm. The Green Tower is located on the leaves of the treasure of the energy-absorbing ancient tree in the botanical garden. The area outside the tower is not large, only a few hundred square kilometers. The number of ordinary people living on it is far less than that of a secondary continent. What's more, it is the private land of the Green Tower. Ordinary people who have lived there for generations mostly communicate with the wizards of the Green Tower. Even if Lu Feng wants to spread his reputation among ordinary people, he can collect any incense and willpower. Lu Feng couldn't give up the Red Leaf Tower in the secondary continent. After Lu Feng's message was passed, Annie and the management of the Red Leaf Tower came quickly. 2 hours later, Lu Feng summoned them to the conference room of the Red Leaf Tower. Looking at Annie and others, Lu Feng briefly explained that he was about to return to the Green Tower. Suddenly, there was a burst of exclamations in the conference room. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Annie, who was sitting below Lu Feng, widened her eyes and looked at Lu Feng in surprise, with an incredible look on her face. Quiet. Lu Feng stretched out his hand and pressed it, and the conference room became quiet. He continued, This return does not mean that I want to give up the Red Leaf Tower. I have set up a teleportation array in the Wizard Tower, and I will take time to come back every month to deal with various miscellaneous matters in the Red Leaf Tower. Therefore, Annie will manage the Red Leaf Tower when I am not there, and everything else will remain the same. Do you understand? Hearing this, everyone in the conference room breathed a sigh of relief. They had also heard of the name of the teleportation array, but the expensive price was not something that they, the wizard apprentices, could come into contact with. However, with the teleportation array, everyone knew that although Lu Feng would leave the Trendy Secondary Continent, he was still the Red Leaf Tower in the sky of the Trendy Secondary Continent. In fact, the deterrent power of this sky became even stronger. In the future, Lu Feng was not only himself, but also the Lu Feng of the Verdant Tower. A powerful and formal wizard with power and backing. As Lu Feng said, everything in the Red Leaf Tower would remain the same in the future. The meeting was over. Lu Feng's status in the hearts of many wizard apprentices was raised to a higher level. After watching many wizard apprentices leave, Lu Feng brought Annie to the 6th floor of the Wizard Tower. Annie, I didn't ask for your opinion on the arrangement I made for you at the meeting just now. I still want to ask you, do you want to go to the botanical garden with me to get in touch with a stronger wizard's way? There are many wizard organizations in the Trudeau continent, and the cultivation resources are rich. With Annie's 4th-class solo qualification, if she goes to the Trudeau continent for further study, there is a high probability that she will be promoted to a formal wizard and go further on the wizard's way. If Lu Feng had kept Annie in the Trendy Secondary Continent, it would be a waste of her talent. Over the years, Luden's Thunder has also come to the Trendy Secondary Continent many times to recruit some qualified children to go to the Trudeau continent. Annie has hosted many such qualification testing activities, but has never expressed to Lu Feng that she wants to leave. Hearing Lu Feng's inquiry, Annie shook her head and rejected Lu Feng's proposal, smiling and said, Master, Annie's life in the secondary continent is okay now, and she doesn't want to go to the Trudeau continent. I also heard from Wizard Matthew that there are many ordinary wizard apprentices like me in the Trudeau continent, and the days are very tiring. I don't want to go with them again. Besides, Master also needs someone to help you take care of the Trendy Secondary Continent, and Annie is just right for this job. Lu Feng looked at Annie who said this, and a strange look appeared on his face. After staying with him for so many years, Annie seemed to have learned some of his characteristics. At such a young age, in his 30s, he has learned to lie flat. Thinking back to when he was Annie's age, although he was cautious, he also kept fighting in the Verdant Tower in order to pursue a chance to become a formal wizard. Then in a blink of an eye, before becoming a formal wizard, he returned to his hometown in glory and built a Red Leaf Tower on the Trendy Secondary Continent. Now Annie is only in her 30s, and she directly manages the Red Leaf Tower, saving Lu Feng's 20 or 30 years of wasted time, and directly reaches the destination in one step. You have saved 20 or 30 years of detours. Knowing Annie's intention, Lu Feng no longer persuaded her, but just sighed. What? Annie didn't understand Lu Feng's sigh. She made this choice after careful consideration. Her daily management of the Red Leaf Tower did not delay the practice of the Moonwheel meditation method. The mental power of the 3rd-level wizard apprentice was slowly improving and had not yet reached a bottleneck. Staying in the Red Leaf Tower is also practicing, and going to the Trudeau continent is also practicing. Annie feels that there is no difference. Moreover, Annie knew that the master needed someone to help him manage the Red Leaf Tower. Annie had been the acting tower master for so many years, and she could almost be said to be the person Lu Feng trusted the most in the Red Leaf Tower. If Annie followed Lu Feng, he would have to train a new acting tower master of the Red Leaf Tower, which would waste a lot of time. When I gain a foothold in the Green Tower, I will definitely take you to the tower. Lu Feng thought to himself after looking at Annie. He discussed some arrangements for the Red Leaf Tower with Annie, and Lu Feng practiced with peace of mind, waiting for the arrival of Ms. Natasha's magic pet. Time passed quickly. On the evening of the 10th day, the sun set. Lu Feng stepped onto the top of the Red Leaf Tower, and just as he was about to collect the solar fire energy collected by the sun-gathering array today, he saw a black shadow on the horizon rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. Looking closely, the black spot in the sky turned out to be a huge Kaya wind snake with wings on its back. The Kaya wind snake had striking dark red scales all over its body, and its wings were waving rhythmically, flickering like a flame. Ms. Natasha's magic pet has finally arrived. This Kia wind snake is really well raised by the lady. It should have the strength of a first-level formal wizard. Seeing the Kia wind snake, Lu Feng knew that his teleportation array had arrived. Lu Feng exuded a breath, attracting the attention of the Kia wind snake. Sensing Lu Feng's breath, the Kia wind snake's eyes lit up, spread its wings, and flew towards Lu Feng at a high speed. After a while, the huge body of the Kia wind snake came to the front of the red leaf tower. The flapping of its wings rolled up gusts of wind. The breath emitted caused the wizard apprentices under the red leaf tower to scream repeatedly. "Haka!" Lu Feng called out, rolled up the black wind and flew to the side of the Kia wind snake, commanding Haka to stop on a piece of empty land in front of the red leaf tower. Haka, who landed on the ground, restrained his breath, but his huge body still attracted the attention of the wizard apprentices and ordinary people under the red leaf tower. "Sir, rest. The things that the master asked me to deliver are here," Haka said in a clear childish voice, and at the same time spit out a palm-sized space pocket from his mouth. Lu Feng took the space pocket spit out by Haka, opened it, and saw that the teleportation array that Ms. Natasha promised to lend him temporarily was lying quietly in the pocket. The precise alchemical patterns and the strange space breath all show the preciousness of the teleportation array. "Haka, you take a rest here. If you have any needs, just tell my wizard apprentices and let them arrange it. I will go to arrange the teleportation array. After I set up the array, we will return to the Green Tower together." Lu Feng called the wizard Matthew, who was watching the snake on the side, and said to Haka, "Sir, rest. You go ahead. I'll be at my leisure." Haka curled up his huge wind snake body and said politely. Close to Lu Feng, the beast instinct in Haka's body constantly reminded him of Lu Feng's strength, so he dared not act rashly. Lu Feng nodded and left with the teleportation array. The responsibility of serving Haka fell on the shoulders of the wizard Matthew, who could only bite the bullet and ask, "Excuse me, what do you need, sir?" The voice of the wizard Matthew attracted Haka's attention. He lowered his bedroom-sized head slightly and looked at the strange wizard apprentice with grass on his head. "I'm hungry. Go find me some meat. When I passed by just now, I saw a group of dragon-scale horses. They should taste good. Go get me some." "Okay." Back to the 6th floor of the Red Leaf Tower, Lu Feng took out the teleportation array from the space pocket Haka gave him. The teleportation array that Ms. Natasha temporarily lent him was not large, with a diameter of only 4 meters. The base was a disc with 6 pillars inlaid with gems and carved with alchemical patterns. Lu Feng found an open space on the 6th floor and set up the teleportation array. Then he pulled out an energy circuit from the ghost realm to power the teleportation array. Then, he began the tedious process of debugging the teleportation array. It took 4 or 5 hours, and the sky outside the wizard tower was dark. Lu Feng finally lit up the teleportation array with a tired look on his face. Buzz! The teleportation array vibrated slightly, and a strange spatial aura emanated. Chapter 162, Green Tower, Big Appetite. Seeing the teleportation array activated, Lu Feng walked forward. He adjusted the teleportation array, input the coordinates of the Green Tower, and connected to the main teleportation array in the tower. On the other side, Ms. Natasha had already prepared the teleportation array in the Green Tower. When Lu Feng arranged it and activated it, Ms. Natasha immediately received the message. It seems that the teleportation array on Rest's side has been set up. Ms. Natasha thought, and an invisible wizard's hand took up a hound that had been prepared beside the teleportation array. In the hound's terrified eyes, Ms. Natasha sent the hound into the already activated teleportation array. The array was activated, and a strange spatial fluctuation appeared on the array disk. A ball of silver spatial power enveloped the still screaming hound. In a dazzling light, the teleportation array disk trembled slightly, and then the hound that was still howling on the array disk suddenly disappeared without a trace. Woof woof! It didn't take long for Lu Feng to adjust the array disk. He found that someone had activated the teleportation array. The crystal ball on the array lit up with a bright light, and a strange space aura lingered on the array disk. Someone was teleporting something from the other end of the teleportation array to this side. After a little thought, Lu Feng knew that it was someone in the Green Tower who was cooperating with him to debug the teleportation array. After waiting for a while, the space aura and light on the teleportation array disk dissipated, and a hound appeared in front of Lu Feng with a whimper. Lu Feng stepped forward and checked the teleported hound. Except for some dizziness from passing through the teleportation array, the hound's body functions were fine. Good luck, it was lit up once, saving a lot of trouble. Lu Feng said with a smile, and then activated the teleportation array again, teleporting the hound back to the green tower. Not long after, the hound was teleported back again. After 4 or 5 times back and forth, the hound lying in the teleportation array had lost consciousness in the multiple teleportations, but its body functions were still intact and it would recover after a few days of rest. With the hound's sacrifice, Lu Feng confirmed the safety and stability of the teleportation array. No problem, let's go. Go to the green tower. Lu Feng chuckled, threw the unconscious hound on the teleportation array into the Kingmu spirit realm, and stood in the center of the teleportation array. Control the Yin Gui spirit realm to infuse energy and activate the teleportation array. The familiar spatial power enveloped his body. After a moment, Lu Feng's eyes went black, and the whole person seemed to be thrown into a drum washing machine, and the whole person was twisted and distorted in the weird space. Buzz! The teleportation array in the green tower trembled slightly. Under the gaze of Ms. Natasha, Lu Feng's figure appeared in a burst of light in the center of the teleportation array. Hiss! Relying on the strong mental power to suppress the strong dizziness in his mind, Lu Feng opened his eyes and walked out of the teleportation array. The teleportation array is not small, but Lu Feng is strong and can still resist. It is not like the hound in the experiment, which will be weak for a long time after passing through the teleportation array once. Feeling the energy of heaven and earth around him that was several times more concentrated, Lu Feng took a deep breath and knew that he had arrived at the verdant tower through the teleportation array. Ms. Natasha. Lu Feng smiled and greeted Ms. Natasha in front of him. It seems that the teleportation array is stable, not bad. Ms. Natasha checked the teleportation array again and said with a smile. Helping Lu Feng to fix this teleportation array was also considered to be her fulfillment of her promise to Lu Feng. This teleportation array will be handed over to you in the future. I have connected the energy pool of the wizard tower for energy supply, so you don't need to worry about it. In addition, this space is now the residence I prepared for you in the verdant tower. In addition to this room where the teleportation array is placed, there is also a lounge, a training room, and a small laboratory, which should be enough for your daily use. After talking about the teleportation array, Ms. Natasha also took Lu Feng to visit his future residence. This is a room in the verdant tower. The space expansion array was used to expand a space of several thousand square meters. It is fully furnished and more than enough for a formal wizard to live in. If you think the tower is too cramped, I have arranged a decent manor for you on the land outside the wizard tower. You can go and have a look when you have time. However, if you live in the manor outside the tower, you will need to transform and practice in some places supplied by the wizard tower's energy pool. In order to let Lu Feng work in the verdant tower with peace of mind, Ms. Natasha considered it very carefully and anticipated Lu Feng's various needs. I understand, Ms. Natasha. Lu Feng looked at the residence in the tower and nodded with satisfaction. The various facilities in the residence are the best in the wizard tower. The teleportation array and the practice room are all connected to the energy pool of the verdant tower, directly supplying elemental energy. Lu Feng doesn't need to spend any more time on teleportation and daily practice. After looking at the residence, Ms. Natasha took Lu Feng out of the room and came to the corridor of the wizard tower room. Passing through the corridor, a black stone pillar connecting the upper and lower appeared in front of the two. Aaron, come out. Ms. Natasha knocked on the black stone pillar and shouted. As soon as she finished speaking, the black stone pillar trembled slightly, and a slender figure without facial features and lacking details emerged. At your command, Ms. Natasha. A cold, emotionless female voice came from the slender figure. Lu Feng recognized the slender black figure emerging from the stone pillar. She was the tower spirit of the verdant tower, named Irene. She was a virtual life created by teacher Tia, similar to the artificial intelligence that only existed in novels in Lu Feng's previous life. After being integrated into the wizard tower, she can assist teacher Tia in managing the entire wizard tower. Irene, this is Rest. From now on, he will be the 9th official wizard of our verdant tower. Help me increase his authority. Ms. Natasha instructed Irene. When Irene heard this, 2 emerald green lights appeared in the area of her eyes and looked at Lu Feng, collecting and recording Lu Feng's information in her own way. The body data has been recorded, and the energy fluctuations have been recorded. Please input a spiritual force into my body so that Irene can record your spiritual aura. In addition, Please show the emerald leaf badge so that Irene can verify your strength. Irene carried out Natasha's orders meticulously, and at the same time asked Lu Feng for some help. Lu Feng knew that these were necessary steps for Irene to improve his authority in the tower, so he followed Irene's instructions and acted step by step. Input spiritual force and show the emerald leaf badge. The emerald leaf badge is the half-leaf that Lu Feng obtained in the emerald dream space. The emerald leaf, which contains some special powers, can not only be used in the emerald dream space, but can also be brought into the outside world by Lu Feng's spiritual power. The existence of the emerald leaf badge is the key to Irene's verification of his authority. After a moment, Irene improved Lu Feng's authority. Ding! All data has been recorded, and the green leaf badge has been authenticated. Lord Rest, your identity and authority have been upgraded from a third-class wizard apprentice to a first-class formal wizard. Do you need Irene to explain in detail the various changes brought about by the upgrade of authority? At the same time, the black material that made up Irene's body twisted and surged, and a silver bracelet with leaf patterns was handed over by Irene and presented to Lu Feng. Not needed for the time being. Lu Feng took the silver bracelet from Irene and said to Ms. Natasha beside him, "Okay, Lord Rest. This bracelet can connect to the tower spirit Irene. When necessary, you can communicate with Irene at any time." Irene responded, and explained the function of the silver bracelet. Lu Feng nodded to Irene to show that he understood, and then casually put the silver bracelet on his left hand. The upgrade of authority will be explored later. Lu Feng had been in the Green Tower before, and he had some understanding of these things about the Wizard Tower's authority, but he was not completely ignorant. He could not use the upgraded authority for the time being, so he would explore it later. Lu Feng was not in a hurry. After seeing that Lu Feng's authority had been authenticated, Ms. Natasha looked at Lu Feng and said with a smile, "After the authority has been authenticated, you can basically have unimpeded access in the Verdant Tower. Today you just came to the Verdant Tower from the secondary continent through the teleportation array. I guess there are still many things that have not been packed. How many days will it take you to pack?" Lu Feng thought about the Red Leaf Tower in the secondary continent and said, "Just give me 3 days. I will move some things over there and pack up some things in the residence here, and then I can start working. Okay, come to me on the 16th floor of the Wizard Tower in 3 days, and I will arrange a job for you." Natasha nodded. 3 days was acceptable to her. After making an appointment with Lu Feng, Ms. Natasha waved away the tower spirit Irene. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, she suddenly remembered the magic pet she had sent to Lu Feng to send the teleportation array, and reminded him. "Oh, by the way, my pet is still in the secondary continent. Let it play there for 2 days. Bring it to me when you come to see me in 3 days." "Okay, Mom." Lu Feng responded, watching Ms. Natasha leave. After Ms. Natasha left, Lu Feng also returned to his room. Passing through the not-so-tall black wooden door, the view suddenly opened up. Teacher Tia invested a lot of magic stones to build a space expansion array in the room, which exerted amazing power. Luden's cabin used such an array to expand hundreds of cubic meters of space, which cost hundreds of thousands of magic stones. His room is many times larger than Luden's thunder cabin. At this point, the room is full of the breath of magic stones. Teacher Tia is really rich. Green Tower, I'm back again. There were no outsiders. In the quiet room, Lu Feng chuckled and sighed. More than 10 years ago, he retired as a desperate third-class wizard apprentice and returned to his hometown. He had already made plans to die in his hometown. Who would have thought that more than 10 years later, he would return as a first-class wizard? This kind of fantastic experience can only appear in the novels and stories of the previous life. Lu Feng sighed twice and carefully checked the facilities in the room. Just now, following Ms. Natasha, Lu Feng only took a rough look and knew what was in the room. Now, he carefully observed it to see what benefits he would get. Lu Feng took a rough look at the teleportation array and found it was the same as what the lady said. Connected to the energy pool of the Verdant Tower, Lu Feng did not need to worry about the energy supply. Teacher Tia carefully built a Verdant Tower, invested a lot of magic stones and energy, and used the best materials and core components. As far as Lu Feng knows, the energy pool of the Verdant Tower is a third-class secret treasure, which integrates the 4 powerful elemental cores of earth, wind, water and fire. The speed of gathering elemental energy is extremely fast, and the storage capacity is even more terrifying. Teacher Tia once proudly said that the daily consumption of the entire Verted Tower occupies less than 20% of the energy supply of the energy pool. Only when all the equipment in the Wizard Tower is started together can the energy pool feel a little pressure. The teleportation array in Lu Feng's room can be used to teleport to the secondary continent. The energy consumption for such a short distance is probably not felt by the energy pool of the Wizard Tower. This is also the reason why Ms. Natasha agreed to let Lu Feng use the teleportation array. Anyway, the energy gathered from the energy pool is wasted, so it would be a waste if it is not used. After looking at the teleportation array, Lu Feng came to the practice room. There was also an array connected to the energy pool of the Wizard Tower in this room, which was operating, converting the violent energy in the energy pool into gentle energy that was convenient for wizards to absorb. The array in the practice room also has a switch, which allows Lu Feng to adjust the energy concentration in the practice room at will for daily practice. This practice room is good. Lu Feng commented with a smile. Then he directly turned the array switch in the practice room to the maximum, and suddenly a strong and gentle energy filled the practice room. Taking a deep breath, the rich energy of heaven and earth entered his body, and Lu Feng was refreshed. Since he grew up, this is the first time he has experienced such an energy-rich environment. If such a place is found by those refugees from the end of the law in the earthly immortal world, they will probably call it the immortal world. Lu Feng laughed. Although it is a bit exaggerated to call this training room the immortal world, it is enough to prove the richness of the energy of heaven and earth here. Lu Feng turned to the Kingmu spiritual realm, and 3 spiritual veins spread out, covering the training room. The 3 spiritual veins were not polite, and a large amount of heaven and earth energy was continuously absorbed into the Kingmu spiritual realm along the spiritual veins. However, within a few minutes of the 3 spiritual veins spreading out, the concentration of heaven and earth energy in the training room dropped sharply. It's a pity that the magic array of this training room was built according to the normal first-level wizard. When the magic array is open to the limit, it is enough for most first-level formal wizards to practice. Unfortunately, I met the 3 spiritual veins. Usually, they directly gather and absorb the energy of heaven and earth in a place as large as the spiritual realm. The training room is so small, it is still too little for the 3 spiritual veins. The energy transformed by the magic array in the training room could not keep up with the absorption speed of the 3 spiritual veins, so it naturally became what it is now. King Mu Lingjing's appetite is still too big. I just arrived and it's not suitable yet. After a while, I may be able to apply for an energy channel from Ms. Natasha to the energy pool. Lu Feng thought about the current situation and planned. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163. Pack up and move in, trade dragon meat. After a while of absorbing energy, Lu Feng used up all the energy in the training room. Half an hour later, Lu Feng stopped temporarily. The energy pool of the Green Tower was really powerful. In just half an hour, the energy Lu Feng absorbed was equivalent to the energy he collected in a day on the secondary continent. Living here for a long time in the future, just daily practice and absorption can save Lu Feng a lot of magic stone resources for cultivating the Kingmu spirit realm. After stopping his practice, Lu Feng walked out of the training room and checked the small laboratory attached to the room. In the laboratory, all basic instruments were available, except for some experimental materials, which were enough for Lu Feng's daily use. Lu Feng was very satisfied with the rest of the room, but no one lived here. It was empty and unpopular, and he had to wait for him to go back to the Red Leaf Tower to get his daily necessities. After looking at the room, Lu Feng activated the teleportation array to return to the Red Leaf Tower. In the Red Leaf Tower, Lu Feng spent half a day to put all his daily necessities, as well as some collections and supplies he had accumulated over the years living in the Red Leaf Tower, into the Kingmu spirit realm. Normally, it didn't look like there were many things, but after a little tidying up, there were more miscellaneous items that couldn't fit in 1 or 2 space pockets. The huge space of Kingmu spirit realm was also needed, otherwise Lu Feng would have to go back and forth several times, carrying his space pockets back and forth several times, to be a porter. After tidying up, Lu Feng checked the Yinji Ui spirit realm placed in the center of the Red Leaf Tower. The Yinji Ui spirit realm was located in the Red Leaf Tower, and Lu Feng didn't plan to take it away. The Yingui spirit realm was located in the Red Leaf Tower, suppressing the spiritual veins under the tower, collecting the incense and wishes generated by the people of the Trendy secondary continent, and providing energy for the protective spells of the Red Leaf Tower, playing an important role. Once the Yingui spirit realm was taken away, only Annie would be here, and Lu Feng would be worried. Although Annie was already a third-class wizard apprentice, her strength was not top-notch, and she was not qualified to control the wizards on the entire Trendy secondary continent. Lu Feng gave Annie some control rights over the Red Leaf Tower, so that she could control the Red Leaf Tower to activate the protective spell when needed. If they encountered danger, they can also use the life-saving method left by Lu Feng, and release the many ghost soldiers he raised in the Yingui realm to kill the enemy. During the years that Lu Feng was in the secondary continent, while cultivating the Qingmuling realm, he did not forget to cultivate the Yingui realm. The collection of undead materials that the wizard Matai was responsible for was ongoing, and a large amount of materials containing the power of death were sent to the Yingui realm for refining and absorption. As the Yingui realm slowly grew stronger, the ghost soldiers and undead spirits raised by Lu Feng in it also passively absorbed the rich yin qi in the Yingui realm to improve their own strength. In the past 10 years, 6 ghost soldiers with the strength of third-class wizard apprentices have been raised in the Yingui realm. There are also hundreds of other second-class and first-class apprentice ghost soldiers. All released to form a formation. As long as they do not encounter formal wizards, the third-class wizard apprentice can at least block more than 10, which is enough to ensure the safety of Annie and other high-level people in the Red Leaf Tower in dangerous moments, and support Lu Feng to rush back from the Green Tower. However, if they really encountered a formal wizard causing trouble, Lu Feng also instructed Annie and the others to surrender directly when encountering force majeure, and everything would be dealt with after he came back. After packing up his things, he and Annie arranged the aftermath of the Red Leaf Tower. It was already the next day. Lu Feng walked out of the Red Leaf Tower and found Ms. Natasha's magic pet, the wind snake Hongye, who had traveled thousands of miles across the storm sea to send him the teleportation array. In the open space in front of the tower, Hongye's life was quite comfortable. After receiving Lu Feng's order, the wizard Matayu tried to please the wind snake Hongye, met all his requests, and took good care of Hongye. When Lu Feng came, the wizard Matai was directing several knights to grill dragon scale horse meat for Hongye. When Lu Feng practiced a fire dragon weapon spell, he needed a clan with dragon veins to refine the fire dragon Dao soldiers, so he got a lot of dragon scale horses. However, the dragon scale horse has a thin dragon bloodline, which is not suitable for Lu Feng. Except for the Horse King, all other ordinary dragon scale horses were left in the Red Leaf Tower. In his spare time, Lu Feng also paid attention to the dragon scale horses. He also sent the Horse Kings who were trained into fire dragon soldiers and whose bloodline concentration was improved to so. After generations of breeding, the dragon scale horses have become a popular mount in the Red Leaf Tower, and there are quite a few of them. It is reasonable for the wizard Matayu to get some dragon scale horses for barbecue according to the order of the wind snake Hongye. Sir Rest. The wind snake Hongye saw Lu Feng's figure, swallowed a roasted golden dragon scale horse in one gulp, and then greeted him. Hongye, how is the meal? Lu Feng nodded in response to Hongye's greeting, and then asked with a smile. Sir Rest, the dragon scale horses here have a good concentration of dragon bloodline, and the meat is very chewy. It tastes very good. Hongye praised the taste of the dragon scale horse. Oh. Hearing Hongye's praise, Lu Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, a little surprised at the taste of the wind snake Hongye. Lu Feng was naturally curious about the taste of dragon scale horses. Unfortunately, as the concentration of dragon blood in dragon scale horses increased, their flesh and blood were filled with a hot fire, and they tasted hot in the mouth, which was not to Lu Feng's taste. After trying it several times, he really couldn't get used to it. The other people in the Red Leaf Tower had the same reaction after tasting it. Some knight apprentices with poor health would scream and shed tears after eating a bite of dragon scale horse meat, and their stomachs would hurt and they couldn't defecate for several days. Looking at Hongye, the wind snake seemed to like the taste of dragon scale horse meat very much, and ate it very happily. The flesh crown on its head was stimulated to be red, and its spirits were high. While Hongye was excited, he also sighed humanely. What a pity, I will miss such delicious horse meat when I return to the Green Tower. Seeing Lu Feng coming again, Haka had guessed that it was its owner and ordered Lu Feng to take it back to the Green Tower. Hearing this, Lu Feng's heart moved and said with a smile, "Isn't it just dragon scale horse meat? I have raised a lot here. Haka, if you need it, you can take some back to the Green Tower from me. If you need it in the future, you can also buy it from me." "Oh, yes, that's fine." Lu Feng's proposal made Haka's eyes light up, and he quickly discussed the transaction of dragon scale horse meat with Lu Feng. After some discussion, Haka ordered 100 dragon scale horse meat from Lu Feng at the price of 2 magic stones for 1 adult dragon scale horse. When a dragon scale horse is cultivated to adulthood, it is at most the strength of a high-level knight apprentice, and only rare horse kings have the opportunity to be promoted to knights. The cost of cultivation at Lu Feng is generally only half a magic stone. If Lu Feng could breed on a large scale through Kingmu Spirit Realm, the cost price could be further reduced. He could earn 1.5 yuan for 2 magic stones, which was a good profit. The first transaction was not large, but it was a good start. Lu Feng's Kingmu Spirit Realm had been supported by him since its development. If he could produce some and sell some magic stones to subsidize the family, it would be considered to have put the Spirit Realm on the road of sustainable development. Just like Juxiao's Bibo Spirit Realm, when she cultivated the Spirit Realm, she took advantage of the water veins of Bibo Spirit Realm and cultivated a lot of water materials to supply the former Nine Islands Alliance in exchange for more resources and trade. The way of earthly immortals is not to eat up all the mountains and rivers, but to own a piece of land, combine production and sales, and achieve sustainable development. The first batch of dragon scale horses was not large in number, so Lu Feng purchased a batch from the Red Leaf Tower and delivered it to the Wind Snake Haka. He also gave Haka 10 additional dragon scale horses to build a good relationship. Haka is also a magic pet with a longer seniority in the Green Tower. Lu Feng had seen Haka when he first entered the Green Tower. Magic pets also have their own circle. If the dragon scale horse given to Haka is given, it can attract a group of magic pets with the same taste. Lu Feng's dragon scale horse may be able to open up a market nearby and sell for a lot of money. Even if it is useless, it can make Haka good friends. Haka is Ms. Natasha's magic pet after all. Lu Feng will work under Ms. Natasha in the future. More friends, more ways. After the transaction was completed, Lu Feng brought the shrunken wind snake Haka to the 6th floor of the Wizard Tower and returned to the Verdant Tower through the teleportation array. Mr. Rest, you go first. I will go back to report to the master first. After leaving the teleportation array, Haka greeted Lu Feng and flapped his wings to leave Lu Feng's room. "Okay, Haka, goodbye." Lu Feng nodded. Smilingly seeing off the wind snake Haka, Lu Feng took out the personal belongings he brought from the Red Leaf Tower from the Greenwood Spirit Realm, and after a while of packing and fiddling, it was already noon on the 3rd day. "I've been so busy that I've forgotten the time. I have to meet Ms. Natasha tomorrow. I don't know what kind of work she will arrange for me. I hope she won't be too busy." Lu Feng sighed, entered the practice room, opened his spirit veins, and let Kingmu Spirit Realm automatically hang up to absorb the energy of heaven and earth in the practice room. He himself was distracted to collect the gold energy from the metal ingots in Kingmu Spirit Realm and continued to practice Tebe Jengjin's sword key. Time passed quickly. The next morning, Lu Feng woke up from his practice. With a light exhalation, a white gas with sharp gold gas spurted out of his mouth, hitting the wall of the practice room and slowly dissipating. Lu Feng puffed up his chest, and there was a faint sound of clanging gold in his mouth. It seemed as if his lungs were filled with a sword shop, and with a slight shake, the swords clashed and rang. The environment of the Green Tower is good, and it has benefited my practice of Tebe Jengjin's sword key. It has almost improved by several points. This time my decision was right. Lu Feng realized the progress in his practice and smiled and sighed. After finishing his practice, Lu Feng tidied himself up and walked out of the room. Passing through the long corridor, Lu Feng came to the center of the Verdant Tower, in front of the black pillar where Ms. Natasha brought him to see the tower spirit Irene a few days ago. Knocking on the stone pillar, Lu Feng called Irene and said, "Irene, I'm going to the 16th floor to find Ms. Natasha." "Got it. Sir, rest." Irene's voice came from the stone pillar, and the stone pillar opened, revealing a wide space. In addition to supporting the Verdant Tower and serving as the main body for Irene to stay, the black stone pillar is also an elevator for going up and down the Verdant Tower. Lu Feng walked into the space inside the pillar. Just as the black pillar was about to close, Lu Feng heard a familiar voice from outside. "Rest, wait for me." Hearing the familiar voice, the figure of Jepus appeared in Lu Feng's mind, and he reached out and pressed the black pillar that was about to close. Many places in the Verdant Tower use the development of space expansion, and the space inside is much larger than it looks from the outside. Lu Feng was a little surprised that the official wizard Jepus, whom he met in the Verdant Dream space last time, actually lived on the same floor as him. What a fate. After a few breaths, Jepus passed through the door of the black pillar and entered the elevator space to stand side by side with Lu Feng. "Rester, how does it feel to be back in the Verdant Tower? Are you used to it?" Jepus greeted Lu Feng in a familiar manner. "Not bad." When Lu Feng was a wizard apprentice before, he didn't have much dealings with Jepus. Jepus is proficient in pharmacy, but his achievements in pharmacy are not as good as those of Lu Feng's teacher Tia. Lu Feng, who studied pharmacy with teacher Tia, rarely dealt with Jepus. Now that he is strong and his status has improved, Lu Feng looks at Jepus again and feels that Jepus's strength is just that, just a formal wizard at the beginning of the first level. There are some chaotic energy fluctuations emanating from his body, as if he did not do it perfectly when solidifying his innate witchcraft, and made some small mistakes, which affected his practice. Such Jepus's strength is average, and Lu Feng feels that whether Jepus can beat Ms. Natasha's magic pet and the wind snake Haka is a problem. As the elevator ascended, Jepus was very enthusiastic and tried his best to chat with Lu Feng, as if he wanted to leave a good impression in Lu Feng's eyes. Lu Feng responded somewhat passively, and he probably guessed what Jepus was thinking. Jepus probably knew that Lu Feng was going to help Ms. Natasha manage the Green Tower, and was going to build a good relationship with Lu Feng first to facilitate future actions. Guessing this, Lu Feng's evaluation of Jepus dropped a few points, and he also felt a little emotional. Once, the official wizard that I could only look up to, now actually started to please me. The world is changing so fast, thanks to the space gate, thanks to the Earth Fairy method. Ding sound. When the elevator reached the 16th floor, Jepus naturally stopped chatting, smiled and waved goodbye to Lu Feng. What a pity, no wonder Ms. Natasha doesn't like Jepus wizard. It turns out that his skill points are all wrong. The black column closed, and Jepus disappeared from Lu Feng's eyes. He shook his head slightly and sighed. As soon as he left the black column and walked into the 16th floor, Lu Feng saw the wind snake Haka. "Sir Rest, good morning. We meet again. Please follow Haka. Haka will take you to see the master now." Upon seeing Lu Feng, Haka, a miniature wind snake that shrunk to only half a person's height, flapped its wings behind it and came to Lu Feng, showing great enthusiasm. "Good morning, Haka." Lu Feng nodded and followed Haka's footsteps. With Haka leading the way, Lu Feng would save the trouble of searching alone. The 16th floor of the Verdant Tower is also a huge place with many rooms. "Sir Rest, the dragon scale horse you sold me tastes so good. I went back to give it to my tribesmen yesterday. After eating it, they all praised it and said it was the most delicious meat they had ever eaten." Double monthly ticket time, begging for monthly tickets to urge updates. Chapter 164, Working in the Tower, Salary Procurement. The most delicious meat, not really. The words of the wind snake Haka surprised Lu Feng. The dragon scale horse was just a byproduct of his practice of the fire dragon divine weapon spell. At most, it had a stronger dragon bloodline. He couldn't even eat it, so how could it taste good? Lu Feng guessed that Haka said it was delicious because of the special taste of the wind snake race. Talking about this, Lu Feng smiled and talked to Haka about how to eat the dragon scale horse. After a few words, he came to Ms. Natasha's office under the guidance of Haka. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, Lu Feng and Haka entered a hall full of books. Bright light fell from the huge magic stone lamp above their heads, illuminating the entire hall. In the middle of the bright hall, Ms. Natasha was handling the affairs of the tower in an orderly manner in front of the desk. Seeing Lu Feng coming, Ms. Natasha nodded to him and asked him to wait for a while. After a while, Ms. Natasha finished processing a document in her hand and called Lu Feng. The wind snake Haka, who was waiting on the side, also flapped his wings and left the hall. "Rester, you should be ready to come here. Come here, I will teach you how to handle various affairs of the Green Tower." "Okay." Lu Feng nodded and came to Ms. Natasha's side. The lady picked up a document in front of her and began to explain to Lu Feng, "The various affairs of our Green Tower are reported to me and need me to handle. There are 8 categories in total, internal affairs, procurement, planning, finance, and diplomacy. The one in my hand is ordinary internal affairs, and the report is from the wizard apprentice. The lady was responsible for explaining, and Lu Feng listened carefully. After explaining the types of various affairs, Ms. Natasha personally approved the documents and explained to Lu Feng the response process of various affairs. Lu Feng and Ms. Natasha are both formal wizards, with strong mental power and learning ability far beyond ordinary people. One taught and the other learned, Lu Feng made rapid progress. More than 10 days later, Lu Feng had learned a lot from Ms. Natasha about how to handle the affairs in the tower, and could help Ms. Natasha share 30% to 40% of the complicated documents. Rester, with your help, I am indeed much more relaxed. I should have asked Tia to pull you back from the secondary continent before he left to help me manage the Green Tower. Anyway, you don't like adventures, so it's just right for you to stay in the Green Tower and work and practice peacefully. Ms. Natasha, who was much more relaxed, sat at the desk, enjoying afternoon tea comfortably, and sighed with emotion. Lu Feng, who was sitting opposite her, listened to the lady's sigh and didn't dare to say much. It sounds easy to adapt to the new work these days and help Ms. Natasha deal with the affairs of the Green Tower, but Lu Feng is a beginner and it is inevitable that he will make mistakes. Sharing 30% to 40% of the lady's work has made Lu Feng a little overwhelmed. From the tip of the iceberg, we can imagine how busy Ms. Natasha was when Lu Feng didn't help. The Green Tower was not a small force, and the amount of affairs that Ms. Natasha needed to handle was also terrifying. As time passed, Lu Feng's work ability gradually improved in the process of learning and trial and error. With his strong mental strength, he was able to share more and more affairs with Ms. Natasha, almost reaching 50% of the affairs of the Green Tower. The affairs that were originally done by one person were now divided into two people, and Ms. Natasha felt much more relaxed. Ms. Natasha and Lu Feng also cooperated well. Basically, after handling the affairs of the Green Tower every day, there was still a lot of free time. Time flies, and it was the end of the month in the blink of an eye. The first month of Lu Feng's official return to the Green Tower officially ended. The last day of the month, afternoon. After finishing today's work in advance, Lu Feng sat in the office lobby, enjoying a moment of leisure. Eating delicious afternoon tea, reading newspapers from the botanical garden, and looking at the major events that happened to the wizards during this period. This is the newspaper service subscribed by the Green Tower. Every year, you need to pay 10,000 magic stones to enjoy the major event push service from the botanical garden. Lu Feng has a formal job at the Green Tower, so he doesn't have to pay the subscription fee, and he can directly get the newspaper service for free. Reading newspapers is just right for Lu Feng to kill his leisure time. He can understand the world without leaving home. Before Lu Feng finished reading the newspaper, Natasha threw a space pocket on Lu Feng and said with a smile, "Rester, here. This is your salary for this month. This month, the herb planting industry of the Green Tower has a bumper harvest, and our share has increased a lot. Click the magic stone lightly, and sign the note after confirming it." Lu Feng reached out and grabbed the flying space pocket, put down the newspaper, and put his mental power into the space pocket. At a glance, the space pocket was filled with dense magic stones, and the rich energy aura was about to overflow from the bag. Lu Feng swept his mind and figured out the number of magic stones in the pocket. A total of 22,160 pieces. After checking, Lu Feng took out his salary slip and stamped his own magic mark on the slip. "I got my first month's salary, and I have money now." Lu Feng sighed. Although the affairs of the Green Tower were busy, not as leisurely as those in the Red Leaf Tower, the magic stones he earned were indeed a lot. Even if he used all the time he saved in the Red Leaf Tower to collect energy from heaven and earth, he would not be able to save so many magic stones. With these magic stones, Lu Feng would make more money by cultivating the Kingmu spirit realm. At 4:30 in the afternoon, after get off work, Lu Feng left the service hall with a large amount of magic stones and rushed back to his room. On the way back, Lu Feng also met many wizard apprentices who were doing business. Lu Feng could feel the fear and envy of those wizard apprentices as he exuded the spiritual power fluctuations of a first-level formal wizard. In a month, the name of Lu Feng, a formal wizard, had spread throughout the Green Tower. Teacher Tia left with other formal wizards. There were not many formal wizards in the Verdant Tower. Lu Feng's appearance attracted the attention of wizard apprentices everywhere. What's more, Lu Feng also assisted Ms. Natasha in handling the affairs of the Verdant Tower, and directly became the boss of many wizard apprentices. Lu Feng enjoyed such attention. Once upon a time, he was also an ordinary wizard apprentice in the Verdant Tower. He could only hide in the crowd and look up to the prestige of formal wizards. Now he has realized his dream and has become famous. Lu Feng returned to his room. After receiving his salary, Lu Feng did not rush to spend it and buy materials for cultivation. Instead, he went directly into the cultivation room. He also threw the space pocket into the King Mu spirit realm, and a lot of magic stones fell and piled up in a corner of the King Mu spirit realm. The space pocket is not as stable as the King Mu spirit realm. Lu Feng is worried that so many magic stones will be stored in the space pocket for one more second. Sitting in the cultivation room, Lu Feng looked inward. During this busy month in the Green Tower, Lu Feng did not delay his own cultivation. With a supply from the Green Tower's training room, his King Mu spirit realm absorbed a lot of energy from the heaven and earth, and the 3 spiritual veins were nourished, becoming more powerful. With the help of the 3 spiritual veins, Lu Feng's Tibei Zhengjin sword energy, which he had been practicing, also improved a lot. The 108 Tibei Zhengjin sword orifices that came with the technique had been opened up by Lu Feng. In his chest, the Tibei sword orifices had been sharpened by the sword energy he practiced, shining with silver light. His lungs, which were originally flesh and blood, now seemed to have become a mountain of swords and a forest of swords under the nourishment and strengthening of the Tibei Zhengjin sword energy. When Lu Feng breathed, a strong wind blew in the mountain of swords and a forest of swords, and sword energy shot out in all directions. Exhaling became wind, and exhaling became swords. With a strong breath, 3 feet of sword energy gushed out of Lu Feng's mouth, with a sharp breath, and directly hit a metal dummy that Lu Feng was holding up for practice, leaving deep sword marks that could be seen on the bones. With a glance, Lu Feng saw the power of Tibei Zhengjin's sword key, and he was very satisfied and said, "Gold is the master of killing." Tibei Zhengjin's sword key is indeed a skill that specializes in killing and is born only for attack. I have only practiced to this point, and have not yet started the spiritual realm stage of cultivation. The attack power has surpassed a combination spell, Seed of Life, that I was proud of when I was a 3rd level apprentice. If I wait until I practice this skill into a spiritual vein, the power of the sword energy will probably surpass many of my spells and become the most powerful self-defense spell. Lu Feng estimated that, compared with the power of the spells in his hands, he felt that Tibei Zhengjin's sword key has unlimited future. The spells that are more useful in his hands now are the 3 killing moves attached to the Fire Dragon Divine Weapon Curse, and the protective aura of the Wuta Mountain Seal refined by the Wuta Refining Mountain Treasure Seal. Fire Dragon Armor. Fire Dragon Divine Flame Cannon. Fire Dragon Demon Slaying Spear. When the gold spiritual vein is practiced, I am afraid that only the Fire Dragon Demon Slaying Spear can compare with Tibei Zhengjin's sword key. As for the 1st level witchcraft he learned, Lu Feng could only smile. To be honest, since he was promoted to 1st level official wizard, except for a meditation method that brought the ancient tree body solidified on the soul seed, Lu Feng has not learned any 1st level witchcraft. This is also a problem. I will also be a 1st level official wizard in the future. How can I meet people in the future if I don't know any witchcraft? Thinking of this, Lu Feng's heart moved. I got my salary today. Tomorrow I will go to Ms. Natasha to buy a few 1st level witchcrafts. By the way, I will also arrange for the wizard apprentices in the tower to help me purchase some metals. This month, the training was fast, and the amount of metal consumed was too large. The metal ingots on the Trandy subcontinent were not replenished in time. After all, the Trandy subcontinent is a subcontinent, and the technology and productivity of civilization are still a step behind. Mining and metallurgy also require a process. In a month, Lu Feng's strength has improved rapidly, and it is normal that the metal ingots on the Trandy subcontinent cannot keep up with his consumption speed. Lu Feng couldn't ask the Red Leaf Tower directly to plunder metals used by the people for his cultivation. That would certainly allow him to plunder a lot of metals, but that would be a foolish move that would dig into his own pocket. How could Lu Feng do that? Since the Trandy subcontinent couldn't supply him, Lu Feng had to look for another way and planned to go through the Green Tower. The Green Tower was quite powerful and consumed a lot of metals on a daily basis. It also had its own way of purchasing metal ingots. While Lu Feng was working this month, he also learned more about the power of the Green Tower. The next day was another bright day. Lu Feng came to the service hall early, waiting for Ms. Natasha to show up. At 9:30 in the morning, Ms. Natasha arrived late. Rester, you came early today. How is it? How much business have you handled? Since Lu Feng started working for her, Ms. Natasha has become much lazier and is often late. Madam, you have to keep an eye on the time, it will be lunchtime soon. Lu Feng heard Ms. Natasha's voice, poked his head out from the pile of documents, and said angrily, Haha, I accidentally took a little longer to do the experiment last night. Rest, please bear with me. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Ms. Natasha laughed, and quickly sat down to take over half of the work from Lu Feng, and quickly reviewed it. It was the first day of a new month, and there was not much to do. Before lunchtime, Lu Feng and Ms. Natasha finished their work and started to rest early. Madam, I plan to purchase a batch of metal ingots through the channel of the Green Tower. The quantity is a bit large, so there shouldn't be any problem. After finishing his work, Lu Feng handed the purchase application he had written last night to Ms. Natasha. Large quantity? How big is it? Ms. Natasha took Lu Feng's application documents, took a look, and looked at Lu Feng in surprise the next moment. This quantity is indeed a bit large. The batch of copper and iron you purchased is already less than the consumption of the Green Tower in 10 years. Why, I haven't heard that you have mastered the side business of alchemy. Ordinary copper and iron alone are useless for refining alchemical puppets. Lu Feng had expected Ms. Natasha's surprise. There are no formal wizards proficient in alchemy in the Green Tower. The self-taught wizard apprentices and the knights in the tower do not consume ordinary metals such as copper and iron. Mithril, refined gold, and magic iron are the main metal purchases of the Green Tower. The copper and iron with ordinary material properties are mostly used by ordinary people under the Green Tower, and not much is consumed in a year. Lu Feng's orders directly the amount of the Green Tower in 10 years. Although Lu Feng is a first-level formal wizard, logically speaking, there is no place to use these ordinary copper and iron. Ahem, Ms. Natasha, I ordered these copper and iron mainly for the cultivation of another profession I practice. Compared with the special properties of mithril and refined gold, these copper and iron are cheap, Lu Feng explained. The Tebe Zhengjin sort energy he practiced was not very picky about the type of metal. The gold energy collected from the metal ingots needed to be mixed with the spirit and spirit to be re-refined. Lu Feng also bought some mithril and refined gold and did a comparative experiment with copper and iron. The large quantity and low price of copper and iron completely surpassed mithril and refined gold in terms of cost performance. This is also the reason why Lu Feng chose it. Is that so? Then I won't ask more. There is no problem with procurement. Regarding Lu Feng's concurrent profession, although Ms. Natasha was still a little curious about what kind of cultivation would consume so much copper and iron, she was not going to ask more. Ms. Natasha directly signed the application for Lu Feng and took the next step. Chapter 165, Shopping for Witchcraft, Nature Calls. After finalizing the purchase of copper and iron ingots, all Lu Feng had to do was wait. The Chamber of Commerce that supplies materials to the Green Tower is very active. After completing the process, Lu Feng will receive the goods in about 5 or 6 days. Ms. Natasha, do you have any first-level natural faction witchcraft for sale? Lu Feng asked after he finished applying for the metal ingots. Ms. Natasha nodded and said, yes, the zero-level spells that ordinary wizard apprentices learn are sold in the spell shop under the wizard tower, and can be bought with magic stones. But the first-level witchcraft is related to the inheritance of the Green Tower, so basically you have to buy it from the Tower Master and learn it. But Tower Master, didn't Teacher Tia leave temporarily? Do I have to wait for the Tower Master to come back if I want to buy 2 witchcrafts? Thinking of the Tower Master who ran out to take risks, Lu Feng felt helpless. If he couldn't buy the first-level witchcraft, would he wait for a while? If he didn't buy it, he could save some magic stones. He had the 3 killer moves of the Fire Dragon Divine Weapon Curse, and the Tebe Zhengjin Sword Key that was about to take shape, so he was not short of fighting methods. It is not very convenient to use it against the enemy in ordinary occasions. That's not necessary. Ms. Natasha shook her head, chuckled and said, although the Tower Master is not here for the time being, I, the acting Tower Master, can help with such a small matter as purchasing first-level witchcraft. I will find you the first-level witchcraft of the natural school. I remember there should be more than a dozen kinds. After speaking, Ms. Natasha stood up and went out for a while, then came in with a thick book. Throwing the thick book to Lu Feng, Ms. Natasha added, all the first-level witchcraft of the natural school of our verdant tower are here. You can choose to buy them. You are now an official wizard of our Verdant Tower. You can enjoy a 30% discount when buying first level witchcraft. Verdant Tower purchased the inheritance rights of these witchcraft from the botanical garden. It is much cheaper for family members to learn and use them. This is also one of the benefits of joining the Wizard Tower. Okay. Let me take a look first. Lu Feng took the book and nodded. Lu Feng also had a little understanding of the benefits that the lady mentioned. There are also places to buy various witchcraft inheritances in the Emerald Dream Space of the Botanical Garden. Lu Feng did not go to the Emerald Dream Space, but chose to buy from the Verdant Tower because of these benefits of the Verdant Tower. If these witchcraft inheritances were the same price no matter where they were purchased, there would be no need for wizard organizations like the Verdant Tower and the Botanical Garden. Opening the book, the first level witchcraft of the natural faction in the Verdant Tower was displayed in front of Lu Feng. The first level witchcraft of the natural faction, Natural Covenant, Natural Wrath, Thorn Shield, Natural Protection. More than 10 kinds of first level witchcraft of the natural faction, involving storage, summoning, attack, assistance and other aspects. Lu Feng had the urge to buy all the spells. Seeing Lu Feng's somewhat tempted state, Ms. Natasha reminded him, "You are now in the late stage of the first level wizard. According to the cultivation process of a regular wizard, you should have mastered 3 to 5 first level witchcrafts, and you should have some means of self-defense and attack. I feel that you have invested a lot of time in your concurrent profession, which has promoted the improvement of your wizard's spiritual power and promoted your realm, but your wizard skills lack precipitation and refinement." Speaking of Lu Feng's strange state, Ms. Natasha couldn't help but educate Lu Feng as a person who had experienced it, telling him some of the detours and experiences she had taken in the past when she practiced other professions. Some of Ms. Natasha's experience was not suitable for Lu Feng. After all, the Earth Immortal method was the main method for Lu Feng, and the wizard method was only a part-time job. However, Ms. Natasha's experience in wizard law benefited Lu Feng a lot, and he listened attentively. Listening to Ms. Natasha's teachings, Lu Feng also asked her how to choose the first level witchcraft of the natural faction. Ms. Natasha also practices the Green Spirit Wood meditation method. They are both wizards on the same path. Ms. Natasha's suggestion can save Lu Feng some trouble. My suggestion. Ms. Natasha thought for a while and said, "My suggestion is that you should choose a defensive magic, an offensive magic, and an auxiliary magic, so that you can have both offensive and defensive capabilities. After you have mastered these 3 magics, you can choose the magic you need according to your needs." The 3 magics proposed by Ms. Natasha are the 3-element theory that formal wizards prefer. Lu Feng nodded frequently after hearing this, and he agreed with his choice. Ms. Natasha continued, "For defensive witchcraft, I suggest you choose Thorn Shield. This witchcraft has pretty good defensive power. Combined with the innate witchcraft ancient tree body of the green spiritual wood, it can basically resist most attacks of the same level, and can also counterattack the enemy when defending. For offensive witchcraft, Nature's Wrath is pretty good, and Spiritual Wood's Edge and the like are all fine. Choose one to refine it, and then buy 2 wizard secret treasures to put on your body, and the means of attack will definitely be enough. As for auxiliary witchcraft, Natural Covenant can summon a natural ally to help. Natural Calling can summon a bunch of tree spirits from a forest." After listening to Ms. Natasha's introduction, Lu Feng picked and chose and quickly selected 3 witchcrafts. 1 offensive witchcraft, Nature's Wrath. 1 defensive witchcraft, Thorn Shield. There is also an auxiliary spell. Lu Feng chose Natural Calling, which can summon tree spirits. In his Kingmu spirit realm, the largest number of trees are trees. Through this spell, he can add more special creatures to the Kingmu spirit realm. Lu Feng has not forgotten his development idea based on the spiritual realm. These 3 witchcrafts are okay, but Nature Calling is a little weak. The tree spirits summoned depend on the quality of the trees in the forest. If the quality is poor, the summoned tree spirits are not only weak in strength, but also stupid. Ms. Natasha commented on Nature Calling with an experienced look. It seems that she also suffered losses in this witchcraft in the past. However, Ms. Natasha did not interfere with Lu Feng's choice. In her opinion, Lu Feng's strength is already strong enough, and with another profession he is practicing, he should have a certain ability to protect himself. Ms. Natasha is not worried about Lu Feng's choice of witchcraft. Even if Nature Calling is useless, Lu Feng will have more opportunities for trial and error. Some experiences, Lu Feng may not listen to her, only by letting Lu Feng suffer, The lesson can be deeply rooted in his heart. After choosing the 3 witchcrafts, Ms. Natasha fiddled with a heavy book, took out 3 shiny memory crystals from the book, and handed them to Lu Feng. This is the memory crystal. The 3 witchcrafts will cost a total of 3,500 magic stones after the discount. Please pay the fee. Lu Feng recalled the price of the 3 witchcrafts he had seen in the Emerald Dream space, which added up to about 5,000 magic stones. Buying from Ms. Natasha saved nearly 1,500 magic stones, and Lu Feng once again experienced the benefits of the verdant tower. It's so delicious. After taking out 3,500 magic stones and giving them to Ms. Natasha, Lu Feng put away 3 memory crystals and planned to go back to practice the 3 witchcrafts in the evening. After finishing these things, it was afternoon. Lu Feng and Ms. Natasha entered the working state again, handling the affairs of the verdant tower. At night, returning to the practice room of the residence, Lu Feng absorbed all the knowledge in the 3 memory crystals. There is an essential difference between the first-level witchcraft and the zero-level spells. The zero-level spells used by wizard apprentices are just some minor fights in the eyes of formal wizards. Take himself as an example. Lu Feng is now doing nothing. Standing here, the zero-level spells he practiced during his apprenticeship period cannot break his defense. With the strength of a first-level formal wizard, Lu Feng always feels like a big horse pulling a small cart when he casts zero-level spells. Before his mental power has moved much, he has already reached the limit of zero-level spells. Going up, no matter how much mental power he pours in, the power of zero-level spells cannot be qualitatively changed. When dealing with enemies of the same level, using zero-level spells is not as powerful as swinging his fists. Only the first-level witchcraft can bring out his mental power at his current level. After buying 3 witchcrafts, Lu Feng is more interested in the auxiliary spell, Nature Calling, so he starts to practice this witchcraft. He has no shortage of defensive witchcraft and offensive witchcraft for the time being. After completing the practice of Nature Calling, he can slowly grind the progress of these 2 witchcrafts, which will be enough. When practicing first-level witchcraft, you need to build a stable witchcraft model in the ocean of mental power. The witchcraft model of Nature Calling is an extremely complex, mysterious geometric pattern composed of countless graphics and runes. It is so complicated that ordinary people will feel dizzy and frustrated after taking a look. Lu Feng has experience in practicing the first-level witchcraft ancient tree body, and refining various earth immortal instruments and talisman seeds. With his strong mental power, practicing first-level witchcraft feels moderately difficult. In the repeated failed practice, Lu Feng continued to improve and steadily improved his proficiency in the first-level witchcraft, Nature Calling. A few days after practicing Nature Calling, the copper and iron metal ingots that Lu Feng ordered through the Green Tower channel arrived. Mr. Rest, due to the large number of metal ingots you ordered and the large size, it is impossible to transport them to the Wizard Tower. Please go to the outside of the Wizard Tower to pick up the goods. The head of the Chamber of Commerce, who came to inform Lu Feng, said with some sweat on his head. This batch of metal ingots was sold through the Green Tower. Although the quantity was relatively large, it was only a few hundred magic stones because the price of copper and iron was cheap. The cargo of such a small amount of magic stones was not small in size, and it would be a loss-making business to use a large space bag to carry it. The person in charge of the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce station in the Green Tower did not take it seriously. When the goods arrived and were ready to deliver them to the door, he found out that it was ordered by a formal wizard. If he had known that it was Lu Feng's order, the person in charge of the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce felt that even if it was a loss, he would apply for a large space bag for Lu Feng. Unfortunately, at this point, there was no way to save it, and the person in charge of the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce had to bite the bullet and contact Lu Feng. Lu Feng knew that the copper and iron metal ingots were not small in size, so he did not blame the person in charge of the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce. After all, there was no grudge, and you couldn't force others to do a loss-making business. After agreeing on the location, Lu Feng went to the warehouse of the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce under the Green Tower. Just like under Lu Feng's Red Leaf Tower, the Verdant Tower, because of its special status, has also developed a prosperous building complex on the leaves of this energy-absorbing ancient tree. As the head of the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce nodded and bowed in gratitude, Lu Feng took the metal ingots from the Chamber of Commerce warehouse. Lu Feng did not have a large enough space pocket in his hand, but with a Kingmu spirit realm, he did not need to ask Ms. Natasha to borrow the space secret treasure. Seeing Lu Feng waved and took the metal ingot, the head of the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce was surprised. He did not expect that Lu Feng, who was so young, could have such a large space secret treasure in his hand. Sure enough, the formal wizards who can become high level in the Verdant Tower are all powerful and have a strong foundation. Rest, this is a mistake of our Chamber of Commerce. This is a fine gold membership card of the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce. You can enjoy VIP treatment in any store in our Chamber of Commerce and enjoy a 30% discount. Please accept it. The head of the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce was shocked and hurriedly showed goodwill to Lu Feng. Membership card? Yeah, I'll take it. I'll need to order metal ingots from you through the Green Tower in the future. I don't want to make such a mistake again next time. Lu Feng glanced at the person in charge of the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce, who was only a third-class wizard apprentice. Lu Feng's eyes frightened him, and he quickly promised Lu Feng that he would never make the same mistake again next time. Walking out of the warehouse of the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce, on the way back, Lu Feng looked at the majestic trunk of the energy-absorbing ancient tree in the distance. No matter how you look at it, the majestic energy-absorbing ancient tree is already breathtaking. No matter how many times, no matter how strong he is, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I don't know if the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling in my Kingmu spirit realm will ever grow to this point. That day is probably very far away. Lu Feng chuckled and returned to the Green Tower. As soon as the copper and iron metal ingots arrived, Lu Feng continued to practice the Tibei Zhengjin Sword Key spirit realm part. A large number of copper ingots and iron ingots were absorbed by Lu Feng, and turned into slag in the Kingmu spirit realm and scattered on the ground. The huge gold energy also slowly formed the restriction of the gold spirit vein in the origin space of the Kingmu spirit realm. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the end of the second month since Lu Feng returned to the Kankai Tower. On this day, Lu Feng sat in the practice room. In his spiritual ocean, a complex pattern drawn by mental power condensed and took shape. Outlining the last trace of mental power, the complex pattern trembled slightly and was completely formed. This is the witchcraft model of the first level witchcraft, nature calling. Lu Feng comprehended nature calling in his spare time when practicing Tibei Zhengjin Sword Key. Although it took a long time, he finally practiced it. The formed nature calling witchcraft model exudes a vibrant natural breath. It just so happens that there are many trees in my Kingmu spirit realm, so it's a good opportunity for me to try my hand. Looking towards Kingmu spirit realm, Lu Feng found a lush forest with the richest spiritual energy and the longest growth time. The witchcraft model of nature calling in the spiritual ocean was infused with spiritual power, and a soft natural green light was lit. Under Lu Feng's control, the natural green light of nature calling surged out of Lu Feng's spiritual space and fell into Kingmu spirit realm. It fell on the forest that Lu Feng had chosen. The forest was lush and full of vitality. Under Lu Feng's control, the natural light of nature calling did not cover a large area, only covering a few oak trees with extremely rich vitality. Bathed in the natural light of nature calling, the oak trees selected by Lu Feng stretched out their branches and leaves, and their trunks were full of spiritual energy, shaking their trunks slightly, as if the sleeping person was about to wake up. Crack! When the light of nature's call faded away, the oak trees suddenly made some subtle sounds. Chapter 166, Practicing Witchcraft, Spiritual Realm Cultivation Plan. Under Lu Feng's gaze, the 6 oak trees that absorbed the magic of the witchcraft, nature calling, in the constant trembling and strange noises, some branches twisted and twisted into 2 thick wooden hands, and the roots pulled out of the soil, twisted and deformed into 2 thick legs. In a moment, the thick oak tree evolved into a sturdy tree demon under the magic of nature calling. Not bad, not bad. I succeeded in casting this first level witchcraft for the first time. Looking at the changes of the oak tree in the Kingmu spirit realm, Lu Feng was delighted. Just when he wanted to brag about it, he found that there was something wrong with the tree demon derived from the oak tree in the spirit realm. Come on, take a few steps. Lu Feng frowned slightly and commanded the 6 tree demons in the spirit realm to act according to his orders. However, the tree demons who heard Lu Feng's orders did not move. It was as if they had no ears. This command immediately made Lu Feng discover something unusual. The 6 oak tree demons in the spiritual realm, although they changed from oak trees to tree demons under the magic brilliance of nature calling, and their life forms changed from plants to tree demons, Lu Feng's 6 tree demons did not develop spiritual intelligence, and their thinking level remained at the level of plants. No matter how Lu Feng ordered, if the plants could not understand, the 6 tree demons could not understand either. They were not even as good as mentally retarded, just a group of dead things with the appearance of tree demons. According to the knowledge recorded in the memory crystal, the tree demons created by the nature calling witchcraft all have basic intelligence. Although they are just like ordinary beasts, they can also act according to the orders of the caster and execute some simple commands. Otherwise, the nature calling spell would have no meaning to exist. Lu Feng recalled the knowledge he obtained from the memory crystal, and his heart was full of doubts. The meaning of the nature calling witchcraft is to summon tree demons from trees through casting spells, which can provide some combat assistance to the caster. If the most basic meaning of existence is lost, the nature calling spell would have no need to exist. Lu Feng understood all this, and after a little thought, he began to cast the nature calling spell again. If he didn't figure out the reason why the nature calling spell failed, the time Lu Feng spent practicing the nature calling spell in the past month would be wasted. The magic light of nature calling fell again and again, and the oak trees in the forest changed their forms under Lu Feng's spell, turning into tree demons. Failed again. All failed without exception. The tree demons didn't understand the command, and they were like dead empty shells. Although Lu Feng was a little frustrated in his heart, his eyes became brighter and brighter in the repeated failures. I cast the spell again and again, and there was no problem with my casting process. Although there were some small flaws in the process of the oak's transformation, there was no big problem. The only problem was the last step of nature calling. Lu Feng muttered to himself. He vaguely grasped the key to the failure of nature calling spell. In the midst of repeated failures, Lu Feng mobilized the power of the Kingmu spirit realm and carefully observed the process of casting spells. From the witchcraft condensing the brilliance to the oak accepting the witchcraft brilliance to transform its own life form, Lu Feng did not find any problems in this process. Every time he cast a spell, he failed at the last step. Could it be that the last step of the nature calling witchcraft is to give the oak tree demon, which has changed its form, a beast-like intelligence? But I did not make any mistakes in casting the spell, so why did it fail? Lu Feng felt that this involved some special power that he was temporarily unable to observe. After thinking about it, Lu Feng walked out of the green tower and found a green forest on the land under the tower. Lu Feng suspected that it was a problem with the Kingmu spirit realm. He planned to do another control experiment to find the key to the problem. The forest that Lu Feng chose grew on the land formed by the leaves of the energy-absorbing ancient tree. Under the shade of the energy-absorbing ancient tree, it grew vibrantly and had a long history. The trees in the forest were also oak trees, and they grew better than the forest in Lu Feng's Kingmu spirit realm. Floating above the woods, Lu Feng once again cast the first-level witchcraft nature call. Mental power poured into the witchcraft model in the mental space, and a vibrant emerald green natural aura fell from Lu Feng's hands and poured into the 6 oak trees that Lu Feng had selected in advance. Crack! Under the catalysis of the natural aura, the life forms of the 6 oak trees changed, growing thick hands and feet, and becoming tree demons. The life forms of the oak trees were about to be transformed. Lu Feng widened his eyes and watched the last step of the nature call witchcraft process. While guiding the witchcraft brilliance of nature call, the mental power penetrated into the body of the tree demon and observed the last step of the tree demon's formation. Wait a little. After a moment, the oak tree demon with the changed form absorbed all the witchcraft aura of nature call, and some subtle changes occurred in its trunk. Before Lu Feng noticed anything unusual, the 6 oak tree demons had some weak consciousness, and they were as confused as newborn babies. Under Lu Feng's gaze, these oak tree demons with consciousness slowly moved their bodies and carefully explored the strange world around them. What on earth is going on? Looking at the oak tree demons moving in the woods, Lu Feng was puzzled. After some observation, Lu Feng did not find anything abnormal. The abnormality without abnormality made Lu Feng even more confused. In his confusion, Lu Feng took out the empty shells of the tree demons that had completed the transformation in the Kingmu spirit realm, placed them in the woods, and cast the nature calling witchcraft on them again. This time, after the aura of the nature calling witchcraft dissipated, the empty shells of the tree demons gave birth to fragile consciousness. Outside the Kingmu spirit realm, his first-level witchcraft nature calling was successful. Lu Feng looked up at the sky, groaned, and guessed, Other factors can basically be ruled out. The only thing is that the world has changed. The failure of witchcraft should be due to this. It seems that my Kingmu spirit realm still lacks certain characteristics, and it cannot give birth to the oak tree demon's spiritual wisdom. There are so many creatures in the spirit realm, and no new life has been born until now. Maybe it is because of this. This problem probably involves the mystery of soul changes, which is a blind spot in Lu Feng's knowledge that he has never touched. Lu Feng thought about it. With his current strength, there is no way to solve it. Fortunately, Lu Feng is not a stubborn person who will get stuck in a corner. He simply puts the problem that cannot be solved now behind his mind and plans to think about these things when his strength improves in the future and reaches a certain level. Maybe, at that time, these difficult problems will become simple and easy to solve. Putting aside the doubts, Lu Feng took out all the empty shells of the tree demons in the Kingmu spirit realm, placed them in the outside world, and cast the natural calling, witchcraft again. After the effect of witchcraft again, these empty shells of tree demons really gave birth to a weak consciousness again. Although their intelligence is relatively low, it is a good start. They can understand some of Lu Feng's commands. If they are trained slowly, they can also play some roles. When Lu Feng finished his work, it was already the next morning. After Lu Feng was busy, he counted and found that he had made a total of 73 tree demons. Most of them have the strength of a great knight, and their physical strength can be comparable to that of a first-class wizard or apprentice. But tree demons with such strength are still too useless. Although they can grow, their potential is limited. When wizards use this witchcraft, they usually use a large number of tree demons in one move to form a scale to clear out the trash, or select powerful demonized trees to summon elite tree demons. The summoned tree demons can exist as long as they don't die, and they will gradually improve. Elite-level tree demons have a high chance of growing into formal wizard-level combat power, which is really good for guarding the house. Lu Feng analyzed the pros and cons of nature calling, and felt that this witchcraft had the same purpose as the fire dragon Taoist soldiers cultivated by his fire dragon magic spell. If you study this witchcraft carefully, there will be a bright future. With proficiency and mastery, changing the quality of the trees used to make tree demons, it will be possible to raise a large army of tree demons in time. However, these have some overlaps with the fire dragon magic spell that Lu Feng practices, so Lu Feng does not intend to spend too much time on this witchcraft for the time being. In the following period of time, when Lu Feng is free, he will come to the woods outside the Green Tower to transform tree demons until he has mastered Nature Call. For this, Lu Feng spent another half a month. The byproduct of the practice is that a lush green forest has grown on the land in the center of the Greenwood spirit realm, which is a beautiful scenery. These tree demons usually take root in the shade of the seedlings of the energy-absorbing ancient trees in the form of trees, absorbing the breath of plants and trees emitted by the energy-absorbing ancient trees and growing vigorously. The wood spiritual veins also connect to these tree demons, exchanging breaths and benefiting each other. If Lu Feng needs it, he will give an order. These tree demons will also pull out their roots from the soil and transform into powerful tree demon warriors to show their violent side to the enemy. At Lu Feng's current level, the strength and status of these tree monsters may not be useful in battle, but they are a good supplement to the developing Kingmu spirit realm, enriching the species diversity in the spirit realm. It is beneficial to the evolution and development of the wood spirit vein. After practicing nature calling, Lu Feng began to practice the other two first-level witchcraft. The attack witchcraft, Nature's Wrath, and the defensive witchcraft, Thorn Shield. With the idea of stacking armor to save his life, Lu Feng first started to practice Thorn Shield, and then Nature's Wrath. These two witchcrafts are simpler and purer than nature calling. After building the witchcraft model, it is repeated to practice. After being proficient, you can cast spells at the fastest speed at any time, which means that the practice is complete. To practice, you rely on the accumulation of time. There is no major event in the Green Tower for the time being, and Lu Feng is also happy to be idle. During the day, he is busy with the work of the Green Tower, and practice witchcraft when he is slacking off, and practice Tebe Jengjin sword key at night. After the first batch of copper and iron ingots were consumed, Lu Feng purchased 4 more batches of metal ingots at a rate of 1 batch every half a month. It must be said that the Trudeau continent is vast, and there are also various powerful wizard organizations that have opened up other planes through the plane gate, so the resources are abundant. The copper and iron metals consumed by Lu Feng are probably not as good as a drop of water in the ocean. Under the accumulation of a large amount of gold energy, Lu Feng's Tibei Zhengjin Sword Keeling Jing restriction part has steadily increased. In more than 2 months, Lu Feng has pushed the restriction of the gold spirit vein to 40%. At the same time, he has also successfully cultivated Thorn Shield and Nature's Wrath, and can use them skillfully. Now I have to test the defensive ability of Thorn Shield and the offensive ability of Nature's Wrath. At least I have a good idea of it, so that I can use it freely when facing the enemy. Lu Feng muttered to himself. The spirit surged, and the dark green witchcraft aura surged around Lu Feng, condensing into a spherical light shield covered with spikes. The spherical light shield was heavy and solid, giving off a feeling of being indestructible. On the shield, ferocious spikes grew wildly, flashing with a faint green light. It looked like someone who was not easy to mess with. Lu Feng stood still. Not far from him, a group of fire dragon Taoist soldiers lined up in a battle formation, their auras interconnected, as if they were a whole. Come, attack. Lu Feng gave an order, and the fire dragon Taoist soldiers in the distance combined their magic power into a red dragon, roaring fiercely, and rushed towards where Lu Feng was. Fire Dragon Divine Flame Cannon. Under the urging of the fire dragon Taoist soldiers, the red dragon shot out like a cannonball, and in the blink of an eye it hit the thorn shield beside Lu Feng. Boom! With a loud noise, the place where Lu Feng was shrouded in dust and flames. In the contest between the red flame and the dark green thorn shield, although the fire dragon flame cannon had an advantage in attributes, it still could not break through Lu Feng's thorn shield. After a few minutes, the smoke dissipated, the red flame disappeared, and the thorn shield beside Lu Feng only dimmed by 30%. The shield was dim, but the ferocious spikes on the thorn shield were shining brightly. If Lu Feng hadn't controlled it, these spikes would have automatically fired and shot the attacking fire dragon Taoist soldiers into sieves. The fire dragon Taoist soldiers combined to attack the fire dragon flame cannon, which is probably the level of a formal wizard who has just completed the meditation method. This time, my thorn shield can block 3 or 4 such attacks. The counterattack thorn spikes are probably also at the attack level of an ordinary formal wizard. Automatic counterattacks can probably give the enemy a surprise. After Lu Feng tested the thorn shield, he put away the fire dragon Taoist soldiers and called out the stone turtle again. He put on a thorn shield, defended against the radiance of the Wu-Tu mountain seal, and then urged his mental power to condense a wrath of nature, and smashed it on the stone turtle without hesitation. The angry power from nature condensed into a black-green flame. Boom! The flames shot up to the sky, and the flames rose. The stone turtle with the Wu-Tu mountain seal, burning with flames, walked out of the black-green natural wrath safely. The flames dissipated, the thorn shield had all dissipated, and the condensed spikes automatically shot towards Lu Feng. Fortunately, this was the shield witchcraft performed by Lu Feng, and he had good control. The spikes flew halfway in the air and dissipated into the air under Lu Feng's control. The power of the nature's fury I cast was quite strong, enough to break the defense of the thorn shield. The thorn shield used part of its power to counterattack the spikes, which dispersed some of the shield's defense. But I still have the protective aura of the Wu-Earth mountain seal, and I don't lack the defense of the thorn shield, which is enough. Lu Feng nodded, very satisfied with the results of the spell experiment. I just don't know if I can withstand the attack of a second-level formal wizard with all my trump cards, the Wu-Earth mountain seal, the fire dragon armor, the thorn shield, the ancient tree body, and the power of the green wood spirit realm. Although Lu Feng really wanted to ask Ms. Natasha to help him experiment, he couldn't expose all his trump cards in front of Ms. Natasha, so he thought about it and put it aside. In short, Lu Feng felt that he should be able to walk sideways in the first-level formal wizard realm now that he had used all his trump cards. If he encountered the attack of a second-level wizard, he should be able to resist for a while, save his life, and have a chance to escape. Although I have some trump cards in my hand, it is not the time to be arrogant. There are countless wizards in the botanical garden who are more powerful than me. The first-level formal wizard is only the bottom of the botanical garden. I have just reached the threshold to join the botanical garden. There is still a long way to go in the future. Lu Feng introspected himself and kept his sanity at all times. He did not dare to be proud of his small achievements. The wizard world is too big. Although the first-level formal wizard is extraordinary and has walked out of the ranks of ordinary people, he is still just a toddler on the road to extraordinariness. Thinking of the high-level wizards who have started the plane war through the artifact plane gate, Lu Feng knows that he is still very small now. However, the daily practice of the green spirit wood meditation method, even with a fresh secret medicine prepared from the leaves of the energy-absorbing ancient tree, the mental power growth is very slow. Although it has improved faster than the wizards of the same realm, it is still not as good as the gains brought by the earthly immortal method. My strength growth still depends on the growth of the green wood spirit realm. The practice of the earthly immortal method and the cultivation of the green wood spirit realm are still very rough and simple at Lu Feng's current stage. As long as there are enough resources, Lu Feng has not felt a bottleneck for the time being and is making great strides. During the 3 or 4 months of working in the Green Tower, Lu Feng did not forget to return to the Trandy secondary continent regularly to harvest a condensed incense and willpower. The statues in the Yin Gui spirit realm can easily accumulate a pool of incense and willpower in the incense pool. Lu Feng harvested them regularly and put them into the green wood spirit realm for daily consumption in the spirit realm to assist in the absorption of various resources. During the 3 or 4 months of working, the salary of the Green Tower was never in arrears. At the end of each month, Ms. Natasha would throw the space pocket containing magic stones to Lu Feng on time. Every month, 10,000 to 20,000 magic stones are deposited into the account. Apart from daily consumption, there are also a few magic stones for ordering metal ingots. Now Lu Feng has saved 76,000 magic stones in his pocket. With magic stones in his pocket, Lu Feng began to buy additional resources for Kingmu Spirit Realm to cultivate and expand Kingmu Spirit Realm. More than 70,000 magic stones are a lot, but also a little. If it is a lot, buying ordinary metals like copper and iron, even if he fills the entire spiritual space of more than 700 meters in radius with copper and iron, he still can't spend more than 70,000 magic stones. If it is a little, more than 70,000 magic stones are only enough for Lu Feng to buy a half-wizard's secret treasure. Therefore, when buying additional resources to cultivate Kingmu Spirit Realm, Lu Feng also had to consider whether to choose quality or quantity. Considering his future income, Lu Feng chose to compromise and buy some basic extraordinary materials of good quality. The Wood Spirit Vein in Kingmu Spirit Realm is much stronger than the Fire Spirit Vein and Earth Spirit Vein due to the existence of energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, not to mention the Golden Water Spirit Veins that have not yet taken shape. The Fire Dragon magical weapon spell was stronger due to the powerful formula. When refining the Earth Spiritual Vein, the Stone Turtle assisted, took some tricks, and the method was average, so the Earth Spiritual Vein was the weakest. Although a broken Earth Crown was refined, which was the same human level lower grade as the Fire Spiritual Vein, it was far less powerful than the Fire Spiritual Vein. When Lu Feng invested resources in cultivation, he wanted to strengthen the Earth Spiritual Vein as soon as possible. Lu Feng did not forget that when the spiritual realm was in crisis, when wood was strong and fire was blazing, it was thanks to the slowly cultivated Earth Spiritual Vein that the balance of the 5 elements in the spiritual realm that was about to collapse was suppressed. Earth produces gold, gold produces water, and earth produces wood. Cultivating the Earth Spiritual Vein can pave the way for the formation of the Gold Spiritual Vein later. After making a decision, Lu Feng began to look for earth-related resources with suitable prices and quality. Most of the wizards in the Green Tower are from the School of Nature, and they need more natural resources. But Green Tower is proficient in botany, and has built many medicine gardens, which produce a large number of herbs and magical plants every year. In the process of cultivating herbs and magical plants, there is also a great demand for earth-related materials. After all, plants rarely grow without soil. Lu Feng handled various affairs of Green Tower, and also came across applications from medicine gardens to purchase earth-related materials. After a search, Lu Feng also found a lot of earth-related materials that are inexpensive and of high quality and large quantity. The vibrant oil from the Earth realm, this oil made by special means, is full of vitality and can increase the survival rate of herbs and magic plants by 30%. The small rock monster corpse, an ordinary earth monster from the Earth realm, is made of special rocks that have been baptized by the earth element, and the corpse contains rich earth elements. Artificial earth veins carefully made by the wizards of the Earth realm, have achieved 99% of the functions of natural earth veins. Lu Feng discovered that a large number of earth materials purchased by the Green Tower came from the Earth realm, another wizard organization that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Botanical Garden. The Earth realm is the largest gathering place for Earth School wizards on the Trudeau continent, and it is also a very peculiar place. It is said that the first generation of the Earth realm moved an entire Earth element plane from outside the wizard world to the Trudeau continent, and cultivated it into a special place, which is very suitable for the practice of wizards of the Earth School. The special leaf islands formed by the energy-absorbing ancient trees in the botanical garden today have a similar effect. Because of the special features of the Earth realm's original Earth element plane, in addition to a large number of Earth School wizards, some natural Earth element creatures are also born in the Earth realm, which has extremely high economic value. The output of various special Earth element materials also makes the Earth realm the largest source of Earth resources on the Trudeau continent. Chapter 167, Use bait to fish, and melt veins to farm. In fact, it is not only the realm of the Earth. On the Trudeau continent, many powerful wizard schools have similar backgrounds. The realm of the ocean school, the realm of the flame of the burning school. The energy-absorbing ancient trees in the botanical garden have also been developed to this day. The energy-absorbing ancient trees planted by the first generation who created the botanical garden have already involved the power of space. Outside the botanical garden, you can only see a towering giant tree, but when you enter the botanical garden, every leaf of the energy-absorbing ancient tree has evolved into a huge space, and derived countless internal small forces like the Green Tower. Feng checked the Earth-related materials that the Green Tower purchased through the Chamber of Commerce, and after knowing the situation, he selected several moderately priced Earth-related materials. The Earth of Vitality and the artificial Earth vein are both good. Feng calculated and spent some magic stones to place an order directly. The Earth of Vitality is suitable for transforming some land in the spiritual realm. In conjunction with the unique environment of Kingmu Spirit Realm, some herbs and magical plants can be planted. Not to mention selling them to earn magic stones, they can also reduce some of Feng's daily consumption of medicines. In conjunction with the secret medicine for practicing the Green Spirit Wood meditation method, the vital water that replenishes the body's nutrition and energy consumption. After Feng became stronger, the daily consumption of these medicines was not small. If Feng did not know how to refine medicines, he would have a lot less magic stones after receiving his monthly salary. Get some fields in Kingmu Spirit Realm and find something for the more than 100 death row prisoners living in Kingmu Spirit Realm to do, grow crops, and save a little bit. In the process of farming, plants grow, life flourishes, and it can promote the growth of Kingmu Spirit Realm. Then get an artificial Earth vein and plant it in the Earth of the Spirit Realm. In conjunction with the Earth Spirit vein to nourish the Earth, Kingmu Spirit Realm will become more and more powerful. Although Feng could directly grab the natural Earth veins from the Trendy subcontinent, the Earth veins are closely related to the natural environment and the growth of life. Feng did not want to destroy the Trendy subcontinent for the price of a little magic stone. The Trendy subcontinent is Feng's base, and it produces magic stones continuously. Feng does not like to exhaust the pond to catch fish. If he encounters the enemy's territory in the future, Feng will not be soft-handed. He placed an order and spent more than 20,000 magic stones on Feng. The price of the vitality oil is not expensive. Feng spent 5,000 or 6,000 magic stones to buy a large batch, which is enough for him to open up 500 acres of land in the Kingmu Spirit Realm. The price of artificial Earth veins is a bit more expensive. Feng only bought one, which cost him more than 15,000 magic stones. Feng has also seen artificial Earth veins in the medicinal garden of the botanical garden and knows a little about them. But when planting in his own Kingmu Spirit Realm, Feng thought it would be better to be cautious. He bought one to try it out first. If it works well, he could buy more. After placing the order, Feng returned to his daily calm and practiced. A few days later, Feng did not wait for the people from the Chamber of Commerce to come to his door, but waited for an acquaintance. That day, just after returning from get-off work in the service hall on the 16th floor, before he reached the door, he saw a petite and cute figure flapping transparent wings and floating in front of his door. Feng recognized the person in front of the door as the familiar Luo. However, looking at Luo's appearance, Feng found that Luo in front of him was a little bigger than before, and his body was a little more mature, as if he was developing towards the body of a young girl. Before Feng could take a closer look, Luo had already noticed Feng's return, and the transparent wings behind him moved, and he had already flown in front of Feng. Lester. I'm finally out of seclusion. It's been a long time since we met, did you miss me? Luo looked at Feng and smiled. Of course, since we separated in the Emerald Dream space last time, I haven't stopped thinking about you for a minute. Lu Feng laughed boldly, reaching out to touch Luo Kei's soft hair, feeling happy. Lu Feng's bold words made Luo Kei blush, and she moved slightly, breaking free from Lu Feng's hands, feeling very embarrassed. Haha, come on, come into my room and sit down. We've met again after a long time, let's have a good time together. Lu Feng took Luo Kei's hand and led her into the room, and Luo Kei did not refuse. In the room, Lu Feng asked about Luo Kei's progress in the Green Spirit Wood meditation method. Speaking of this, Luo Kei looked regretful. After learning the meditation method, Luo Kei began to practice the Green Spirit Wood meditation method in seclusion. Even with the help of secret medicine, his progress was not fast. After practicing for several months, he was still stuck at the step of condensing the soul seed, and his progress was slow. The difference between the apprentice stage of wizard cultivation and the first-level formal wizard is huge. Even if Luo Kei's spiritual power transformation is complete and he has reached the level of a first-level formal wizard, it is still difficult to practice. Lu Feng has the strong support of the Kingmu spirit realm cultivated by the earthly immortal method. His physical attributes and mental power are ahead in all aspects. He has a high-level view and can practice the Green Spirit Wood meditation method with ease and make rapid progress. There is no bottleneck at all. For ordinary first-level formal wizards, the cultivation progress of Luo Kei is the most normal. Every step of the formal wizard's cultivation and advancement is a transformation of the life level. From ordinary life to extraordinary and otherworldly. The improvement, while the huge changes, also require more time and sweat. Luo Kei looked at Lu Feng's rapid progress and naturally wanted to catch up. Everyone has a little desire to win, and Luo Kei is no exception. But when compared with Lu Feng at this time, Luo Kei found the gap. The fairy bloodline that she used to be proud of was not superior at all in front of Lu Feng's progress, and there was nothing worth talking about. I really don't understand how you practiced. When you left the wizard tower, your strength was not as good as mine, but when you returned home, you suddenly opened up a gap with me. It's really weird. After Luo Kei learned some information from Lu Feng, he stared at Lu Feng with his beautiful eyes, as if he wanted to see something from Lu Feng. Under Luo Kei's gaze, Lu Feng smiled awkwardly. Actually, it's nothing. On the way back to my hometown, I found a job inheritance from another dimension. After practicing for a while, my life level transformed and I walked ahead, which led to the progress of my wizard's way. As long as he didn't talk about the Earth Immortal method and the Kingmu spiritual realm, there was nothing Lu Feng couldn't say about other things. His strength and realm were all things that were on the surface, and any wizard who was stronger than him could see some clues. These things that were on the surface, it was natural that there was nothing wrong with talking to Luo Kei. Occupation inheritance from another dimension. Rest, you are not bewitched by some devil or evil god. Hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Luo Kei was surprised and raised his tone a few degrees. As if he had thought of something, Luo Kei's face suddenly changed, and he said with concern, I have read some family books before, which said that some occupation systems in other planes are baits thrown down by some strange things. You will make rapid progress in the early stage. When you develop, those beings will catch you like a fish and swallow you as a secret medicine for great tonic. Lu Feng's situation was rather strange, and Luo Kei was afraid that Lu Feng would be trapped by something. Devil, evil god, bait, fishing. Luo Kei, don't worry, I have told Ms. Natasha about my concurrent practice of occupations in other planes, and Ms. Natasha didn't see any problems, so you can rest assured. I didn't fall into the trap. Lu Feng shook his head and explained. Lu Feng had naturally heard the legends of demons and evil gods. Demons are said to come from a special lower plane called hell. The demons born there feed on souls and are naturally good at lies and deception. They plunder the souls of intelligent creatures through lies and contracts. Some demons will also create some tricky career systems and spread them to the main plane, allowing intelligent life to practice and gradually turn themselves into the best food for demons. There are also some strange evil gods who spread their beliefs and seduce weak-willed intelligent life to contribute their beliefs. The Church of the Evil God often creates some powerful and fast-improving evil rituals to enhance the power of believers. In addition to demons and evil gods, some black wizards also like to spread this tricky career system to cultivate some tool people and secret medicines to enhance their strength for their own truth. Lu Feng knew the roots of the Earth Immortal method, so he didn't have this worry. But Luo Ke didn't know Lu Feng's background. Seeing that his practice speed was far beyond that of ordinary people, he naturally had some doubts and guesses. However, Lu Feng couldn't explain this kind of thing that involved the fundamentals to Luo Ke in detail. Fortunately, he had Ms. Natasha's personal certification. Although Luo Ke was still a little worried, he calmed down. However, she still reminded Lu Feng, although the profession of the other plane progresses quickly, the way of wizards has a long history. Rest, you must grasp the balance between them and never lose the big picture for the small. Well, I understand all this. Lu Feng listened to Luo Ke's caring words, nodded, and said seriously. Luo Ke's words were exactly the same as Ms. Natasha's persuasion. They were all for Lu Feng's sake. Although it was repeated, Lu Feng never felt impatient. After listening to Luo Ke's earnest teachings, Lu Feng also asked Luo Ke if she had any doubts when practicing the green spirit wood meditation method. Luo Ke naturally had some, and Lu Feng patiently answered them one by one. Luo Ke benefited a lot from answering questions and solving doubts. After a conversation, the lives of the two returned to their daily lives. Lu Feng was busy with the work of the Green Tower and his own practice of the earthly immortal method every day, and Luo Ke also had to work hard on the green spirit wood meditation method. The two could only get together from time to communicate. On this day, Lu Feng received a vitality soil and an artificial earth vein sent to him by the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce. Having had the experience of buying copper ingots and iron ingots in the past, the person in charge of the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce provided very good service this time. The vitality soil and the artificial earth vein are both of considerable size. The person in charge of the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce specially applied for a large space secret treasure for Lu Feng to provide door-to-door delivery service. After checking the quality of the vitality soil and the artificial earth vein, they were both excellent quality goods. Lu Feng was very satisfied with the service of the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce. He readily paid the more than 20,000 magic stones for the order. After the person in charge of the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce left, Lu Feng urged the Kingmu Spirit Realm to collect the vitality soil and the artificial earth vein that were piled up in the room and occupied a large area into the Kingmu Spirit Realm. Boom! The vitality soil and the artificial earth vein were not light in weight. They fell on the land of the Kingmu Spirit Realm and made a loud noise. The rich earth attribute energy dissipated and immediately attracted the attention of the stone turtle sleeping on the hill. The stone turtle swam in the air and came to the two objects. Earth veins, such fertile soil, good stuff. Looking at the vitality soil and the artificial earth veins, the stone turtle was almost drooling. Seeing this, Lu Feng smiled lightly and asked the stone turtle to deal with these two things. The earth vein is a kind of energy condensation and has no fixed form. After creating this artificial earth vein, the earth school wizard in the earth realm sealed the earth vein in a heavy boulder. When using it, you only need to bury the boulder underground, then unseal the boulder, release the artificial earth vein from the boulder, and integrate it into the land. After thorough fusion, it can naturally develop. Lu Feng followed the instructions for using the artificial earth veins provided by the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce and buried the boulder in the soil under the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. After unsealing it, he allowed the artificial earth veins to extend toward the east of the spiritual realm. Boom! The earth in the east of the spiritual realm trembled, and the geological changes lasted for half a day before they stopped. After the artificial earth veins extending to the east stabilized, the terrain in the east of the spiritual realm showed slight ups and downs, with more layers. In the process of the earth veins being integrated, the earth spirit veins naturally connected with the earth veins in the east of the spiritual realm, exchanging breath with each other. With the help of the earth spirit veins, this earth vein had a special flavor. The appearance of the earth veins made the energy-absorbing ancient tree tremble slightly, and its roots rooted in the soil also came to mix in, closely connected with the earth veins, forming a rather strange symbiotic relationship. Lu Feng observed and found that the mixing of the energy-absorbing ancient tree did not damage the earth veins. With the help of the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, the artificial earth vein seemed to have more stabilizing brackets and energy transmission channels in the body of the earth's power, making it more stable. Seeing this change, Lu Feng was very satisfied. Then he summoned the death row prisoners, the fire dragon soldiers, and the tree demons to open up hundreds of acres of fields in the east of the Kingmu spirit realm, covered them with the purchased vitality soil, and initially built a medicine garden in the spirit realm. Hongye and others in the spirit realm had planted trees and flowers for the Kingmu spirit realm under Lu Feng's instructions before. Now that the medicine garden has been opened, Lu Feng just made the planting industry in the spirit realm become professional and large-scale. Hongye and others, plus the oak tree demon, each have good power, and it is not a problem to manage this hundreds of acres of medicine garden. With all kinds of herbs, plus some dragon-scale horses raised, my Kingmu spirit realm can be regarded as having its own output. Although it is not self-sufficient, it is also developing in a good direction. Lu Feng was satisfied with the changes in the earth spirit vein during his transformation of the spirit realm this time, and smiled with great satisfaction. Chapter 168. The golden spiritual vein is completed, and then the black water method is practiced. The way of earthly immortals is not about immortals, but about the earth and the spiritual realm. It is not about being strong, but about nurturing and operating. Although the Kingmu spiritual realm is a big old swallower, the natural advantages of the spiritual realm exist. If it is cultivated properly, it will definitely make a lot of magic stones. Jiuxiao of the Nine Islands Alliance has been cultivating unique water-based spiritual materials in her Bibo spiritual realm before joining Lu Feng's Red Leaf Club, and selling them to practitioners in the surrounding areas through the channels of the Nine Islands Alliance to earn resources for cultivating the spiritual realm. With the water spiritual veins, Jiuxiao's efficiency and means of cultivating spiritual materials far exceed those of ordinary practitioners. In addition to the monopoly, there is definitely a lot of money to be made, which makes up for the daily consumption of the Bibo spiritual realm, and there are still enough resources for her Bibo spiritual realm to develop and grow. If Lu Feng did not have the wizard world and the golden finger that shuttled between the two realms, he could only cultivate the earthly immortal method like Jiuxiao, slowly accumulating resources and cultivating and expanding his Kingmu spiritual realm. Lu Feng's spiritual realm has now begun to raise dragon-scale horses and trade with Ms. Natasha's magic pet Haka. Although the profit is not much, it is also an extra income. What's more, Lu Feng does not need to invest much resources and waste energy. The management of the dragon-scale horses is the responsibility of Hongye and others together with the fire dragon Taoist soldiers. The green grass growing everywhere in the Kingmu spiritual realm is the best feed for the dragon-scale horses. Lu Feng only needs to wait for the dragon-scale horses to grow and mature, and then pack them and sell them to the wind snake Heka. With a few words, the dragon-scale horses were transferred and the magic stones entered Lu Feng's pocket. In the future, when the fields transformed from the vitality soil are well taken care of and the herbal magic plants are cultivated and mature, Lu Feng can also make a fortune from these herbs and magic plants. The magic stones earned can be used to purchase resources and invested in the cultivation of the Kingmu spiritual realm, forming a good positive feedback, making the spiritual realm stronger and stronger. The future of the Kingmu spiritual realm is promising, and Lu Feng is also full of motivation for his daily practice. Time flies, and it is the first month of the new year. According to the wizard calendar commonly used in the Verdant Tower, it is already the 4036th year of the wizard era. Lu Feng came to the Verdant Tower in the flowing fire moon last year, and it has been half a year. During this half year, Lu Feng's daily work in the Verdant Tower has been busy and idle, but overall it has been stable and nothing major has happened. The Verdant Tower stands on the leaves of the energy-absorbing ancient trees of the botanical garden. Within the sphere of influence of the botanical garden, there are few blind black wizards who dare to sneak into the hinterland of the botanical garden to do evil. Even if there are fools who like to pursue excitement among the black wizards, they will not come to such a place to die. Once discovered, it will take only a few breaths for countless wizard towers to attack with all their strength. Only powerful wizards above the 4th level can survive such an attack. But if a black wizard has a strong power, wouldn't it be better to make a plain door and go directly to harm the other plane? The green tower was peaceful and Lu Feng was enjoying it. He was not a fool with a problem in his head. As the manager of the green tower, if something happened to the green tower, he would not be able to escape the blame. If he was busy, he would not have time to slack off and take care of his Kingmu spirit realm. In these peaceful days, Lu Feng used the magic stones earned from working to buy cultivation resources. At the beginning of the new year, Lu Feng finally completed the cultivation of the spiritual vein restriction of Tebei Jengjin's sword key. The new year brings new atmosphere. I just happened to cultivate the golden spiritual vein, which is also a good omen for the new year. It's a pity that the wizard world does not have the concept of new year, and no one cares about this good omen for the new year. Lu Feng smiled lightly and sighed. His eyes fell into the Qingmu spirit realm, and Lu Feng began to invest his mental power to guide the spiritual vein restriction cultivated by the Tibei Zhengjin sword key formula to complete the last step of transformation. Under Lu Feng's leadership, in the origin space of the Qingmu spirit realm, where the three spiritual veins of wood, fire and earth were filled, a silver-white golden aura was exposed, firmly occupying a corner in the origin space of Qingmu spirit realm. With Lu Feng's actions, this silver-white golden aura condensed and transformed into a sword-like forest, filled with sharp breath in the origin space. Earth produces gold. The sword-like forest was close to the earth spiritual vein, and fell on the bright yellow earth formed by the earth spiritual vein with the sound of swords, blending into it and becoming the skeleton of the earth. The sword-like forest sank into the earth, and its breadth did not decrease. The golden aura was still slowly increasing under the nourishment of the earth's aura. Hide gold in the earth and wait for the right time. With such changes in the origin space of Qingmu spirit realm, some abnormalities also occurred between heaven and earth in the spiritual realm. Hongye and others who were busy in the fields suddenly found that the iron tools in their hands were suddenly sucked by a force, and they flew up uncontrollably. If they hadn't had a little strength in their hands and grabbed them in a hurry, the iron tools in the farmland would have flown away. When Hongye and others were surprised, they speculated whether Master Lu Feng was doing some strange experiment to change the world. In the past, when several spiritual veins were formed, Hongye and others had seen many special phenomena in the world. Although the current changes were a bit magical, Hongye and others did not make a fuss, but just looked curiously at the source of the iron. Over there, it seems to be the place where the master stored metal ingots in the past. Someone recognized the source of the strange power and muttered. Lu Feng had deposited metal ingots into the Qingmu spirit realm many times, occupying a large area. Hongye and others had been living in the Qingmu spirit realm and had seen it long ago. Could this change be related to metal? When Hongye and others were curious, they saw the place where Lu Feng usually stored metal ingots. Most of the copper ingots and iron ingots that Lu Feng ordered from the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce this month were not consumed by Lu Feng, and the remaining copper ingots and iron ingots here had undergone some changes under the influence of the gold spiritual vein. Gold is hidden in the soil, and the earth is stable. Lu Feng sensed the changes in the origin space of Qingmu spirit realm, and when he saw the remaining copper and iron, he suddenly had an epiphany. Lu Feng was inspired, and he pointed his finger. Under his control, the remaining copper ingots and iron ingots on the land of the spiritual realm all sank into the soil, all the way down, falling into the deep underground of Qingmu spirit realm, and falling into the magma of the earth fire. In the fierce burning of the earth fire, the copper ingots and iron ingots were melted into boiling metal solutions, mixed with magma and flowed in all directions. With the help of waves of earth spirit veins, the magma mixed with metal solutions flowed underground, cooled, and formed fine metal veins deep in the earth. Although the smelted metal is transformed into ore, it is also the evolution of the 5 elements, adding to the foundation of my Qingmu spirit realm. It just so happens that the gold spirit vein is also formed. Lu Feng smiled as he watched the development of the metal veins, and carefully experienced the operation of the 5 elements. At the same time, the gold spirit veins in the Qingmu spirit realm took shape, resembling metal veins hidden in the earth, spreading in all directions, with a sharp aura hidden. Lu Feng gently raised his hand, and a subtle and unadorned Tibei Zhengjin sword energy floated in his palm. From the outside, there was no trace of sharp gold energy, but when he controlled it himself, Lu Feng understood very well the power of this inconspicuous Tibei Zhengjin sword energy. A metal dummy was erected in the room to test the power of witchcraft. Lu Feng first put a thorn shield on the dummy, and then controlled the Wutu mountain seal to drop a bright yellow Wutu protective aura. The metal dummy was made of special metal, and some protective inscriptions were engraved on it, which can withstand most first-level attack witchcraft. Then Lu Feng cast a spell, and under multiple protections, the metal dummy had a domineering aura of watching the world in all directions with a smile, and I was motionless. See how many attacks your defense can withstand. After the preparations were completed, Lu Feng smiled lightly, raised his hand, and without making any sound, the Tibei Zhengjin sword energy in his hand had already shut out. The Tibei Zhengjin sword energy was restrained, and in a moment it was close to the enemy. Puff! Lu Feng only heard a slight sound, and the thorn shield and the Wutu protective aura were not broken, and a slight wound had appeared on the dummy's chest. So fast, so sharp! Lu Feng exclaimed and walked closer to observe. At this time, the thorn shield reacted, and a sharp thorn lit up slightly at the place where the Tebe Jengjin sword energy pierced, ready to counterattack. The Wu Tu aura had also been penetrated in a linear area. Thorn shield, Wu Tu aura, what are you protecting? Lu Feng teased, and after his Tebe Jengjin sword energy penetrated the defense of the thorn shield and the Wu Tu aura, it still left a clear wound on the metal dummy. There was still the power of an ordinary first-level witchcraft left. The Tebe Jengjin sword energy focuses on its sharpness and strong penetrating power. It is most useful for attacking and breaking defenses. It is even more exquisite to mix it with the attack to hide a sneak attack. It will definitely give the enemy a surprise when combined with the other attack spells in my hand. Lu Feng calculated the power of the Tebe Jengjin sword energy and envisioned various plans for future battles against the enemy. Lu Feng was very satisfied with the power of the Tebe Jengjin sword energy. The gold spirit bane has been formed, and the quality is lower than the human level, which is completely within Lu Feng's expectations. The spirit bane unfolded and merged into the body, and Lu Feng once again gained metal affinity. Metal affinity is not the mainstream element affinity in the wizard world, and there is no corresponding wizard school. The wizard world advocates the four-element theory of earth, wind, water and fire, and the metal attribute has never been recognized as the basic element that constitutes the heaven and the earth, which is very different from the five-element theory of the earthly immortal world. However, metal affinity also has its own unique uses in the wizard world and is quite popular among wizards of the alchemy school. They regarded this natural affinity for metal as the alchemy talent of the alchemy school. The alchemy school mostly made weapons, refined secret treasures, and developed mechanical puppets, and often dealt with metals. Metal affinity can play a huge role in the process of alchemy. Lu Feng only learned some pharmacy. He was relatively poor before, and he didn't care about alchemy, which is a big school that burns money. In the botanical garden, there are mostly wizards with natural affinity, and there are even fewer wizard towers that are good at the alchemy school. If Lu Feng wants to use his metal affinity, he will probably have to spend some energy. However, Lu Feng has no plans to get involved in the alchemy school for the time being. His Kingmu spirit realm is already enough to burn magic stones. If he learns alchemy again, his salary with such a small amount of magic stones is really not enough. It's just a waste of metal affinity. Lu Feng doesn't feel bad about it. He also wasted his fire affinity and earth affinity. The gifts of the two spirit banes are not a big deal. Compared with metal affinity, Lu Feng was more concerned about the next water spirit bane cultivation. The gold spirit bane is already formed. When I cultivate the water spirit bane next, my Kingmu spirit realm will soon have all 5 elements. For the cultivation of the water spirit bane, I have the black water method exchanged from Juxio. I have all the skills. The next step is boring cultivation. Lu Feng packed up the metal mannequins used for experiments in the room, and recalled the content of the black water method in his mind. He already had a plan in mind. The black water method, from Juxio's family, is not difficult to practice. Collect water vapor and condense a kind of true water magic power called Zuanming, true water, in the body's acupoints. When practicing to the highest level, not only can you control the flow of water, but you can also merge with the power of true water, soaring into the clouds, controlling thunder and lightning, moving clouds and rain, quelling the wind and shouting the waves, with infinite power. Lu Feng had already sat and discussed with Juxio. He had watched her practice the Bibo spiritual realm with this method, and had studied the black water method to a certain extent. Familiar with the process, Lu Feng practiced the new method again and entered the door of the black water method. There are several pools of water in the Kingmu spirit realm. When he traded with Ludens before, he also traded a lot of water-based materials from the ocean. Wisps of water vapor were absorbed by Lu Feng from the pools and materials, refined into his body, condensed into true water magic power, and circulated in the acupoints. The only missing element of the 5 elements in Lu Feng's Kingmu spirit realm is water. When he practiced a black water method, the 5 elements in the spirit realm immediately circulated. Wood produces fire, fire produces earth, earth produces gold, and gold produces water. As the 5 elements circulated, Lu Feng's practice of the black water method was smooth all the way, and the speed of opening up the acupoints was several times faster than that of Tebe Jengjin's sword key. With the help of the spirit bane, I can also accumulate a large amount of water attribute resources. Maybe I can practice the water spirit bane this year and have all 5 elements. Most of the water vapor in the spirit realm was consumed, and Lu Feng stopped practicing and said seriously, Looking at the time, the sky gradually brightened, and it was time to go to work again. It's a good time to check the price of water-attributed materials from the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce. If it exceeds Luden's price by too much, I may have to go to the trendy secondary continent, where it is close to the sea and water-attributed materials are easy to obtain. The Green Tower cooperated with the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce, and 80% of the water-attributed materials ordered came from the ocean realm. Botanical Garden is located in the central area of the Trudeau continent, some distance away from the sea, and the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce's sea purchase channels are not very strong. Instead of the trouble of purchasing water-based materials from ocean-going ships, it is better to purchase directly from the ocean realm. There is a special teleportation array, and there is a little difference in price, but not much. However, if Lu Feng goes directly to Luden's ship to purchase water-based materials, it will only be cheaper. After all, there are no middlemen to earn the difference, so the discounts that can be obtained are naturally greater. It's almost the budding month. Calculating the time, Luden's thunder should arrive at the trendy secondary continent this year. Then I will buy a batch. If it's not enough, I will go through the channels of the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 169, Material Transaction, Receiving Donated Sea Chart, Lu Feng fights against giant octopus. Lu Feng practiced a black water method steadily. After collecting the prices of water materials from the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce, Lu Feng had a clear idea of the prices. After calculating the date, Lu Feng picked a free day when there was nothing to do in the Green Tower, and returned to the trendy subcontinent through the teleportation array in the room. After asking Annie, Luden's thunder had indeed arrived at the Dylan's port in the trendy subcontinent in the past 2 days and was trading with the Red Leaf Tower. Seeing this, Lu Feng set up a black cloud and flew directly to the Dylan's port. Not long after, Lu Feng saw the huge ship parked in the Dylan's port from the top of the cloud. Pressing the cloud, Lu Feng landed on the thunder. As soon as he got on the thunder, Luden's appeared on the deck of the thunder, smiling and warmly welcoming Lu Feng's arrival. Wizard Rest, welcome, welcome. I thought you would never come back after running back to the botanical garden. Hearing Luden's teasing, Lu Feng smiled and said, how could that be possible? I couldn't bear to leave this secondary continent behind, so I borrowed a teleportation array from the Verdant Tower temporarily. I come back from time to take care of the relics here. Teleportation array, hiss. Hearing about the teleportation array, Ludens took a breath of cold air and said in surprise, the Verdant Tower you work for is really generous. In order to let you go back, they actually lent you something like a teleportation array temporarily. But that's right, with your strength, you deserve such generous treatment. Luden's words revealed a sour taste of lemon. Lu Feng could only smile at Luden's reaction. The Verdant Tower was indeed generous, but some things were not what Luden's imagined. Ms. Natasha temporarily lent Lu Feng the teleportation array just to allow Lu Feng to work at the Verdant Tower with peace of mind. Lu Feng had received a benefit, so he naturally had to work hard for the Green Tower. The harvest and the reward are relative. After chatting with Ludens for a while, Lu Feng also explained his purpose and asked about the price of the water-based materials on the Thunder. The water-based materials on my ship were all collected by the Thunder along the way. Rest, if you can help me deal with some of them, that would be the best. It can save me a lot of cabin space and I can load more goods back to the Trudeau continent. Don't worry, my price is definitely cheaper than what you buy from those chambers of commerce on the Trudeau continent. After all, there is no chamber of commerce as a middleman, so it is much cheaper. In response to Lu Feng's inquiry, Ludens patted his chest and guaranteed. He ordered his men to get the list of goods, which was marked with a selling price according to Lu Feng's needs. Lu Feng took it and looked through it. After removing the price difference earned by the middleman, it also reduced some of the costs of ocean transportation. For the same goods, the price of water-based materials here in Ludens was 50% to 60% lower than the price provided by the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce. However, the Thunder was traveling on the ocean, and the amount of water-related materials collected along the way was limited and scattered, unlike the complete and large quantities provided by the Eastwood Chamber of Commerce. However, Lu Feng did not care about the types of water-related materials. It didn't matter if there were many types. It was cheap and the quantity was piled up. In the end, his Kingmu spirit realm would collect the water vapor, refine and absorb it anyway. After negotiating the price, Lu Feng directly emptied the water-related materials in the Thunder's cabin with 8,000 magic stones. Both sides won, and Ludens smiled from ear to ear. "Rester, you've done me a big favor this time. Now that I've cleared out part of the cabin, I can collect a lot of materials when I sail further." Ludens thanked him, and suddenly remembered something. He took out a blueprint from the space pocket on his waist and said to Lu Feng, "Rester, I see you've been buying a lot of water-based materials. I think you have some needs. I have a nearby sea chart with some water-based material resource points marked on it. If you really need them, you can go to these places and have a look." Nearby sea charts, water-based resource points. Lu Feng was surprised to hear Ludens' words. Ludens was willing to share a sea chart with him. For captains like Ludens, sea charts are the foundation of their survival, and resource points are the cradle of their money. Do you really think that the various materials in the deep sea are weeds on the edge of the field, and you can just pull them up if you want? They are the crops they planted in the sea. This, Ludens, a sea chart is too expensive. I can't afford the magic stones to buy the sea chart. Lu Feng said truthfully and refused. "It's okay. This sea chart is just a small circle of resource points near the Trendy subcontinent. They are not big and the value is not high. Just think of it as a gift from Ludens, as we have been friends for many years. I don't want your magic stones." Ludens forcefully stuffed the sea chart into Lu Feng's hand, laughed and said generously. Under Ludens' tough attitude, Lu Feng couldn't refuse, and finally accepted this expensive sea chart. Accepting the sea chart, the friendship between Lu Feng and Ludens went a step further. A few days later, with a sound of heavy bells, the thunder left the port of Dillon's. Lu Feng watched the thunder leave, and beside him, Annie brought some wizards from the Red Leaf Tower to the port of Dillon's. "Master, we have studied the sea chart presented by Lord Ludens. Except for a few places marked with places where extraordinary magical beasts of the official wizard level are entrenched, we are confident that we can collect resources from other resource points with the strength of our Red Leaf Tower." Annie stood beside Lu Feng and reported. Lu Feng notified the Red Leaf Tower as soon as he got the sea chart. With the research of Annie and many wizard apprentices of the Red Leaf Tower, they have already figured out most of the resource points on the sea chart and planned the route for resource collection. "Yes." After listening to Annie's report, Lu Feng nodded and said, "No problem, you can prepare the ships and prepare to go out to sea to collect materials. I will go ahead and remove the monsters that will threaten your safety on the route, so that you can collect them regularly in the future. The ships of the Red Leaf Tower are all contributions from the major families under its command. They are not at the same level as the Thunder. It is okay to sail in the waters near the Trendy subcontinent, but there is no chance to cross the Storm Sea. However, although their ships were a little inferior, they could collect some safe resource points according to the route on the sea chart. In order to ensure the stable water resource supply of Red Leaf Tower in the future, Lu Feng did not mind moving his body to clear some obstacles and dangers for Red Leaf Tower. After taking back the sea chart from Annie and keeping the results of their research in mind, Lu Feng flew up into the sky with black clouds. The salty and humid sea breeze paved the way, and Lu Feng sat on the top of the cloud, paying attention to the direction in the sea. Soon, he found a reef rock island standing above the sea. There were towering trees on the island, and there were countless birdhouses woven with grass and wood. One after another, ferocious-looking harpies flew in and out of the birdhouses, making noisy calls. The first dangerous point is a harpy tribe. There are many harpies with extraordinary powers entrenched here. There are many of them, harassing ships passing by. Lu Feng still remembered that when he first returned to the Trendy subcontinent on the Thunder, he encountered an attack by harpies near the coast. Nothing to say, just slaughter this tribe. Lu Feng's face was cold. He had no good impression of the harpies, a monster that was born evil, and he was ruthless when he attacked. Standing on the clouds, Lu Feng waved his hand, and 54 red fire seeds fell from his hand. The red fire seeds left Lu Feng's body and grew in the wind. In a few breaths, they turned into two-legged flying dragons with red scales and scorching breath. These were the fire dragon Taoist soldiers that Lu Feng refined with two-legged flying dragons. Each of these fire dragon Taoist soldiers trained by two-legged flying dragons was almost as strong as a third-class wizard apprentice. They had a strong breath and could fly, which was just right for dealing with these harpies. 54 two-legged flying dragons lined up in a team, flapped their wings, and whizzed down. On the island reef, in the harpy tribe, many harpies had just returned from hunting. The corpses of sea fish and sea beasts were piled up in the tribe. A group of harpies were eating fresh flesh and blood like wild beasts. Suddenly, The sky darkened and a large shadow enveloped them. The harpies noticed something unusual and looked up at the sky, only to see balls of red fire spewing out of the mouths of the ferocious-looking wyverns. Chiji. The harpies found the enemy and screamed and called for their companions, but at this time the wyvern bombing column had already roared down, and the fireballs fell on the heads of the harpies like raindrops. Boom boom boom. Waves of flames and explosions sounded, and a raging fire ignited in the harpy tribe, followed by the screams and cries of countless harpies. Many brave harpy warriors wanted to flap their wings and fly into the sky to fight back against the wyverns. But the wyverns were not vegetarians. Before the harpies flew up to the sky, they were shot down by the flames from the wyverns' mouths, and fell into the sea of fire below with wailing, dying miserably. Under the combined efforts of more than 50 flying dragons, the harpy tribe on this island was quickly wiped out. Done. Clean up the battlefield and go to the next place. To wipe out the harpy tribe, Feng drove the fire spirit Bane to absorb all the fires on the island, and then sent out the fire dragon soldiers to quickly clean up the battlefield. The harpy's nest was built with dry grass and wood. After a big fire, everything in the nest was burned. The fire dragon soldiers cleaned up and only harvested more than 100 magic stones from the ruins. It was better than nothing. Feng didn't care about such a small amount of loot. After collecting it in the Kingmu spirit realm, he flew up on the cloud and rushed to the next dangerous point. Along the way, Feng saw many tribes and monsters living in the sea. The shallow sea fisherman tribe, blue-skinned fishermen living in the water, like turtak passing ships underwater. Feng abandoned the white snake that had cultivated successfully in the spiritual realm, and cooperated with a two-legged dragon bombing team to make dumplings of the fisherman tribe and harvested a large number of fisherman corpses. Hard-shelled sea crabs, a large number of sea monsters found in a bay. Each sea crab is as big as a small house. Although they do not know bloodline spells, their huge size alone is enough to threaten passing ships. Sea crabs that do not know spells are no threat to Feng. With a wave of his hand, he stimulated a few Tebe Jengjin sort energies, and killed the sea crab family, and collected them into the Kingmu spiritual realm to add food to the creatures in the spiritual realm. Of course, Feng's cleaning process was not smooth. Near the deep sea, Feng encountered a blue-ringed giant octopus that could be called a monster. This giant octopus monster is hundreds of meters long, and its tentacles alone can overturn a sea ship. This giant octopus monster is also very intelligent and has mastered some bloodline spells. Its strength is comparable to that of a formal wizard. Little octopus, I advise you to surrender quickly. I am in a good mood and can accept you as my subordinate. Feng stood on the black cloud, staring at the octopus in the sea and persuaded. A large octopus of the first-level formal wizard level of water-based sea beasts, Feng made up his mind at the first sight of it and prepared to bring it into his Kingmu spirit realm. As for whether this giant octopus monster will enter dead or alive, it depends on its luck. If it is alive, it will have more thugs and a good partner for experimenting with skills. If it dies, the water energy contained in its huge body will definitely replenish Feng's Kingmu spirit realm. Feng's voice was transmitted into the water. Hearing Feng's shouting, the giant octopus monster's eyes showed a humanized mocking emotion. It has lived in the sea area for at least hundreds of years and has seen many wizards. It has even faced formal wizards who drive ships. But until now, it is still alive and well in the sea area. The giant octopus monster is full of confidence in its own strength. In its mind, Feng was probably the same as the wizard who had disturbed its rest before. At most, he was flying in the air, far away from the water, and just talking nonsense. If he really dared to enter the sea, the octopus monster would definitely let Feng see what it meant to be powerful. Seeing that the octopus monster was indifferent, Feng moved, fell from the cloud, and pounced directly at the octopus monster. Boom! Seeing that Feng was pounced directly at him, the octopus monster was also angry. The tentacles in the seawater twisted, like pillars supporting the sky, rolling up large areas of seawater and pulling them towards Feng. Come on! Feng shouted in a low voice, and the light and shadow of the Kingmu spirit realm appeared behind him. A thick and solid land stood in front of Feng like a reef, colliding with the octopus monster's tentacles carrying tremendous power. A thunderous sound that shook the sky rang out, and water splashed everywhere. Under the defense of the earth's power in the Kingmu spirit realm, Feng remained motionless, while the soft attack of the octopus monster was like hitting a hard stone. The recoil force caused the intense pain to sweep back and stimulated the nerves of the octopus monster. What a hard defense! In the painful stimulation, the octopus monster's eyes were red, and it twisted more tentacles and swung at Lu Feng. Good strength. The witchcraft shield of an ordinary formal wizard is not very good at resisting such a tentacle whip. Unfortunately, you met me. The one fighting with you is not a wizard, but a huge world. If you count, my size can be several times larger than yours. Lu Feng hummed in his heart, and easily urged the King Mu spirit realm to block the octopus monster's tentacles. At the same time, the white jade-like energy-absorbing roots of the ancient tree seedlings also stretched out from the light and shadow of the spirit realm behind Lu Feng. Don't you like tentacles? Try my roots too. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170. The spiritual realm shows off its power and subdues the octopus. The sea area here is not too far from the Trendy subcontinent, but it is also a place where few people go. Under normal circumstances, ships and the like will not easily sail here. If it weren't for this stinky octopus blocking the route of the sea chart, there is a relatively rich water resource point not far away, and Lu Feng would not have come here. But this place is rarely visited by people, which also makes Lu Feng feel like letting go of restrictions and showing off his cultivation of earth immortals. Facing the attack of the giant octopus, Lu Feng used the power of the King Mu spirit realm to protect himself, motionless, and the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings in the light and shadow behind him came out one after another, wrapping around the tentacles of the giant octopus. The white jade-like roots, although slender when they drilled out of the spirit realm, showed extremely high hardness and toughness when they wrapped around the tentacles of the giant octopus. In an instant, they broke through the flesh and skin of the giant octopus and drilled into its tentacles. Ah! The octopus monster screamed in pain. The severe pain was accompanied by the loss of a large amount of blood and flesh essence. The octopus arms entangled by Lu Feng's roots shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. The octopus monster also felt that there was a foreign object constantly splitting and growing in its tentacles. The tiny white jade-like roots seemed to treat its tentacles and flesh as fertile land full of nutrients. They took root and grew freely. For some reason, seeing that the attack that he was proud of was easily blocked by Lu Feng, the octopus monster's wise eyes could not help but rise with a sense of fear. It wanted to withdraw its tentacles and make plans, but found that a huge force came from the little wizard, firmly grasping its tentacles. The huge force hit during the struggle, and the waves were surging. Lu Feng was motionless in the glory of the spiritual realm. The octopus monster struggled desperately, but it could not shake the King Mu spiritual realm, let alone the energy-absorbing ancient tree in it. The roots extending from the spiritual realm grew bigger and bigger, and Lu Feng felt a sense of joy from the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. The blood and flesh essence of a giant octopus monster in the realm of a formal wizard is still a good food for the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, and it is worth it for the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling to fight for it. Lu Feng looked at the actions of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, and smiled. Everyone thinks that I am just a formal wizard, but in fact my spiritual realm is the most powerful. Whether it is the huge spiritual realm space or the small octopus of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling as the core, you are not dealing with one person, but an entire spiritual realm space. Whether in the wizard world or in the earthly immortal world, there has never been a situation where Lu Feng fought with all his strength. Now that this place is sparsely populated, Lu Feng is not worried about his strength leaking out, so he slightly shows the power of the earthly immortal method he has practiced so far. As a result, Lu Feng was not disappointed. He was still very strong. At least the octopus monster in front of him, who looked very strong, was not his opponent. In the sea, the giant octopus struggled for a while. Its tentacles failed to break free from the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. It saw that several tentacles entangled by the roots were about to be exhausted. A ruthless look appeared in the eyes of the giant octopus. It twisted its body and directly broke off the arms and legs of several tentacles entangled by Lu Feng, intending to abandon its tail to survive. If I can't beat him, can't I hide? This is not the first time that the giant octopus has given in. It has made many attacks on its body. It is willing to give up a few in exchange for a life. What's more, At the level of the giant octopus, its flesh and blood are vigorous, and a few tentacles are nothing. After escaping, it can grow back after eating a few good meals. Little octopus, you're almost in my bowl, and you still want to run. Seeing the giant octopus's tail-breaking move to survive, Lu Feng chuckled. The spiritual realm behind him was shining brightly, and in a moment it expanded to half an acre in radius. A giant tree that supported the sky even revealed most of its body in the spiritual realm's brilliance. Lu Feng moved lightly and came to the sea where the giant octopus was. Countless white roots fell from the sky, spreading and stretching, and instantly pierced into the sea. Although the roots were tiny for the giant octopus, they were large in number and strong in strength. In the blink of an eye, the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings penetrated into the body of the giant octopus. The giant octopus wailed in pain, and its tentacles twisted and rolled up shocking waves. In the explosion, Lu Feng also felt a force passing back along the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree. The power of Jindao made Lu Feng feel like fishing. Get up! Lu Feng shouted softly, urging the Kingmu spirit realm behind him to pull the body of the octopus monster, intending to drag the octopus monster to the surface of the sea. The octopus monster fought back desperately, but it was useless. Countless roots pierced into its body. The terrifying feeling of swallowing came, and the octopus monster felt that its body was exhausted. If Lu Feng had not deliberately controlled the ability of the energy-absorbing ancient tree's roots and prevented the roots from piercing into the octopus monster's head, if the energy-absorbing ancient tree was allowed to do whatever it wanted, it would have eaten the octopus monster clean at this moment. After a while, the octopus monster was pulled to the surface of the sea by Lu Feng like a rotten wood. If it hadn't been for its head still trembling slightly, the dry body under the head would have been basically the same as a dead body. Lu Feng flew close to the octopus monster's head, and a wave of mental power was transmitted to the octopus monster. Little octopus, how are you now? I'll give you another chance. Surrender to me. At this time, the octopus monster had no ability to resist. Lu Feng naturally did not forget his original intention and chose to give the octopus monster a chance to reorganize his language. Feeling the question conveyed by Lu Feng's mental fluctuations, the octopus monster immediately admitted his weakness and chose to surrender. Lu Feng's cold eyes looked at the body of the octopus monster wantonly, as if he was looking at the delicious piece of its flesh and blood. The octopus monster did not dare to resist at all. Facing ordinary enemies, if you resist, you probably still have the chance to escape, but in front of this powerful wizard, resistance is probably a more painful way to die. The world of demonized monsters is a place where the weak are preyed on by the strong. The octopus monster has no shame at all for surrendering to the running dog. Well, not bad, you still have some eyesight. You will be called Xiao Zhang from now on. Don't resist, come and follow me to cast a spell. The octopus monster admitted his weakness quickly, and Lu Feng naturally did not intend to harm it again. With a move of mental power, he passed on a soul lamp secret method from the world of earthly immortals to the octopus monster. This method is generally used by some special sects in the world of earthly immortals to control their disciples. Disciples who join the sect need to contribute a ray of mental power to the sect and light the sect's soul lamp. The lamp is there. The soul lamp is not only a means for the sect to control disciples, but also a protection for disciples. If someone casts a spell to kill a sect disciple, the sect will immediately cast a spell to help through the connection of the soul lamp. Lu Feng doesn't care whether it is good or bad. However, this method is used to manage creatures in the spiritual realm and to subdue subordinates, which is quite useful. The octopus monster has not had much contact with wizards. When they meet, they mostly fight. They have not learned the knowledge of wizards. At this time, they have obtained Lu Feng's soul lamp secret method, and they can't tell whether it is good or bad. Under Lu Feng's coercion, the octopus monster, in accordance with Lu Feng's induction, did not spend much effort and contributed a bit of mental power. The octopus monster is huge in size and is good at power but not at law. However, despite its huge size, it has a large group of concentrated mental power, which is bright and clearly visible. Lu Feng took it and threw it directly into the Kingmu spirit realm, practicing it in the starlight sands in the sky of the spiritual realm. When the soul lamp secret method is used, it does not focus on the action. As long as there is a place to store this strand of mental power, it can work. After practicing the soul lamp secret method, the octopus monster felt that there was a wizard on his head, and vaguely guessed that Lu Feng's method just now was a wizard spell to control his life. However, the octopus could not resist, so he could only grit his teeth and stuff it into his stomach, silently accepting this result. Completely controlling the life of the octopus monster, Feng controlled the energy-absorbing ancient tree to loosen its roots. The octopus monster floated on the sea with a weak body, and its dry body made it feel empty and didn't want to move at all. Xiao Zhang, you have been entrenched here for many years, you should have some assets, pack up and get ready to follow me. Feng gathered his palms, patted the octopus monster lying dead on the sea, and ordered. Feng had only pushed 1/3 of the route on the sea chart, and there was still a long way to go. After dealing with the octopus monster, Feng planned to continue moving forward. However, looking at the huge size of the octopus monster, Feng thought that there was no such large water area in the spiritual realm space, which could accommodate an octopus monster with a body length of hundreds of meters. Although there was a pond in the spiritual realm space, it was not so big. I am also cultivating the water spirit vein, and I should create a water area in the spiritual realm space. Otherwise, if there is less water, how can it be enough for the spiritual realm space? Feng thought so, and then controlled the earth spirit vein to dig a huge pit in the north of the spiritual realm space, which was more than 300 meters long and nearly 100 meters deep. For the octopus monster with a body length of more than 300 meters, it was just a small basin, but it could barely survive if it was filled with seawater. When Feng was digging a pit to fill the seawater, the octopus monster heard Feng's instructions, dragged its weak body, and resignedly drilled into the seawater, returned to its usual nest, and moved out its own belongings. After Feng dug the puddle in the spiritual space and filled it with seawater, the octopus monster also floated to the surface dragging a heavy object. Let me see your assets, what is it? The weak octopus monster was not strong enough, so Feng once again urged the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree to help, dragging a heavy behemoth out of the sea. Feng looked closely and found that the behemoth floating on the sea surface was actually a broken ship, the front half of a ship, and only half of it was more than 100 meters long. It was unknown when the half of the ship sank, and it was full of seaweed, mud and rocks. Feng checked it and found that there was nothing intact in this half of the ship. Except for the half of the metal hull, everything else had been erased by the decay of time. The material of the hull is not bad. It was probably a ship of the same level as the Thunder back then. It's a pity that time has wiped out everything. Now only some hull materials are left. I don't know what the metal of this hull is. When I have time, I can try it. If it is suitable, I can use it to refine a set of flying swords from my Tebe Zhengjin sword energy. If it is not suitable, I can only use it to refine the gold spirit vein. Feng thought of a plan to deal with the half of the hull, and then looked at the belongings stored in the hull by the octopus monster. The octopus monster is not low in intelligence. It usually has the habit of collecting water materials in the surrounding sea. Most of them are eaten by and digested into nutrients for growth and development, but some are also stored in the cabin for emergency use. However, this time, the octopus monster's belongings are all cheap for Feng. Although the belongings it saved do not have many precious water materials, the amount is not small, about 8,000 to 9,000 magic stones, which can give Feng more time to practice the black water method. If it weren't for the poor resources near the Trendy subcontinent, Feng felt that his harvest should be even more. The unexpected surprise made Feng feel that it was worth it. It's really easy for a formal wizard to earn magic stones. But it's true, a sea monster at the level of a formal wizard is not something that an ordinary first-level formal wizard can deal with. Lutens may have the ability to kill the octopus giant alone, but it would be troublesome to capture it. And if Annie and Jeppis want to catch the octopus giant, I'm afraid they have to prepare all kinds of secret treasures and come in a team before they can get it. After all, this kind of thing doesn't happen often, and hunting such a giant monster is also risky. If you encounter a powerful demonized monster with ancestral blood, even Feng will be overturned. If you are injured, you have to buy potions to heal your wounds. If the wizard's secret treasure is damaged, you need magic stones to repair or buy it. If you die tragically, it will be even more hopeless. Feng is still willing to fight some prepared battles occasionally. But if he is asked to dance on the edge of a knife for a long time, Feng is unwilling and dare not. It's safer and more cost-effective to work part-time. When you have time, you can practice other profitable secondary jobs. This is the way to grow steadily. Feng shook his head, extinguished the flame of adventure that had just risen in his heart, and turned to encourage the octopus monster. Xiao Zhang, you did a good job. Don't resist, go into my spiritual realm first, and I will reward you after I clear this route. Lu Feng waved his hand, and the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling exerted its strength, taking half of the ship and the octopus monster's belongings inside into the Kingmu spiritual realm, and temporarily throwing it next to the puddle in the north of the spiritual realm space. The octopus monster did not dare to resist, and was also urged by Lu Feng to enter the Kingmu spiritual realm and enter the spiritual realm. The octopus monster fell into the narrow seawater pool in the north of the spiritual realm. It curled up its huge body, looking around the strange environment in a daze and curiosity. Wizards, do they have this ability? What is a spiritual realm? Lu Feng packed up the octopus monster and set off again, clearing all the way along the route on the sea chart. The octopus monster was the biggest obstacle on this route. After it was subdued, there were no more demonized monsters like it that had reached the level of a formal wizard on the second half of the route. They were all ordinary sea beasts, a group of ferocious monsters living in the sea. Lu Feng was strong and it didn't take much effort to deal with it. Basically, the two-legged dragons bombed and washed the ground, and then cleaned up the battlefield. Chapter 171, The Octopus Spreads the Dharma, and the Spiritual Realm Recruits People. There were no obstacles like the octopus monster, and ordinary demonized monsters were nothing to Lu Feng. Cleaning them up was just like mowing the grass. Port of Dillons. A few days later, Lu Feng returned to the port after cleaning up the dangerous spots on the chart route. Annie and the others were ready, and the ships prepared by the Red Leaf Tower were ready to set off at any time. When Lu Feng came back, the ships would set sail immediately after getting his permission. There were many wizard apprentices from the Red Leaf Tower on the ships, and with the assistance of a large number of knights, the dangers along the route had been eliminated by Lu Feng. As long as the ships paid attention, they would definitely return with a full load. Once they were familiar with this route, they would be able to continuously supply Lu Feng with some cheap water attribute materials. For a long-term business, Lu Feng was naturally willing to take more care of it. After watching the ship leave, Lu Feng returned to the Red Leaf Tower with Annie. Shaking off the Kingmu spirit realm, Lu Feng threw some of the gains from the cleaning trip these days to Annie, asking her to help deal with them and exchange them for magic stones. Lu Feng cleared the route, and the most harvested thing was some corpses of demonized monsters. The corpses of demonized monsters rotted in the Kingmu spirit realm, which was a waste. After being processed and sold by the Red Leaf Tower, a large amount of magic stones could be sold, which was much more cost-effective. After dealing with these small matters, Lu Feng's eyes fell into the spirit realm. At this time, in the spirit realm, the octopus giant had just moved half of his ship into the water and carefully arranged his new home in the Kingmu spirit realm. Although the pool in the Kingmu spirit realm was small, it was far from the spacious and free sea where the octopus giant lived before, but the octopus giant lay flat resigned to his fate and found that this strange space was not bad. The space between heaven and earth was filled with a majestic vitality. He could feel comfortable all over with just one breath. The flesh and blood that was swallowed and extracted by the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree on his body was slowly recovering during its rest. This wizard is really powerful. It seems that following him is not a bad thing. The octopus giant thought to himself. After arranging his own residence, the octopus monster also got to know other creatures in the Kingmu spirit realm. White snake, devil bear with terror claw. The octopus monster was fierce, and the white snake, devil bear with terror claw and other extraordinary monsters were very tactful to visit the dock, get to know each other, and exchange some information. When Lu Feng's eyes fell, the octopus monster felt it, and poked its head out from the half-ship at the bottom of the pool, floated to the edge of the pool, and listened to Lu Feng's instructions. Xiao Zhang, I once said that if you promised to be my subordinate, I would give you some rewards. Now I'm here to fulfill my promise. Lu Feng looked at the octopus monster and smiled warmly. As he said that, Lu Feng passed a copy of the Black Water Method to the octopus monster through his mental power. It contained countless information like a memory crystal, and taught the octopus monster to practice the Black Water Method, step by step, from entry to mastery. No matter how big or small, he took into account all the problems that the octopus monster might encounter when practicing the Black Water Method. This was not a sudden idea, but something Lu Feng had prepared in advance. After the white snake's cultivation level was promoted and the prototype of the spirit realm was cultivated in the beast pill, Lu Feng had been cultivating the creatures in the Qingmu spirit realm after receiving feedback from the Qingmu spirit realm. Hongye and others practiced the 5 elements of cultivation respectively, and the extraordinary magic beasts practiced according to their attributes. It was just a difference in talent and resources. Except for a white snake wandering in the prototype of the spirit realm, the other creatures were just beginning to practice. The octopus monster itself was powerful. With the power of the flesh and blood, it reached the first level formal wizard realm. Since Lu Feng had the idea of taking the octopus monster as his subordinate, he was ready to let the octopus monster join the practice of the earth fairy method. After the octopus monster received the inheritance of the black water method, given by Lu Feng, the whole octopus stopped and devoted all his mind and body to the comprehension of the black water method. The octopus monster has been living alone in the sea since birth. It can survive and grow up mostly because of its innate bloodline. It has never seen the practice of wizard magic. At this time, when it came into contact with the black water method, it suddenly felt a sense of surprise that water could be controlled in this way and the energy of heaven and earth could be absorbed in this way. Unconsciously, it became addicted to it. Seeing this, Lu Feng did not intervene much. He inspected the Qingmu spirit realm and directed Hongye and others to sort out the harvest of this trip to the sea in different categories for future use. After dealing with the chores in the spirit realm, Lu Feng checked the recent situation of the Red Leaf Tower. During the days when he was not on the Red Leaf Tower, Andy took good care of his private land, carefully collected the magic stones that made a profit every month, and put them in Lu Feng's warehouse. He also looked at the Yin Gui spirit realm, which was used as the energy core of the tower. The earth vein circulation was normal, the incense and wish power were collected normally, and the protection of the wizard tower was normal. Seeing that there was no problem with the Yin Gui spirit realm, Lu Feng took away all the incense and willpower accumulated in the incense pool in the Yin Gui spirit realm, and then returned to the green tower to continue his daily work. As time passed, Lu Feng digested the water-based materials purchased and cleared from Ludens, and his cultivation of black water method made rapid progress. A month later, Lu Feng consumed 1/10 of what he had obtained last time, and the acupoints of the black water method had been fully refined by Lu Feng. The prototype of the black water method spirit realm has begun to condense. In the spirit realm, the octopus monster also made rapid progress. The octopus monster's own strength was there, and there were also many water-based materials in his half-ship. After refining them, he used them for cultivation, and his mana accumulated quickly. The octopus monster is not a human body and lacks acupoints. After practicing the black water method, his mana gradually increased, and he slowly followed the path of the white snake. He began to condense the demon pill in his body to open up the spirit realm. The octopus monster accumulated mana quickly. Although it was the first time to practice, it quickly caught up with the white snake, practiced its own beast pill, and condensed the prototype of the spiritual realm. Lu Feng's Qingmu spirit realm once again benefited from the promotion of living beings. In his joy, Lu Feng refined this benefit, and the prototype of the black water spirit realm in his hand took a step further. Practice quickly, the harder you work, the stronger I, the master of the spiritual realm, will be. Lu Feng thought in his heart. He often urged the living beings in the Qingmu spirit realm to practice. The various resources in the Qingmu spirit realm also open up the exchange rights of the spiritual realm creatures. As long as they work for him, they can exchange various resources to assist in their practice. There are more benefits to be gained when the realm is improved. After tasting the benefits of raising living beings in the Qingmu spirit realm, Lu Feng thought about introducing people to the Qingmu spirit realm. In the wizard world, there are quite a few big chambers of commerce that offer the sale of alien slaves. In the process of plane conquest, various strange alien races are also a kind of resource. Lu Feng thought of the various slaves he had seen from the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce before, and after thinking for a while, he gave up the idea. I have an entire trendy subcontinent and a world of earthly immortals. As long as I send a message on the subcontinent, I guess there will be many people willing to join the Qingmu spirit realm and change their living environment. However, it is always a bit difficult to recruit people in the trendy subcontinent. After all, it is not easy for the recruited people to return easily after entering my Qingmu spirit realm, so as not to leak the news of the spirit realm. If I recruit people from the Red Leaf Society, it would be much easier to explain. Compared with the alien slaves who still need to spend magic stones, Lu Feng thought about it and still felt that it was more convenient to recruit people from the Red Leaf Society. Because of the poor resources in the earthly immortal world, Lu Feng's Kingmu spirit realm with abundant spiritual energy and rich resources can probably be regarded as a delicious bun that everyone wants to taste. Lu Feng made a plan. After finishing his work at the Hongye Tower during the day, he returned to the Hongye Tower at night to activate the Space Gate and return to the Hongye Club. During the days in the Hongye Tower, Lu Feng also regularly returned to the earthly immortal world to inquire about the major and minor matters of the Hongye Club. Over the past year or so, the Hongye Club has been proceeding step by step, and everything has been developing normally. Day Temple, the largest force in Liangzhou under the command of the Daxun dynasty, is still implementing the plan and collecting incense and vows. The grand plan of Day Temple seems to be a bottomless pit. The incense and vows are constantly poured into it, but no effect has been seen. Day Temple is very tight-lipped, and the major forces in Liangzhou have not yet figured out the bottom of Day Temple. However, under this situation, several speculations about Day Temple's grand plan have gradually spread from the outside world. The first speculation: Day Temple is devoting all its strength to creating a blessed land. The collected incense and vows are the resources for cultivating the blessed land. Day Temple has been entrenched in Liangzhou for thousands of years. Although the temple has cultivated many powerful people who have cultivated into the spiritual realm, it has never cultivated into a blessed land. This is the eternal pain in the heart of Day Temple. This time, they made a desperate effort to create a blessed land. This statement is reasonable. The second guess is that Day Temple intends to create a treasure. For practitioners who practice Earth Immortals, the spiritual realm is the best magic weapon for cultivators. Resources are scarce, and it is too late to cultivate the spiritual realm. How can they cultivate treasures? This guess is even less likely. The third guess is that Day Temple is preparing to cultivate a god and nourish the god with incense and vows. The god has long disappeared from the land of the Great Zhuang dynasty. It is impossible to cultivate a god, and Lu Feng doesn't believe it. There are many other speculations, which are spread as if they are magical, but most of them are made out of nothing and are illusory. After listening to these speculations, Lu Feng just smiled. In any case, Day Temple has intimidated the villains with their powerful forces, so that these people dare not move. Lu Feng didn't have the ability to rush to the top of the hill of Day Temple to solve this crisis that was like a time bomb, so he could only concentrate on the cultivation and practice of his Kingmu spirit realm. The fundamental thing is to improve one's own strength. With strength, when something happens in Day Temple, whether it is fighting or escaping, Lu Feng will have room to maneuver. Without thinking too much about the big plan of Day Temple, Lu Feng found Luo Zuking. Tonight, with nothing to do, Luo Zuking was drinking with Juxiao under the moon. Lu Feng arrived at the right time. Joining the two people's drinking party, Lu Feng and Luo Zuking explained his purpose. He planned to recruit some people from here to survive and practice in his Kingmu spirit realm. Luo Zuking lowered her head and pondered, but Juxiao on the side picked up the wine glass and congratulated Lu Feng with a smile. Congratulations to President Lu for his great improvement in strength and the prosperity of the spiritual realm. Listening to Lu Feng's request, Juxiao immediately understood that Lu Feng's strength had improved again. It is not uncommon to raise living creatures in the spiritual realm. Juxiao's own Bibo spiritual realm also cultivated some water-based spiritual beasts and spiritual herbs. But Juxiao dared not put people in her Bibo spiritual realm to cultivate practitioners. First, the Bibo spiritual realm only has the water lineage, the 5 elements are incomplete, and the space is not perfect. Ordinary people are fragile, and living in it is easily affected by the spiritual realm and develops many diseases. If a practitioner is admitted, the spiritual realm of heaven and earth refined from the spiritual realm space by the practitioner's daily practice is to cut the flesh of the spiritual realm. Until the practitioner dies, the soul returns to heaven and earth, and the body decays. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth invested by the spiritual realm master cannot be recovered. Considering these factors, Juxiao still reminded Lu Feng of the disadvantages of raising living creatures in the spiritual realm space. It's okay, my spiritual realm is very large, and it is relatively complete in all aspects. There is no problem raising some people. Listening to Juxiao's advice, Lu Feng shook his head and refused. Lu Feng knows the ability of Kingmu Lingjing best. Due to the existence of the energy-absorbing ancient tree, it had some abilities of ordinary heaven and earth at the beginning of its birth. Later, He added various resources for sacrifice and cultivation. 4 spiritual veins have been condensed so far, and the 5th spiritual vein is about to take shape. The Kingmu spirit realm is many times stronger than Juxiao's Bibo spirit realm. Hongye and others who were raised in the spiritual realm by Lu Feng from the beginning are still alive and well. Their cultivation has improved and their strength has increased, and there has never been any problem. As for the consumption of heaven and earth spiritual energy that Juxiao is worried about, Lu Feng doesn't care about it. He even hopes that they will practice more and contribute more resources to him to upgrade the spiritual realm. With a wizard world behind them, magic stones are easy to get, and the resources consumed by cultivation. Lu Feng's one-day work is enough for them to practice for 10 days and half a month. The president is so generous. If I hadn't already cultivated into the spiritual realm, I would definitely be willing to go to your spiritual realm and see how powerful your spiritual realm is. From Lu Feng's tone, it seems that he wants to recruit a large number of people. Thinking about the consumption, Juxiao was very jealous. It would be great if she could share some of these resources with me. I was too poor to refine my spiritual veins, but Lu Feng was rich enough to raise living creatures. The gap between people was indeed greater than that between people and dogs. Of course, Juxiao would not cross it. She had already eaten a lot of offerings in the Red Leaf Society. If she asked again, she would be careful that Lu Feng would cut her. There is still some open space in my spiritual realm. Find me 500,000 people first. Lu Feng calculated. With the area of his Kingmu spiritual realm, it would be just right to get 1,800 people and build a village under the tree. After listening to Lu Feng's request, Luo Zuking stood up and planned for Lu Feng. The daily path is difficult and it is not easy to practice. For some people, going to Lu Feng's spiritual realm to practice and see the scenery from a high place seems to be an acceptable thing to lose their freedom. If they do a good job of publicity, it will not be a big problem to find a group of suitable people for Lu Feng from the Red Leaf Society. Lu Feng returned to the Green Tower, and Luo Zuking followed Lu Feng's instructions and spread the word. She directly explained the requirements and restrictions for the president's recruitment of people in the spirit realm. Once you enter the spirit realm, you will be free from the mundane world and have no worries. Chapter 172, Water Spiritual Vein Formed, 5 Elements Evolved. After Lu Feng left, in the subordinate cities of the Red Leaf Society, the news of her recruitment in the spirit realm was made public, attracting many people and members of the Red Leaf Society to watch and discuss. Join the spirit realm and follow the president to cultivate immortality. Join the spirit realm and you can get 100 taels of silver as a settlement fee. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the spirit realm is abundant, and the resources are rich, which can help people break through the realm and prolong their lifespan. After all the benefits were mentioned, many people immediately became eager to join. There are weak people who want to cultivate immortality to gain power, poor people who are short of money and are tempted, and old people who want to prolong their lifespan. As long as there are enough benefits, naturally someone is willing to take risks. Therefore, not many days after the Red Leaf Society issued the notice, Luo Zuking received many applications to join the spirit realm. The number was several thousand, far exceeding Lu Feng's needs. There are so many reasons to join the spirit realm, such as money, power, and lifespan. In front of the desk, Luo Zuking looked through and screened the list of people who joined the spirit realm, selecting the best from them to make up 1,000. Priority is given to those with strong strength, those who are young and strong, those with extraordinary talents, and those with rich experience. When Lu Feng took time out from the Green Tower to return to the Red Leaf Club, he saw the 1,000 people that Luo Zuking had prepared according to his requirements. In the square of the Red Leaf Club, 1,000 people stood in a square formation, lined up neatly, waiting for Lu Feng's inspection. Luo Zuking, you did a good job. Lu Feng was very satisfied as he swept his eyes across the square formation. The 1,000 people carefully selected by Luo Zuking were full of vitality and high spirits, and they could be regarded as a group of small elites. In the environment of the earthly immortal world, which is on the verge of the end of the law, they are limited by resources and have no upper limit for growth. If they enter Lu Feng's Kingmu spirit realm, there is enough spiritual energy from heaven and earth, and maybe 1 or 2 strong people can be cultivated. As the saying goes, a dragon emerges from shallow water. I will artificially change your environment and change it to a deep water pool. I hope you can bring me some surprises. Lu Feng suddenly realized another wonderful thing about the earthly immortal world and thought in his heart. Get ready, don't panic, don't resist. The time was almost up, Lu Feng shouted and ordered, and everyone in the square lowered their eyebrows in response. Lu Feng controlled the Kingmu spirit realm to open a door in front of the square. Everyone in the square picked up the big and small bags beside them, took their personal belongings, and entered the Kingmu spirit realm in an orderly manner. Luo Zuking and others watched from the side, curiously looking into the door, and were shocked to see the fur of the Kingmu spirit realm. They couldn't help but have a thought in their hearts: what kind of benefits can we get if we also enter the Kingmu spirit realm? Such a strange idea planted a weak seed in their hearts. As the last person walked into the Kingmu spirit realm, the spiritual realm portal that communicated the inside and the outside disappeared. More than 1,000 people who entered the spiritual realm subconsciously looked back at the place where the portal stood just now. The excitement of entering the spiritual realm for the first time dissipated, and a little sadness appeared. The dissipation of this door means that they will be cut off from the earthly ties in the future and will never go back to the Red Leaf Club. However, such emotions come and go quickly. Lu Feng Lingjing recruited people and divided the land in Lingjing for them. However, Lu Feng had no intention to help them build houses and residences. These people still needed to build their own homes in the future in the Lingjing space. Lu Feng had reminded them of this in advance, so when these people came in, they brought all kinds of tools needed for daily life, felling trees, taking stones, and making furniture, which were enough for them to develop. Breathing in the rich and abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth, feeling the vitality constantly emerging in their bodies, these people were shocked and settled down. Devoted to the busy work of building the village, these people had no intention of thinking about him and were no longer sentimental. Lu Feng glanced at the more than 1,000 people in Kingmu Lingjing who were busy in an orderly manner. These people also had cultivation, and they worked as well as two people. With division of labor and cooperation, the construction of the village slowly got on the right track. Wait until they settle down and start practicing, and continuously contribute to Kingmu Lingjing. Lu Feng was very satisfied and looked forward to their development. After introducing the population, Lu Feng had a small gathering with the senior executives of the Red Leaf Society, and then returned to the Green Tower to continue his daily work. Wizard Era 4038, the beginning of the month of vitality. Another 3 or 4 months later, Lu Feng used the salary from the Green Tower to buy resources, and with the water-attributed materials produced on the Trandy subcontinent, he finally saved enough water to refine the water spirit vein. After refining and consuming it, today finally reached the last step. In the blink of an eye, I have been practicing the Earth Immortal method for almost 20 years. Now I am finally going to refine the last spirit vein and gather the 5 elements. It's not easy. Lu Feng recalled the past and was filled with emotion. After asking Ms. Natasha for a day off, Lu Feng returned to the Red Leaf Tower and started the last step of condensing the water spirit vein. In the Red Leaf Tower, Lu Feng recuperated his energy, his expression solemn, and his eyes cast into the Kingmu spirit realm. Under the ancient energy-absorbing tree that supported the sky, a winding river flowed down from the stone mountain where the stone turtle was lying, passing through the village of Hongye and others, flowing through the medicine garden transformed from the oil of vitality, and finally flowing into the big bathtub of the huge octopus monster in the north of the spiritual realm. On both sides of the river, there was vitality, lush vegetation, and various strong demonized animals moving freely. Water is the source of life. Lu Feng was thinking about the development of Kingmu spiritual realm, and naturally did not forget the arrangement of water veins in the spiritual realm space. The flowing river water nurtured many creatures in Kingmu spiritual realm. As if sensing Lu Feng's gaze, the octopus monster in the big pool raised his head slightly, with wisdom hidden in his eyes. These days, the octopus monster's intensive practice of black water method has also achieved considerable results. The prototype of the spiritual realm in the body relying on the inner elixir has been refined by the octopus monster to be round, full, strong and powerful. It is only 1 or 2% away from the fire before it can try to advance to the spiritual realm. The little octopus is still a little slow, otherwise I could let it advance first and accumulate some experience for me. Lu Feng glanced at the giant octopus and sighed. The giant octopus lived in his spiritual realm, and Lu Feng knew clearly that the giant octopus had advanced to a higher realm. The giant octopus already had the strength of a formal wizard, and he switched to the black water method. With a high-level view and abundant resources, he had already thrown aside the white snake that had condensed the beast pill before him. If it was given more time, The giant octopus would become the first creature in the Kingmu spiritual realm to advance to the spiritual realm by its own ability. Just condensing the prototype of the spiritual realm can bring benefits to the spiritual realm space. In terms of origin, Lu Feng didn't know how much benefit condensing the spiritual realm would bring to his Kingmu spiritual realm. Lu Feng had a faint expectation in his heart. However, Lu Feng had a deep foundation, and he didn't need such help just to condense the water spiritual vein. He had condensed 4 spiritual veins, so this one was not a big deal. After calming his mind, Lu Feng's consciousness fell into the origin space of the Kingmu spiritual realm. Hua-hua. As his mind moved, a sound of water rang out of thin air in the spiritual realm origin space, occupied by the 4 spiritual veins. Under Lu Feng's gaze, water vapor gathered, and a spring was born from the origin space, falling on the earth spiritual vein in the origin space, flowing, forming a small river spreading in all directions. Buzz! Suddenly, there was a light sound, and the water spiritual vein was formed. At the same time, the octopus monster in the Kingmu spiritual realm immediately poked its head out of the big pool, scooped up a handful of water with its tentacles, and the octopus monster felt that the water was more energetic and agile than before. Silently turning the black water method, the octopus monster felt that its cultivation had become easier. The creatures living in other places in the Kingmu spiritual realm also felt it faintly, knowing that some changes had occurred in the Kingmu spiritual realm. Water is the source of life, and once the water spiritual vein is formed, the impact is far-reaching. However, at this moment, Lu Feng had no intention of observing the benefits brought to him by the formation of the water spiritual vein. The water spiritual vein has been formed, and the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth are complete. At the moment of achievement, Lu Feng observed that the 5 elements in the origin space of the spiritual realm were intertwined and combined, giving rise to a 5-colored glow. The 5-colored glow originated from the origin space and shone into his Kingmu spiritual realm like light. Suddenly, Lu Feng felt that his Kingmu spiritual realm was completely connected into one piece under the combined force of the 5-element spiritual veins, and a qualitative change had occurred in the spiritual realm space. Lu Feng carefully comprehended it. Compared with the past, the Kingmu spiritual realm could only be regarded as a soap bubble floating in the unknown void. But now the 5-element spiritual veins have gathered and woven into a net, connecting the inside and outside of the spiritual realm, as if countless supporting and connecting structures have been added to his spiritual realm space, turning the soap bubble into an ice cube frozen with cotton. Although there has been no major change in volume, the quality is no longer the same. Is this the change in the spiritual realm after the 5 elements are complete? With this change, the stability of the spiritual realm space has greatly increased. I only need to improve the quality of the 5-element spiritual veins a little more, and maybe I can touch the blessed land in the legend of the earthly immortal world. Looking at the 5-color light transforming his own Kingmu spiritual realm, Lu Feng had some vague enlightenment. After the cultivation of the earthly immortal method spiritual realm, the spiritual realm is promoted to a blessed land. Perhaps it all depends on the 5-element spiritual veins that are comparable to the cornerstone of the spiritual realm. Improving the quality of the 5-element spiritual veins, deriving more 5-color light, and strengthening the quality of the spiritual realm, until the spiritual realm undergoes a transformation and is promoted to a blessed land. If so, it's time for me to do what I am best at? Thinking about this clearly, Lu Feng felt happy. Isn't it just using resources to cultivate the spiritual realm? This is what Lu Feng, is best at? Such changes not only occurred in Lu Feng's Kingmu spiritual realm, but the 5-color light derived from the combination of the 5-element spiritual veins also shone from his Danshan into Lu Feng's flesh and blood. Lu Feng's flesh and blood greedily devoured the 5-color light born from the Kingmu spirit realm. A qualitative change occurred from the inside out. The bones, muscles, tendons and skin of his body all emitted a faint 5-color light, like the most perfectly cut diamond, shining brightly under the light. And his spiritual space, under the illumination of this 5-color light, suddenly expanded, with a lot of space to accommodate more spiritual power. Sitting in the spiritual space, the soul seed representing the core of the wizard's magic was condensed and concentrated after absorbing the 5-color light, and a lot of impurities were washed out. It made Lu Feng feel that the burden on his soul was removed, and his mental thinking became more agile. In the past, some of the confusions about cultivation were now understood by a little thought. This feeling seems to be, after coming back to his senses from the transformation brought by the 5-color light, Lu Feng thought about it and quickly took out a crystal ball from the spiritual realm to detect the soul qualifications of wizards, and put his hand on it. The crystal ball lit up with a bright light. It's still the 4th level, but it's much brighter than the last time. When I first condensed the spiritual realm, my soul aptitude transformed once, from the 3rd level to the 4th level, and this time it has improved a lot. The earthly immortal method is really powerful. Lu Feng suppressed his excitement and sighed. Because of his soul aptitude, he was trapped as a 3rd-level wizard apprentice for many years. Lu Feng knew the importance of soul aptitude better than anyone else. There is an unpleasant saying in the wizard world that a person's future is determined when he is born, which refers to the innate soul aptitude. It is said that there are treasures that can improve soul aptitude, but such things, even if you sell a green tower, you can't buy the fur of that level of treasure. It is not something that Lu Feng and others can desire. Earthly immortal method, I have only cultivated to the spiritual realm, and there are blessed lands and caves behind. When that time comes, I may be able to try the feeling of the day. Lu Feng enjoyed the bright future and was extremely happy. After being happy, Lu Feng also calmed down and felt the improvement of his strength. This time, in addition to the changes in the spiritual space, my physical body and spirit have also benefited a lot. When I have time, I can digest it and practice meditation. Basically, I can be promoted to a 2nd-level formal wizard. From a 1st-level wizard to a 2nd-level wizard, it is necessary to compress the spiritual power in the spiritual ocean again, complete the qualitative change of the spiritual power, and drive the promotion of the soul seed. Then, the 2nd talent witchcraft in the meditation method is engraved in the growing soul seed, and it is done. A 2nd-level wizard can already become the mainstay of the verdant tower. Before the water spirit vein was formed, Lu Feng's wizard method cultivation reached the late stage of the 1st-level wizard. At this moment, the 5-element spirit veins are complete, and the transformation caused by it has once again made Lu Feng's actual cultivation come to the forefront. From a high-rise building, Lu Feng has a good grasp of the promotion to the 2nd-level wizard. As long as he carefully thinks about some details of the promotion and makes some preparations, Lu Feng is confident that he will be promoted to the 2nd-level wizard within a year. It's just that my promotion speed is too fast. Ms. Natasha has watched me grow up. If I attract Ms. Natasha's attention, it will be a loss. It seems that I have to practice the breath-holding technique carefully when I have time. Lu Feng was once again worried about his promotion too fast, and said helplessly. After checking his transformation, Lu Feng calculated the time. This time, the transformation and breakthrough took 3 days. Oh no, I only took 1 day off, but missed 3 days of work. What should I do with my salary? Thinking of his salary, Lu Feng wailed and walked into the teleportation array to the green tower. In the green tower, a short and rapid alarm sounded. As soon as Lu Feng walked out of the door, he felt the tense atmosphere of the green tower. What happened? When Lu Feng was confused, the tower spirit of the green tower appeared on the wall beside him and reminded Lu Feng in a cold voice, "Emergency, emergency, please rest. Go to the conference room as soon as possible to discuss the battle." Chapter 173, Insect Plague Meeting, Get the Secret Treasure for Free. Emergency. Hearing the voice of twirling Irene, Lu Feng's heart shuddered and he could not help but quicken his pace. The green tower is located in the botanical garden, which is generally safe and almost impossible to encounter foreign invasion. If there is an emergency, it is probably the insect plague that occurs once every 20 years in the botanical garden. If there is an insect plague, it's nothing, but I will be a little busy. I hope it is an insect plague, otherwise it will be troublesome. Lu Feng kept walking and quickly passed the central elevator to the conference room that twirling Irene mentioned. In the conference room, Ms. Natasha, Rocco, and Jepis were sitting at the table. They were discussing an emergency called insect plague. Twirling Irene's puppet stood beside Ms. Natasha, with blue magic auras in her eyes, projecting the terrain near the green tower for the three to discuss and arrange. "Rester, you are here. The matter is quite urgent. Please sit down first, and we will talk later." Seeing Lu Feng push the door in, Ms. Natasha frowned slightly and greeted him. Ms. Natasha has always disliked people who are late. However, when she saw that Lu Feng's aura had become stronger, the lady's heart moved slightly. Could it be that Lu Feng's strength has improved in the 2 days since he asked for leave? If so, it is understandable. After all, the concept of time will become blurred when a wizard is practicing, and sometimes a deep meditation can easily last for several days and nights without eating or drinking. Now is not the time to pay attention to these trivial matters. Ms. Natasha will not punish Lu Feng for such a small matter as being late. Now, Ms. Natasha is still concerned about the emergency of the verdant tower. Under the gaze of the three people, Lu Feng sat in the empty seat on the right side of Ms. Natasha. Jepis and Luo sat on the left side of Ms. Natasha. Jepis is not an official wizard of the verdant tower, and Luo has not yet practiced a meditation method well, and his innate witchcraft has not yet been solidified. The two have limited say. Obviously, the empty seat on the right side of the lady was reserved by her for Lu Feng. Dong dong. Seeing Lu Feng sitting down, Ms. Natasha tapped the table and said seriously, "Since you are back, rest. Let me repeat it again. The situation of today's emergency is like this. Last night, the inspector of the botanical garden came to notify all wizard towers to prepare for the insect plague. It is expected that the first wave of insect plague will arrive within 3 to 5 days. Insect plague." Hearing this, Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was an insect plague, otherwise there would be no time to slack off during work. Without Ms. Natasha's explanation, Lu Feng knew what the insect plague meant. Insect plague has a special meaning in the botanical garden. It is a natural disaster unique to the botanical garden. The source of the insect plague comes from the energy-absorbing ancient tree, the treasure of the botanical garden. The energy-absorbing ancient tree has the ability to absorb energy particles between heaven and earth, and can also condense the absorbed energy particles into universal magic stones. The existence of an energy-absorbing ancient tree is equivalent to a large magic stone vein, which can continuously provide a large amount of magic stones. Magic stones are the wealth of wizards, and the role of energy-absorbing ancient trees can be imagined. Not to mention this supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree that has stood here since the existence of the botanical garden. In the endless years, this energy-absorbing ancient tree in the botanical garden has long become the backbone of the botanical garden. The development of the botanical garden, to date, is at least 40% of the credit of this energy-absorbing ancient tree. However, even with such a long history, the powerful energy-absorbing ancient tree also has its own defects, or weaknesses. That is the insect plague born from the energy-absorbing ancient tree. Although the energy-absorbing ancient tree can absorb any energy particles between heaven and earth, there are differences in the actual absorption process. Because of its natural properties as a plant, some energy is like hard stone to the energy-absorbing ancient tree, and it is difficult to digest after absorption, and condenses into magic stones. In order to solve this problem, the energy-absorbing ancient tree has evolved an insect plague, condensing the special energy that the ancient tree is difficult to absorb and digest into a kind of subsidiary organism, entrenched on the leaves and branches of the energy-absorbing ancient tree. It can both resist external enemies and solve internal problems. This was originally a way for the energy-absorbing ancient tree to protect itself, but since the wizards of the botanical garden settled on the leaves and branches of the energy-absorbing ancient tree, the insects bred by the energy-absorbing ancient tree have no reason. They do not distinguish between enemies and friends, and will only attack the creatures that appear on the energy-absorbing ancient tree mindlessly according to their instincts. The wizards of the botanical garden want to live on the energy-absorbing ancient tree for a long time, so they naturally have to fight against the insects born on the energy-absorbing ancient tree. The insects have become an insect plague. After talking about the meaning of the insect plague, Ms. Natasha added, "You should all understand the meaning of the insect plague. Our green tower has been built on this leaf, so we must withstand the test of the energy-absorbing ancient tree and protect the creatures living on this leaf. If we can't resist it, we will be disqualified from building the green tower." That's right, although the insect plague is a natural disaster, the botanical garden and the energy-absorbing ancient tree have long been in a symbiotic relationship. The energy-absorbing ancient tree has long become a great existence, and has a pivotal position in the botanical garden. The creatures living on the leaves of the energy-absorbing ancient tree can also be regarded as part of the energy-absorbing ancient tree. The energy-absorbing ancient tree will not produce insect plagues to destroy its own industry. Insect plagues have long been transformed from long-range weapons to a kind of assessment for the lower-level wizard towers of the botanical garden, in countless years of development. About 20 years, there will be a large-scale insect plague. Thinking of the scale of insect plagues in previous years, a trace of cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the wizard Jepis, and he said with some fear, "This, our verdant tower is a third-level wizard tower. If it is based on the scale of insect plagues in the past, we alone should not be able to defend it. The last insect plague came 20 years ago, when Lu Feng had not left the wizard tower and returned to the trendy secondary continent. At that time, Teacher Tia was still in the verdant tower and did not go out. Although the insect plague was an arduous battle, with Teacher Tia in charge, it was safe. Some lucky people were lucky enough to pick up some benefits when they eliminated the insects. But the scale of the insect plague mentioned by Jepis is indeed a very tricky thing. The scale of the insect plague is automatically derived according to the registration of the wizard tower in the botanical garden, and it is a test of certain difficulty. Seeing Jepis's fear, Ms. Natasha said in a relaxed tone, "Don't worry about this. Our unreliable tower master did something reliable when he left. Considering the problems that the wizard tower would encounter when he didn't come back, he went to the botanical garden official in advance to pay the fine and took the initiative to reduce the scale of the insect plague in our verdant tower. The magic stones paid are enough for us to easily survive 2 insect plagues. 20 years each time. The magic stones to survive 2 insect plagues can allow the verdant tower to survive 59 years safely. 59 years can be said to be the life of some ordinary people. By then, if Teacher Tia doesn't come back, Lu Feng and his people will not be able to keep his foundation. Is that so? Then I have no problem," Wizard Jepis said with some fear after looking at Ms. Natasha. He saw a trace of disdain for him in Ms. Natasha's eyes, and felt uneasy. Ms. Natasha didn't care about Jepis's mood. She continued, "When Tia left, she reduced the scale of the insect plague in the verdant tower to a level of difficulty, taking into account the strength of the remaining personnel in the wizard tower. According to the calculations of Wizard Jepis and me, Lu Feng and Luo Ke are both additional personnel who were promoted later. With the addition of you 2 new forces, the defense against the insect plague this time is not difficult." Lu Feng and Luo Ke had no objections and looked directly at Ms. Natasha, waiting for her arrangement. Ms. Natasha tapped the tower spirit Irene lightly, and the map in the eyes of the tower spirit doll Irene enlarged in the lady's hand. The leaf where the verdant tower stands is a bit like a maple leaf, with 3 leaf tips. The verdant tower is located in the largest area in the middle of the leaf, and there is a lot of land under the tower extending along the 3 leaf tips. Pointing to the part where the leaves connected to the trunk, Ms. Natasha arranged, "Now I will arrange everyone's defense area according to the expected scale of the insect plague. I am the strongest, guarding here. There may be a second-level wizard-level pest here, and it is just right for me to guard it. The scale of the insect swarm is based on the strength of the personnel in the wizard tower. Even if Teacher Tia handed in the magic stone to reduce the scale and difficulty of the insect swarm, the botanical garden probably won't let the wizard tower have an easy time. After all, this is a test for the wizard tower. The wizard world has never been a peaceful world. If the test is easy, there is no meaning to exist. Ms. Natasha is now the strongest among the few people, so naturally she is responsible for the defense of the most dangerous place. Then it's rest. You guard the middle, and Jepis and Rocco will be on both sides. When Lu Feng is in the middle, he will be responsible for supporting both sides. Keep in touch at any time. Jepis and Rocco, if you 2 encounter insect beasts that are difficult to resist, call Lu Feng at any time to let him assist you in defense. That's the general idea, do you understand?" Lu Feng and the other 2 kept Ms. Natasha's arrangement in mind and answered affirmatively, "I understand." "Well, that's good. Before leaving, Tia left us a few secret treasures. You can go to the wizard tower with me later to pick them out and use them for self-defense during the insect plague." Ms. Natasha nodded and added. Hearing that they could also receive free wizard secret treasures, Jepis and Rocco's eyes lit up. Wizard secret treasures are not cheap, and everyone doesn't like to get them for free. Next, Ms. Natasha explained and arranged the refuge arrangements for ordinary people under the Green Tower, as well as the assistance of wizard apprentices in the tower in defense. After everything was arranged, most of the day had passed and it was almost dark. The meeting was over. Ms. Natasha stood up first, and Luo Ke followed closely behind him, flapping his wings, looking impatient. Jepis also looked expectant, but Lu Feng looked calm. "Come on, come with me to pick out wizard treasures. Replenish your fighting power." Seeing Luo Ke's somewhat anxious expression, Ms. Natasha chuckled after finishing her work. "Rester, why do you seem to be not very interested in the free wizard treasures?" Looking at Lu Feng who looked calm, Luo Ke asked curiously. "Of course I like to borrow them for free. However, the temporarily borrowed wizard treasures must be returned after use. We can only use them for a period of time. Lu Feng ruthlessly broke Luo Kei's thoughts. Yes, we have to return them. I just wanted to satisfy my desire. Luo Kei rolled his eyes at Lu Feng and said disappointedly. Led by Ms. Natasha, several people came to the upper floor of the Verdant Tower through the central elevator and entered Teacher Tia's personal treasure house. Jepis and Rocco, you two have limited strength, so each of you can only choose one secret treasure. Rest, you are stronger, so you can choose two that are handy. Ms. Natasha pointed to Teacher Tia's personal treasure house and said. The area where the lady pointed was filled with dozens of first-level wizard secret treasures. The spiritual light of the secret treasures was dazzling, and some of them were stained with blood and damaged. It was obvious that these wizard secret treasures had a good origin. Rocco happily flew to choose, touching this and that, and finally reluctantly chose a thick wooden staff as long as her body. The curved head of the wooden staff was inlaid with a pebble-sized bright emerald, shining with rich natural brilliance. This staff is called the green wood staff. It is a first-level intermediate staff. The top is inlaid with a pure natural crystal, which can greatly enhance the power of natural witchcraft. It is quite suitable for you, Rocco. Ms. Natasha explained. Listening to the lady's explanation, Luo Kei, holding a green wooden staff that was taller than her, returned to Lu Feng with a smile, looking very proud, as if she was showing off her gains to Lu Feng. Childish. Lu Feng chuckled and walked in with Jepis to choose a wizard secret treasure that suited him. Although with his current strength, a first-level wizard secret treasure is dispensable for improving his combat power, according to Lu Feng's self-feeling, he can even use a second-level secret treasure across stages. However, in front of Ms. Natasha, Lu Feng still had to maintain his first-level wizard's persona and make a reasonable transition. His eyes casually swept over many wizard secret treasures, and Lu Feng selected two secret treasures that were barely suitable for him to use. A blue necklace with pure water attribute power, and a dragon head spear with rich flame power. A necklace that solidifies the first-level ocean school witchcraft, blue wave prison, a first-level mid-grade. There is also a weapon called the dragon flame lance, a first-level top-grade. One for trapping, one for attacking, not bad, but the attributes don't match. Ms. Natasha commented, but she didn't understand the basis of Lu Feng's choice. We are wizards of the natural school. However, Ms. Natasha didn't care much. Everyone has the freedom to choose, and of course they have to pay the price for their choices. Jepis looked at Lu Feng's choice with some surprise, walked in, picked and chose, and finally chose an extremely thick plate armor. It solidifies the armor guarded by the Earth Giant, a first-level mid-grade, with strong protective capabilities. Chapter 174 Defense Zone Deployment, the first wave of insect swarm. Choosing the plate armor with a shield, Jepis unexpectedly paid attention to his own safety. Jepis knew that his strength was not strong. If he encountered a mid to late stage insect beast, he might not be able to beat it. Instead of going up to give up his head, it is better to rely on the shield defense to hold on for a while. Protect yourself, delay time, and wait for rescue. Surviving is the kingly way. When did the wizard Jepis start to step into the way of survival? Lu Feng's eyes could not help but stay on him for a few more seconds. Turning his head and seeing the green wood stick in Luo Kei's hand, Lu Feng frowned slightly. Approaching Luo Kei, Lu Feng asked with concern, "Do you have a defensive wizard's secret treasure in your hand? Isn't it a bit unsafe to hold the green wood stick alone?" Luo Kei was promoted to first-level formal wizard not long ago. In a year or two, he had just mastered the green spirit wood meditation method, condensed the soul seed, and completed the first stage of the first-level formal wizard. The innate witchcraft in the later stage, the ancient tree body, has not yet solidified. He does not have the strength of a complete first-level formal wizard. It is estimated that she has not learned much other first-level witchcraft. The Kingmu staff can improve the effect of witchcraft and increase the attack power, but it lacks the ability to protect itself. Lu Feng is a little worried about Luo Kei's safety in the next insect plague. Facing Lu Feng's concern, Luo Kei smiled while holding the Kingmu staff and said, "It's okay. After I was promoted to first-level official wizard, my family also supported me with a first-level intermediate wizard secret treasure, which is specially used to protect myself. It is very safe, don't worry." As she said, Luo Kei straightened her not-so-rich chest. An exquisite rose brooch on her chest shone with dazzling light under Luo Kei's drive, giving people a sense of security and stability. This is the protective wizard's secret treasure supported by Luo Kei's family. Lu Feng raised his eyebrows and almost forgot that Luo Kei had a wealthy family behind her to support her wizard career. Unlike a casual person like him, she had to fight for all resources by herself. Looking at Luo Kei's brooch secret treasure, Lu Feng was relieved. Seeing that the three had chosen their wizard's secret treasures, Ms. Natasha waved her hand to signal them that they could leave and go back to prepare for the next insect invasion. Goodbye, Mom. Lu Feng and the other two said goodbye to Ms. Natasha and returned to their respective residences. Lu Feng and Luo Kei walked together and exchanged some experiences about the insect plague. If you encounter a powerful insect monster that you can't deal with in the area you are guarding later, just notify me directly, and I will rush over to help you solve it. Lu Feng told Luo Kei before leaving the door of the residence. I understand. But, rest, you have to be careful when defending. Luo Kei nodded, indicating that he understood and thanked him. Luo Kei often communicated with Lu Feng about the practice of wizard magic, and he knew a little about Lu Feng's strength. If they really fought, Luo Kei felt that Lu Feng could pin her to the ground and hammer her with just one hand. The gap was so big that sometimes when they were competing, Luo Kei felt powerless. It felt that his fairy blood was fake and had no advantage in front of Lu Feng. After saying goodbye to Luo Kei, Lu Feng returned to his residence. There was a meeting today, and there were still 3 days left before the insect plague arrived. At today's meeting, Ms. Natasha had already discussed with them the countermeasures for the insect plague. In the next 2 days, he only needed to check the wizard apprentices and defense facilities in his defense zone, arrange for the wizard apprentices to gather the ordinary people in the defense zone, and prepare to resist the insect plague. These things were followed by the third-class wizard apprentices among the wizard apprentices, who would implement these detailed tasks step by step. Lu Feng only needed to do a good job of controlling the overall situation. For the rest, Lu Feng didn't need to prepare anything. Most of the insect plagues that came were ordinary insect monsters, and they would be handed over to the wizard apprentices to resist. Formal wizards such as Lu Feng needed to face the elite and lord-level insect monsters in the insect swarm. The strength of these insect monsters would exceed the range of the wizard apprentices to fight, reaching the level of formal wizards, and it would be easy to break through the defense line. Lu Feng focused on this type of insect monster and carried out the decapitation operation. Lu Feng still had some confidence in his own strength, so there was nothing to prepare. After using the 2 wizard's secret treasures that he got for free from Teacher Tia's treasure house and mastering the operation methods, Lu Feng sat in the training room and continued to absorb energy and cultivate the Kingmu spirit realm. The next day, dawn. Before dawn, Lu Feng came back to his senses from his training. Feeling the Kingmu spirit realm that had absorbed the energy of heaven and earth overnight and became stronger, Lu Feng smiled. Take it slow. The 5 elements of spiritual veins are complete. I have no bottleneck in my promotion to the 2nd level formal wizard. The rest is to collect resources for the Kingmu spirit realm, cultivate it slowly, and kill time. Lu Feng looked at the time, stood up, and tidied himself. Putting on a well-fitting wizard robe, wearing the flame dragon rider, and hanging the necklace secret treasure in front of his neck, Lu Feng looked at himself in the mirror and laughed and teased, I look pretty handsome like this. Just standing in front of the wizard apprentice, I guess I can charm countless junior school girls. Of course, Lu Feng was just thinking about it. He was almost 80 years old and had long since gotten rid of these low-level interests. After leaving his residence, Lu Feng came to the outside of the Green Tower. A tower spirit doll with a completely black body emerged from the wall of the wizard tower and came to Lu Feng. It reported to him without emotion, Sir Rest, Irene doll number 334 is at your service. Irene can provide you with short-range communication services near the wizard tower, map services, and war mechanical automation assistance attack services within the defense zone. Lu Feng was not surprised by the appearance of Irene doll number 334. This is a doll made by Irene, the tower spirit of the Green Tower. The body of Irene, the tower spirit, has actually been stored in the core area of the Green Tower. It is huge and inconvenient to move. Irene has never left the core area for half a step. The Irene that Lu Feng usually sees are all mechanical dolls connected and controlled by Irene. Comparing with the things in Lu Feng's previous life, Irene, the tower spirit, is equivalent to an artificial intelligence that manages the wizard tower, and the mechanical doll is the smart device such as mobile phone and computer connected to Irene. Tower Spirit Irene arranged a large number of mechanical puppets in the Green Tower to facilitate the communication between the staff of the Wizard Tower and the Tower Spirit at any time. Irene 334 was sent by Irene to assist Lu Feng in guarding the defense zone. Nodding to Irene 334, Lu Feng rolled up a breeze and directly took the Irene puppet into the air. After flying for a while, Lu Feng arrived at the garrison area assigned to him by Ms. Natasha and landed on a small golden tree square. At this time, the sun slowly rose in the sky. The golden morning sun gilded a layer of golden light on the towering small golden tree in the square. The small golden tree square was now full of wizard apprentices and golden knights guarding this area. Greetings, Lord Rest. Seeing Lu Feng coming, the people in the square saluted Lu Feng in unison. The wizard apprentice bowed his head and touched his chest to show respect, and the golden knight knelt on one knee and hammered his chest with his hand to show his loyalty. Lu Feng stood on the high platform under the small golden tree, glanced at the people in the square, and nodded in response. Blue light appeared in the eyes of the puppet number 334 of Irene beside him, and the heads of wizard apprentices were projected in front of him, with their brief introductions and assigned tasks attached. Lu Feng glanced at them. He had already browsed through these things yesterday and memorized them in his heart. He slightly released a momentum of a first-level formal wizard to shock the minds of the people in the square, and said, "I don't like nonsense. You also know what will happen in the next month. The arrival of the insect plague is not only a disaster, but also a test for you and the Green Tower. Since it is a test, as long as you can pass it, we in the Green Tower will naturally not hesitate to reward you." Although these words are all old words, Lu Feng still wants to say them again. Show the difficulties and benefits of the insect plague at the same time to fully mobilize everyone's enthusiasm for defending against the insect plague. Finally, I ask, do you have the confidence to repel the insect plague? Yes. Yes! Exclamation mark. Yes! Exclamation mark. The shouts shook the sky, and the emotions were passionate. It was unknown whether Lu Feng's speech was useful. But the wizard apprentices and knights in the square knew the generosity of the verdant tower. The insect plague, a disaster that occurs once every 20 years, is both a test and an opportunity. Performing well in resisting the insect plague can gain a lot of benefits. Tower Spirit Irene will faithfully record everyone's war exploits. Killing and assisting will gain corresponding merits. Magic stones, spell models, wizard secret treasures, precious potions. Everything they need will appear on the wartime merit exchange list. Killing more insects and getting more benefits has long become the label of the insect plague. After Lu Feng mobilized, he began to name the third-class wizard apprentices one by one and assign them some key tasks. Leading patrols, defending strategic points, and transporting supplies. These were all things that Tower Spirit Irene, in conjunction with many wizard apprentices, had discussed and arranged in advance. Lu Feng mainly managed this process, paid attention to some details, and did not have to worry about much specific operation. In the next 2 days, Lu Feng patrolled his own defense area. The land was three-pointed, and Lu Feng was guarding the leaf land in the middle. He also had to protect the rear defense zone of Jepes and Rocco. The area was not small, about the size of a prefecture-level city in his previous life. He also had the most people gathered here, with 6,000 wizard apprentices alone, 30,000 knight-level formal soldiers, and some adventurers from ordinary people who assisted in the defense, adding up to 50,000 people. It would be easy to flatten his trendy subcontinent if he moved casually. But compared to a defense zone as large as a prefecture-level city, there were still some sparse personnel. However, the appearance of the insect monsters was through the wormholes connected to the energy-absorbing ancient trees in a fixed area. There might be several locations, but they were not too scattered, so it was relatively easy to defend. 3 days passed in a flash, and the time for the insect plague to come as notified by the inspector arrived. On the eve of the storm, a solemn atmosphere permeated the defense zone under Lu Feng's command. Although the wizard apprentices and knights were full of confidence, they were still a little nervous when the real insect plague came. Woo! As the sun rose on the 4th day, a low horn sounded in the botanical garden. The sound was low, but it spread throughout the botanical garden in an instant, and countless wizard towers were shaken. The war horn has sounded. Everyone get ready. Hearing the sound of the horn, Lu Feng opened his eyes from his practice and shouted softly. Hearing the horn, without Lu Feng's order, the wizard apprentices in the defense zone had already taken action with their companions. Eileen doll number 334 projected a map of the defense zone in front of Lu Feng, and all the terrain in the defense zone was clearly visible. Once the war horn sounds, the wormhole that transports the insect monsters will slowly open, but the insect monsters that emerge from the newly appeared wormhole are weak and few in number, so they can be dealt with by a few knights. There will be no big problems in the early stage. Lu Feng stared at the projected map, and not long after, 7 light red spots appeared on the map. As soon as the spots appeared, light spots representing wizard apprentices and knights immediately appeared around the map, and quickly surrounded the spot representing the wormhole. The light red color on the wormhole spot quickly faded and became lighter. 7 wormholes, low danger. Lu Feng didn't take this wormhole seriously, as the wormhole wizard apprentices he got up early could handle it. With a tap of his finger, the projected map zoomed in, and Lu Feng saw a clear scene beside a wormhole. Wormhole number 1, located directly north of Lu Feng, appeared in a farmland, with a temporary diameter of 20 meters. The insect monster that emerged from the wormhole was a red camp beetle with a body length of 4 or 5 meters, like an elephant. It had great power, and a pair of huge and ferocious pincers that could clamp off a tree that a person could hug with just a slight force. A red camp beetle is basically equivalent to a knight. However, the red camp beetle is not fast, and its movements are clumsy, so it is not good enough in front of experienced knights. A knight raised his lance, looking for the gap where the red camp beetle was stuck, and could easily knock the red camp beetle over. Wormhole number 1 produced more than 100 red camp beetles at a time, and they quickly became a pile of corpses under the siege of 2 teams of golden knights and 3 wizard apprentices. After the first wave of red-topped beetles were defeated, wormhole number 1 paused for a short time, and then erupted again about 20 minutes later, spitting out a large number of red-topped beetles, this time with a larger number, more than 200. However, the nearby golden knights, adventurers, and wizard apprentices had gathered when the first wave of red-topped beetles appeared, and the second wave of red-topped beetles did not make any waves. They all turned into corpses and merits. In addition to the red-topped beetles in wormhole number 1, some basin-sized poisonous spiders emerged from wormhole number 2, carrying poison that could easily turn ordinary people into pus and blood. The golden knights were fully armored, and many knights also practiced bows and arrows, so it didn't take much effort to deal with them. A group of sickle worms crawled out of wormhole number 3, holding up their thin arms like swordsmen. A group of corrosive worms crawled out of wormhole number 4, stinking and filthy and poisonous. Wormholes number 5, number 6, and number 7 all have their own characteristics. Lu Feng inspected the 7 wormholes from a god's perspective, and the wizard apprentice and the golden knight responded appropriately. Chapter 175 Six-Winged Golden-Headed Centipede. The first wave of insect swarms are all the simplest things. The insect monsters that appear are of a single type and have various weaknesses. They are very simple to deal with. The golden knight alone is enough to deal with them. But as time goes by, the number of insect monsters increases, the types increase, and the strength increases, and the pressure of defense will slowly begin to increase. Lu Feng recalled the last time he personally participated in the defense battle of the insect swarm, and felt at ease. The intensity of the early insect swarms was not great, which was just right for wizard apprentices, knights, and adventurers to practice. After eliminating the insect monsters, they can still spare some time to build fortifications around the wormhole to prepare for the large-scale insect swarms later. He didn't need to worry too much in the early stage. The wizard apprentices cooperated with the knights and adventurers to defend the wormhole without much trouble. Without going to the wormhole in person, Lu Feng meditated and practiced on the high platform of the small golden tree square, leaving only a trace of mental power to observe the real-time map of Irene number 334 to prevent accidents. Under the small golden tree, although the concentration of energy particles between heaven and earth was not as high as that of the practice room of the Green Tower, it was much stronger than that of the Durandi secondary continent. By collecting and absorbing energy, and refining some spiritual materials stored in the Kingmu spirit realm, Lu Feng's month of defending against the insectide did not affect his daily cultivation of the Kingmu spirit realm. In the spiritual realm, the 5 spiritual veins of gold, wood, water, fire and earth flow freely and brilliantly. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the spiritual materials escaped and merged into the 5-element spiritual veins, constantly strengthening the origin of the 5-element spiritual veins. The growing 5-element spiritual veins evolved more 5 elements origin power in the circulation of life and death, and condensed 5-color light. The 5-color light merged into the King Mu spirit realm in Lu Feng's body, strengthening Lu Feng's strength from the most fundamental place. This is the benefit and power of cultivation. Lu Feng felt the increasing strength in his body and the increasing mental strength and sight in his heart. As time passed, Lu Feng sat upright on the small golden tree square, and the insect plague in his defense zone slowly evolved to a full-scale stage. The 16th day of the insect plague. In the little golden tree square, only Lu Feng and Irene 334 were left on the high platform above and below the little golden tree. All the people who had originally gathered in the square had left and were engaged in the battle against the insect plague. The number of wormholes in the defense zone has increased to 16. Each one has a diameter of more than a kilometer, and a wave of insects surges out in half an hour. A large number of tough tank insect monsters are at the front, mixed with a large number of agile insect monsters waiting for an opportunity to move. There are also various flying insect monsters in the sky that occasionally dive and dodge, and there are various long-range insect monsters in the back that spray venom or various energy spells. A wormtide is an army with a full range of arms. The strength of the green tower defending the wormtide is no longer the scattered soldiers when it first encountered the insect monsters. A small number of wizard apprentices are equipped with a team of knights. Now, outside the wormhole, the garrison of the green tower has already built an iron wall, arrow tower and turret. Relying on various fortifications, wizard apprentices and a large number of knight adventurers cooperated tacitly and firmly guarded the defense line outside the wormhole. Various spells and war machines were used in turn, and waves of insect monsters died in the northwest under the iron wall. In front of the number 1 wormhole, another wave of insect monsters was eliminated, and cheers broke out on the wall. Hurry up, there are still 15 minutes before the next wave of insects arrive. Clean up the battlefield and collect the materials of the corpses of insect monsters. The commander on the wall shouted while resisting fatigue. Under the command of the commander, teams of logistics soldiers rushed down the wall, opened space pockets one by one, and quickly emptied the piles of corpses under the wall, and then returned to the wall before the next wave of insects arrived. The shells of red camp beetles can be used to make armor, and insect crystals can be used to make bull potions that increase strength. The brain core of the poisonous spider can improve poison resistance, and the venom is a good poison quenching potion. The blade arm of the sickle worm is a high-quality auxiliary material for making weapons. Adding a little blade arm powder can make weapons made of ordinary materials more resilient. Each insect monster is not only a terrifying monster that devours human lives, but also a walking magic stone mine. In addition to the merits of killing given by the Verdant Tower, these insect monster materials are also another major income for wizard apprentices, knights, and adventurers. After the corpses of the insect monsters under the city wall were cleared, the commander of the city wall outside the number 1 wormhole calculated the time and looked at the wormhole not far away with a serious expression. Obviously 15 minutes have passed, but the number 1 wormhole in his eyes has not changed at all. The next wave of insectide they expected did not come as expected. What's going on? The wormhole is blocked and the insectide is delayed. A wizard apprentice on the city wall waved his staff, stretched his waist, and laughed a little strangely. But his teasing laughter did not receive the echo of his friends nearby. I saw that the experienced wizard apprentices all looked gloomy, holding their weapons and amulets tightly. The wizard apprentices who had experienced the last insectide understood that the delay of the insectide meant that the next insectide would be more difficult. In the last wave of insectide, a large number of high-level insect monsters at the level of third-class wizard apprentices had already appeared, and now the insectide was more powerful. This means be prepared, the next insectide is coming in a big wave. There may be powerful insect monsters at the level of first-class formal wizards. The danger level will increase a lot. Be prepared for defense. On the city wall, the garrison commander used the amplifying wizard's secret treasure to transmit his voice to everyone's ears. Hearing that a first-class formal wizard-level insect monster will soon join the battle, everyone on the city wall suddenly thought of Lu Feng's figure. I heard that Rest Wizard is very powerful. I hope Rest Wizard can come to support in time. Just when everyone was anxiously preparing. Roar! A deafening insect cry sounded from the center of wormhole number 1, and then a sea of insects poured out of the wormhole again. The insectide like seawater did not scare the wizard apprentices in the iron wall. But among the insect swarms that rushed with the insectide, a black-armored golden-headed centipede with 6 wings on its back exuded a terrifying aura, which made everyone on the wall breathe rapidly. Six-winged golden-headed centipede. First-level insect beast. Can fly, good at poison. The garrison commander of the city wall took a breath of cold air, compared the records of insect monsters in the wizard tower, and exclaimed. Under the command of the six-winged golden-headed centipede, the insect tide burst out with amazing momentum, which was several points stronger than the insect tides that wizard apprentices had faced before. When everyone on the city wall was amazed at the power of the six-winged golden-headed centipede, on the high platform under the small golden tree, on the map projected by Irene 334 in front of Lu Feng, the location of wormhole number 1 was bright red. The shadow of a six-winged golden-headed centipede emerged. Warning, warning. A first-order insect monster has appeared near the wormhole. Sir Rest, please rush to deal with it immediately and destroy it. Before the reminder sound of Irene number 334 fell, Lu Feng had already summoned a black wind to carry the tower spirit puppet into the air. In a few seconds, Lu Feng had already arrived above the number 1 wormhole. Looking down from the black cloud, the dense swarm of insects made people's scalps numb. When he glanced at it, Lu Feng locked onto the six-winged golden-headed centipede with a unique temperament and very arrogant in the swarm of insects. What a big centipede, it should taste good if used to soak in wine. Lu Feng's eyes condensed, and the dragon flame cavalry lance appeared in his hand. He was not going to communicate much with this first-order insect monster that only knew how to destroy and had no wisdom. Rushing down from the air, Lu Feng's movements were crisp and neat. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the six-winged golden-headed centipede. Hiss! The six-winged golden-headed centipede also noticed Lu Feng's arrival. As it roared to the sky, countless insect monsters guarding him rushed towards Lu Feng, trying to stop him from moving forward. The six-winged golden-headed centipede twisted its body, flapping and waving its 6 wings behind it, maintaining its high-speed movement, distanced itself from Lu Feng, and the smelly venom in its mouth overflowed. A mouthful of deadly venom that could dissolve gold and gravel was ready to be released. Thorn Shield. Nature's Wrath. Facing the low-level insect monsters swarming towards him, Lu Feng did not dodge or avoid it. His mental power surged, and a layer of hard Thorn Shield emerged. Ordinary monster collisions or long-range attacks on Lu Feng's Thorn Shield could not even consume the shield's light. The power of the attack was absorbed by the Thorn Shield, and the spikes on the shield were fired one by one, shooting the monsters into the air. The emerald green flames condensed by the Nature's Wrath witchcraft turned into sharp arrows that broke through the wind, burning all the insect monsters that blocked Lu Feng's way into ashes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The screams of ordinary insect monsters were endless. Lu Feng rushed through the insect swarm like a dump truck, his eyes fixed on the figure of the six-winged golden-headed centipede. Lu Feng laughed grimly, rushed out of the insect swarm, and caught up with the six-winged golden-headed centipede that was flapping its wings and retreating. Spit! Seeing Lu Feng approaching, the six-winged golden-headed centipede retreated rapidly, and the venom that had been prepared in its mouth parts was aimed at Lu Feng and shot out. The fierce and deadly insect poison, exposed to the air, turned into a black poisonous fog the size of a house, and enveloped Lu Feng's location. Before approaching Lu Feng, a group of insect monsters around him just smelled the wisps of poisonous fog, and their bodies became limp, dizzy, vomiting black blood and fell to the ground and died. It can be seen that the poison is very strong. If an ordinary formal wizard inhaled a breath of this deadly poisonous fog, a weaker body would probably be crippled if not dead. Facing the poisonous mist in his face, a yellowish-brown aura appeared in front of Lu Feng, and his breathing turned to internal breathing, and he directly passed through the poisonous mist. Little centipede, where are you running? Lu Feng shouted, and passed through the poisonous mist. The thorn shield was corroded by the poisonous mist, but it still stood in front of Lu Feng. At the same time, Lu Feng approached the six-winged golden-headed centipede, and water vapor flowed around him. Before the six-winged golden-headed centipede could react, a tough water prison was condensed out of thin air to tightly entangle the six-winged golden-headed centipede. Blue wave cage. In front of Lu Feng's neck, the azure crystal on the necklace glowed. The wizard's secret treasure he selected from Teacher Tia's treasure house played a role at this moment, restraining the six-winged golden-headed centipede. This water-based secret treasure is a first-level mid-grade wizard's secret treasure. The solidified ocean skull control spell, Blue Wave Cage, is quite strong. The six-winged golden-headed centipede was trapped in the Bibo cage and could not escape at all. Its proud wings, venom, and mouthparts could not help but escape the Bibo cage. Roar! In the Bibo cage, the six-winged golden-headed centipede let out a mournful cry, and countless insect monsters rushed to rescue it. But sometimes, quantity is of no use in the face of quality, not to mention that there was Lu Feng waiting on the side. After using the Bibo cage to restrict the six-winged golden-headed centipede, he was ready for a one-hit kill attack. Flame gun, charge! With a roar, a scorching flame erupted from the flame dragon lance in Lu Feng's hand, and a red fire dragon emerged from the flame dragon lance. Under Lu Feng's control, it suddenly rushed towards the six-winged golden-headed centipede bound by the Bibo cage. With a loud bang, there was a sudden thunder in the sky and earth. A mushroom cloud formed entirely of scorching flames rose from the place where the six-winged golden-headed centipede was. The terrifying shock wave and scorching heat rushed in all directions. The ordinary insect monsters near the six-winged golden-headed centipede fell down like weed in the aftermath of the flaming spear charge. More insect monsters were burned into barbecue and ashes in the subsequent flames. When the fireworks dissipated, the six-winged golden-headed centipede in the Bibo prison had completely lost its voice, and its body was left on the spot in a miserable state. If Lu Feng hadn't kept a trick up his sleeve, this attack alone would have been enough to destroy the six-winged golden-headed centipede. This flame dragon spear is quite powerful. It is indeed a first-class wizard's secret treasure. It is quite suitable for matching and hiding the killing move of my fire dragon magic spell. Lu Feng played a gunflower, put away the flame dragon lance handsomely, carried the body of the six-winged golden centipede, returned to the black cloud, and reunited with Irene 334. At this time, there were no red dots warning of danger on the map projected by Irene 334. A crisis of insect monsters that frightened the wizard apprentices was quietly resolved under Lu Feng's light attack. When the wizard apprentices defending on the wall below reacted, they immediately burst into warm cheers. At the same time, they also cheered up and counterattacked the insect swarms that were severely damaged by the aftermath of the six-winged golden centipede killed by Lu Feng. Lu Feng killed the leader and many elite insect monsters in the insect swarm. The remaining insect tide was not as strong as the last time they faced. Under the command of the garrison commander, the wizard apprentices quickly eliminated this wave of insect swarms. After waiting for half an hour, there were no extremely dangerous first-order insect monsters in the swarm of insects. The defense of the city wall was still under some pressure, but it was within the range that the wizard apprentices could handle, and the defense of the city wall was carried out in an orderly manner. After sending the body of the six-winged golden-headed centipede to the Kingmu spirit realm for later processing, Lu Feng inspected the defense near the number 1 wormhole. After confirming that there was no problem, he returned to the little golden tree square to continue practicing and be on standby at any time. Next, first-order insect monsters drilled out of the wormhole in his defense area one after another, posing a danger to the defense of the city wall. In 3 days, Lu Feng killed 5 first-order insect monsters. He also supported Luoke once and the wizard Jepus once, and killed 2 more first-order insect monsters. It's not a good idea to run back and forth like this. I have to find a helper. After running around, Lu Feng looked at the little golden tree behind him and his heart moved. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.